Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. It's week 5 of R6. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Fellow, and we've got two teams ready and raring to go already in lobby, so we'll try to make this fairly quick to get all the information you viewers need to know. John, why don't you tell us about these rosters for these two squads first and foremost?
All right, well, we'll go have a look at Fanshawe Fuel for the Challengers Division, see what they've got as their main five tonight. Unfortunately, they have not found any success just yet, but a couple of times during their matchups, they have actually found at least a win on a map. So maybe we could see possibly a full deciding affair during this best of 3 series. But might as well go take a look at their roster, like I mentioned earlier: Perza, the Rabbit Hole, Brendock, and then also Extra Thick Ella on top of Shrimp Father 246.
And we talked a little bit about their majors going into this one. I graduated college, so I went into criminal justice. I enjoyed that quite a lot. Obviously, not really pursuing that as a job just yet, and I'm very jealous of what everyone here is bringing to the table. Two graphic designers, computer programming analysis. I tried that. I could not do it. You have all of my respect in the world for that. Computer systems technician. I'm pretty sure that's what my dad does. I don't know. And then plumbing techniques. That's a lot of respect for a lot of money to be made in that career for sure. Murray State Gold, though, in their roster coming into this one. They also have some pretty fun majors we can touch on as well. They're bringing out Noodles, Ben Karate, Bravo, DNA Plays, and Obey. Cybersecurity, music ed, love music. Cybersecurity, history, and computer science. A lot of PC-related stuff. I don't blame you whatsoever.
Yeah, I really don't either. But since we are just about ready to get the game underway, take a quick look at the map band, see where we're going tonight in this best of 3 series. Could be some exciting ones to hopefully be truthful. And it looks like these might
Hmm.
be incorrect. We have the actual like map bands here written on paper. It's Coastline, Oregon, and Villa in that order. We might have just jumbled around some of the maps by accident during the prod phase, but it happens. At least we have the actual like evidence and like the actual maps we're going to. So it's really not that big of a deal. We can go back on them later if we get them fixed, but at least we know where we're going at this point, Scott. It's all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a big deal whatsoever. I'm more kind of curious about how the first map of Coastline is going to go. You don't see it very often right here in Collegiate,
Yeah.
especially recently where it's been Villa, Oregon, Clubhouse. Chalet has actually been really popular recently. We've seen a lot of good teams kind of touch that one up. And it's kind of been a comfort zone for a lot of different people. I wish we knew which maps these teams played recently because obviously with the fact that Fanshawe, even though they don't have a win so far, them picking up two maps, I'm curious what those two maps were because that could be a big indicator for how this one might go. And Concordia, Wisconsin's a very good team. We know that. We've casted them before. I mean, there's no shame in that loss whatsoever. UN Esports, that was a very close game for them as well. So we obviously know that Fanshawe have a lot to come out for, and they're going to come out with a vengeance. And the games were extremely close last week for the side of Murray State. They may have that 3-0 record, but they went 8-7, 8-7 on those two maps, forcing OT and having to go through that. That is a really hard way to play. They've obviously got their wins. It's just a matter of can they continue that spree and go 4-0? Is Fanshawe going to upset them? And I think that's a likely chance.
Well, hopefully, it is always nice to eventually get that win in the books. Maybe depending on seeding, it could have a bigger picture to fill in as well, because even after having a couple of losses, I remember last semester we still had teams that only found success starting at like week 4 and 5, and they still managed to qualify for playoffs. So, yeah, there is a lot of weight during the middle end of the season to eventually get that win in the book and maybe have a chance at winning your entire division. But yeah, moving into Coastline, I feel like this does show a minute amount of confidence because, like you mentioned earlier, it's not a map you really go to all that often, especially in collegiate, even for a best of 3. So, big fan of heading here for the first map. Jackal being banned, not that horrible of an idea, especially on Coastline. That might force something like a Nomad or potentially like a Lion to be picked almost every single round. So, maybe if Murray State like to bring out those operators, it could be more helpful than actually, not that helpful instead.
Yeah, Montaigne being taken off is not the worst idea in the world. If you're uncomfortable with the idea of a player being able to step into the site really quickly and basically be safe from any and all of your bullets, then removing that's a smart idea. But keep in mind, Osa is still on the board, and that allows for that to be brought instead. And she's quite strong, almost the same as Montaigne, a little weaker in some ways because you can still work your way around. But the fact that the shields can be placed can also be just as dangerous in a lot of ways. So keep out for that one. If Fanshawe sees that ban from Murray State, then decides to go, okay, they obviously don't like the shield. How do we adjust from here? And then they play the shield it could be interesting to see how it goes. The last two bans will be those black mirrors. That's Mira taken off the board, and the last one will be that cardiac sensor player, aka Pulse. It's interesting to see them remove a lot of information, a lot of intel. Montaigne can safely gather intel by stepping up and pursuing that by holding the shield in front of their face. Jackal can do the same thing with those Inox scans, and then of course being able to stay safe behind a hard wall with those Mira, and as well as being able to figure out where the opposition lies with cardiac sensors. That's nothing but intel banned, and that's kind of shocking to see. A pretty rare occurrence when you're talking about this, because Thatcher is just usually banned.
Say it can make a little bit of sense, especially if you look at Coastline like a map in terms of like post plant potential. It can be very easy to get a plant down and almost get instant site control as an attacker, depending on how you play. So having that pulse off the board could maybe allow for that plant position to be much easier, especially since there are a lot of vertical options you can pick from. So, not having to worry about that cardiac sensor, does make some sense. There are other operators you can bring out, like the Valkyrie and Mozzie, so maybe we'll see that later in the matchup. But for now, the only main intel gather we're going to have is going to be that Maestro, but you can have those Goo Mines and Banshee devices as well in both the Melusi and Lesion's pocket actually be kind of useful for semi-information, especially if those two players can actually remember where they put their gadgets and maybe play off of that passive information.
And information is the most important thing in the game of R6, and guess what? Every single attacker has the single best piece of utility in the game, and you've got two of them in the pocket. It's those drones. You don't necessarily have to bring, say, an Ayana for the Gemini replicator to step forward or those zero cams to be sent out, but they definitely help, and they're a huge assistance when it comes to getting safely into these sites and being able to step up against the defense. And I think for right now, Fanshaw are just trying to hold them at bay for a couple rounds. These first two rounds, first three rounds are really just the feeling out phase for a lot of teams to figure out where maybe the defense is lying, how the attack usually likes to pursue into the map. And right now, what we're seeing is the eastern side of the map, the main point of emphasis for Murray State. They've sent 3 to the rooftop. They'll more than likely clear out Pit, choose to drop down that bathroom side, and then try to take control over from VIP all the way through theater, and maybe down towards these south and north hallways.
Say having Brendo on the 0 does make a bit of sense to have that secondary hard destruction. You get that wall bend up in VIP to have a nice cutoff angle if anyone needs to rotate heading into the back of couch inside of Billiards. But before that, of course, we have to get rid of that roam potential in the hands of extra thick Ella on the Jaeger, funny enough. And now that I remember Ella's name, I can recall we have casted them in the past, but it has been quite some time. Some of that information being gathered here. Noodles will try to actually shut down the Jaeger, but that pre-fire through the wall is not going to connect at all. Still gathering plenty of feasible information, though, to try to flush that Jaeger out. Eventually, it has worked, but we still need to have that hard destruction go down inside of VIP, especially since we already have that map control and the first pick established by Murray State in a pretty decent time.
Oh, make that a second. DB&O'd and finished off right afterwards with the secondary. Brave's the player to find it. Sorry, Bravo is the player to find it, and Obey will be able to find the third. So too many players, at least in my opinion, from Fanshaw bled. But they still got 2 players to survive, and they've got themselves in really good position. An obvious point of recovery is still available, and this round is not over just yet. Perza laying down prone in. Hookah is getting a lot of information. This is one of the big things we talked about, and the importance, especially on the defense, is being able to figure where the players on the attack are lying, even though you don't necessarily have the same amount of util. You obviously don't have those drones. Nade sent over towards Cool Vibe stairs, and just barely eaten by the ADS. You saw it lingering for just a moment, but they'll survive for at least a little bit longer, and they'll send a second nade over through Hookah as well. Players have already stepped now inside of Billiards, and they're trying to take control from that direction. Cool Vibes player Brindo is just not really given the space right now to actually deny this whatsoever, and Ben Coretti is just going to be able to step up and be able to put that diffuser down and look to put this one into the gravestone. But Perza has been DB and O'd. Brindo is the only player left standing, able to pick up 1, make it 2, dropping this one into an effective 1-on-3, but unfortunately DNA plays is holding inside of Hookah and finds the right space, clearing off their Perza player, and then obviously we had the DB&O from earlier be finished off in due time.
Saying the one thing that I really enjoyed there by Murray State was that they didn't all just kind of funnel in through VIP. They took the time to have someone set up on that single window in the middle of Hookah. They had someone out on the main balcony over in Hookah, and they were still burning through utility as well in that last minute or so, which allowed them to still clear out a lot of space, even though they already had a 5 versus 3. Then they got the plant down, and they didn't really throw too many bodies away at the problem. Yeah, we did see Brendo land a couple of nice shots, but they had somebody watching in the middle of Hookah anyway. So once they walked up CV, they were as good as dead, to say the least. So round 1 going into Murray State's pocket. We'll see a reattempt here at Hookah and Billiards, and at the very least, we have the change of operators. We have a bigger emphasis on both that plant denial by having the smoke and Maestro in pocket, and we also have the Valkyrie as well for extra information to not have it just be those evil eyes as the main point of reconnaissance here for Fanshawe with round number 2 being underway.
Yeah, it doesn't just have to be the camera utility that gathers intel. Keep in mind that you have the Banshees there for your Malusi. You hear those go off and then subsequently be shot out fairly quickly, of course, with that nerf that hit them a while back. That's intel. Talking about the cams in these hallways. They get shot out. That's intel. Every little piece of information based on audio cues is something that you can then utilize as a defensive player to try and counteract and then move beyond that. And I think that was one of the problems we saw in round one. They lost one, then two, then very swiftly three. And at that point, it's a game of recovery and it becomes quite difficult. A lot of teams have this baseline strategy. They're going to stick to it. But when they lose some of the more key point players or key point operators that they have selected, then it starts to get hard to try and make that recovery. And that's where the game of R6 typically does become a game of recovery, become a game of adapting on the fly. And I think we saw a pretty good adaptation from Fanshawe, a pretty nice recovery there from Brindo to pick up two, and unfortunately doesn't really come out to a victory. But Murray State now know that they must fear this one player, and I think the rest of Fanshawe now are going to be able to wake up and be a threat to be contended with.
So I think Murray State were expecting a kitchen service defense. They've got the fuse, which is great to play up above and break a bunch of utility, maybe even find a pick on an anchor player that doesn't rotate quickly enough. You also have that sledge for the previously mentioned verticality as well, but at least they still have plenty of utility to at least deal with that VIP presence, that double wall not being reinforced, so the sledge will make quick work of it, and now they can begin to flush out this player kind of trapped in 90. I think that's the smoke, or no, it's the mute player instead. That's definitely not as difficult to worry about. If you had lost your smoke very early on, that could be very problematic, especially when we get towards that later end execution. But having the rabbit hole fall pretty early on by the hand of Noodles here, things are not looking all that good unless potentially Perza could maybe find some sort of refrag, maybe working that pick back in the favor of Fanshawe. But currently they are isolated. So now that the drone has spotted out this lone Valkyrie, they either need to fall back or go some sort of play, but they'll opt for the first pick here and try not to die. But unfortunately, that fate will be met by Shrimp Father instead.
They may be kind of prepared for a different objective, but they're still fairly well equipped for this one. Noodles can obviously go through hard walls now when you're talking about being able to play fuse and send those grenades through, and that could be very dangerous if they choose to use that skyline section of the hard wall towards billiards. It doesn't have as much point of emphasis towards hookah, which could be and obviously was a major defending point for Fanshawe in that last round, but they've already managed to lose two, and it puts Murray State in a really comfortable position once again. They just need to continue to play slow and look at the control they've garnered over towards big window and billiards. They can continue to hold this player here, which forces these two players that are trying to defend for Fanshawe. One's holding in towards that aquarium side, the other one's sitting towards the billiard rooms behind couch. Then it just puts them in a really uncomfortable position where they're constantly having to be aware of one angle, and it forces them to essentially split their attention, and it works out in just such a successful manner there for Murray State. Bravo comes in from that south hall, able to catch one. Noodles moves in over towards VIP and is able to find yet another in this round. Then it's Binaraketi who finds the last onto extra thick Ella, and it's just another round win there for the Murray State side.
And unfortunately, being in that 5-on-3 position, no one could really go for any kind of like flank play, for example. You could have had someone maybe like the Maestro impact open the hatch inside of Hookah or even open it up if they had the secondary pistol shotgun of the bailiff. And then that would have allowed them to maybe break open that single window, kill the player on big window. And that could have helped the smoke maybe get a bit more aggressive with those canisters or play a bit closer with the shotgun, perhaps. And that could have worked out much better for the defense. But they could not allow themselves to force a 2v5 in sight because, like I mentioned earlier, they already lost two players off the bat because they were just so heavily isolated. And we see these multifaceted attacks by Murray State just work out really better than what they probably expected as well. I mean, they ended out the round flawlessly for Pete's sake. They just did a very good job of constantly being mobile around the map and just doing basic siege stuff. It was just really nice to see by Murray State, but Fanshawe, they are. I feel like even though they lost that round a bit worse than the first one, I feel like they are
It
kind of
was
getting the
better.
hang of like how Murray State are opting to play in this first map.
Yeah, it seems like such a backwards thing to say. I mean, they lost in a
Yeah,
bit
right?
large of a way on the scoreboard wise, but I still think they did better than they did in round one. And that's just how esports works. It's just how R6 is. It's a quite
Yeah.
strange game, and you kind of have to adjust on the fly for it. We talked so heavily about what Murray State did right. Let's talk maybe about what Fanshawe can do to kind of correct themselves at this point. Obviously, you're talking about them being isolated, and that's obviously due to the Murray State multifaceted approach, them having more than one angle. It's no longer like this one-dimensional, two-dimensional thing. They're very much so playing 3D, maybe even 4D chess. They've got themselves at this mind game point, and Fanshawe just don't need to play into that strength. They need to play to their own strength. So I think they should kind of step away from being the hyper extension that they're kind of playing right now. I think they're losing too many on that roam, on that extension away from sight. If they just take a couple steps back and play safer, and then maybe play with a two-player roam together, so you're double swinging these angles, you'd
Mhm.
have a better chance to fight back. But Murray State, they do a very good job of having themselves clear out the majority of that second floor, working from that eastern edge to the west. I think because we're seeing them, much like we saw twice in a row now of Noodles going solo into Penthouse, if you just have two players to take out Noodles, you now have regained control. You're still isolated. You're still in an island away from the rest of your team, but at least you have somebody there to back you up next to you.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the fact that we have Fanshawe roaming, it's just how they're roaming. And I'm thinking that with having the Mozzie on the board and also opting to go kitchen service, we'll still see that roam game in effect. Maybe having Shrimp Father with the castle could allow for an extension. I feel like having the castle on the board is like a dead giveaway of we want to play for map control and try to deny that top floor presence for as long as humanly possible. And that's probably a good idea because we've got Noodles on the fuse once again because they are expecting kitchen finally after 2 rounds on Hookah, and they have both a buck and a sledge. So we're going to see that verticality no matter what happens. Murray State are going to try their best to get that top floor control and then work their way lower into the building. So if Fanshawe can waste a minute 30 and maybe get a couple of picks as well, that's going to be a very pristine roam game. But it's just a matter of if they're able to adapt, not just in terms of how much utility they're going to bring on this top floor, but also how well they can play as a team together to prolong that inevitable push by Murray State.
One of the things I love about R6, John, is just how different every map can really turn out to be. You go into any other map with no main hard breach, and you're going to be immediately questioned, like, why did you guys not bring anything to take down these walls? This map's totally different. You don't really need that much. You brought zero before, the pocket hard breach, same thing now with the Buck, being able to have those pocket hard breaches. You've got a lot to work with still, and it's weird to say that in comparison, but this floorboards, the entire penthouse section, it is not long to last, at least in my opinion. Those floors are doomed to go down when you bring breaching charges, when you bring the Buck with the skeleton key, and you bring that hammer down. There's three different players, two different backups to your main idea of destroying the floor. It will have to go down, or else Fanshawe are going to have to pull off a major defense, and I think it's a definite possibility, but look at the pressure that's being applied from multiple directions while they're still trying to clear out the second floor and gain control to be able to do that floor destruction. They're trying to pressure from more than one avenue, just like we saw last round, and it forces the defensive player to sit still in one spot, and everyone is now having to do one job and one job only, and it forces one-on-ones.
Minute burned off the clock already here. I probably would prefer to have Murray State actually opt to put a bunch of their eggs into the basket of that top floor because just having only Ben actually try to clear out a majority of this by himself is going to be a bit challenging unless he wins that 1-for-1 against the UMP Wielding Castle. An air jab gets deployed. Perza will be knocked down, but only for a little while. No one's able to actually work off that, but they are aware someone's still behind that main shield. We're moving in towards the latter half of this action phase, and only now does Shrimp Father actually fall. A ton of time being wasted, and no vertical pressure has been established yet by Murray State. This could be a very sluggish last minute of the round unless we see Murray State potentially work another pick in their favor. If not, at least start to apply pressure, not just vertically, but also horizontally too, Scott.
We do have those fuse cluster charges that are still available to be worked with, but they haven't actually cleared out as much as they necessarily would need to feel comfortable enough to sit down. There's a Nitro Cell in the pocket for extra thick Ella. There's Toxic Babes that can buy time. If they don't clear Brendo quick, then that's going to be a major problem for them in the latter 30 seconds of the round, and we're just 15 seconds away from that point. A lot of damage needs to be dealt by Murray State, and Fanshawe have done a fabulous job of staying alive to this point, but there goes the cluster charges. Noodles finds themselves a kill and can now transition themselves accordingly, and unfortunately for Noodles, Bender Raketti will unfortunately get them with the skeleton key, and that's a quite rarity, even just normally getting a skeleton key kill, but it can happen. Bravo now being DB&O'd, and that will tie things up 3-on-3, 20 seconds remaining. Take note, there are no more toxic babes to that kill onto Brindo, and now there's no more Mozzie with that Nitro Cell. Obey with one. Binaraketti finds themselves another, returning back after the TK, and will also go to plant down this diffuser. Time is running out. Shots through the soft wall, and Rabbit Hole is completely isolated now, and it's not going to be for much longer. DNA Place finds themselves the last kill, and Murray State will recover in dramatic fashion in the last 20 to 30 seconds.
I mean, at least they were able to get those picks I talked about, because let's say the smoke survived that. If they had all their toxic smokes during that round, we might have seen the plant potentially be denied, especially since I don't think that shield ever got destroyed. And we probably would have only had maybe one person up on vertical watching any of those sightlines, because there was only about 30 to 20 seconds left. And Murray State probably would have wanted to play the numbers game in that horizontal take rather than just having multiple people up above. But at least we had a very close call there for Fanshot as well. They remained aggressive on that top floor because they understood how much time Murray State wasted by just not properly clearing out that top floor in the very beginning of the round. And it did net a couple of picks, especially for Extra Thick Ella, who I was glad to finally see get aggressive and do a good job on the roam game. And unfortunately, it was just a service take rather than hookah, so the Rabbit Hole really couldn't do much all the way inside of Pink Bar, or Sunrise as most people call it actually. So even if they won that fight in the middle of like Blue Hallway, it still would have been a 2v1 post plant. Someone could have repelled up above, played the vertical on that diffuser, and that would have just been an absolute nightmare for the Lone Womai to deal with.
Yeah, it was a very difficult round for Fanshawe. They did a really good job, though, of buying that first 65, 70 seconds. And you complimented them early on in that round, and I don't think that can be understated, especially with the difficulties they were having initially in rounds 1 and 2 of being able to buy time. Their pace, and Murray State was slower in that round than they were usual, but that was definitely Fanshawe applying pressure where they needed to. It just came down to Murray State eventually decided to pop that aggressive stance forward. They eventually said, okay, something has to give, and we're going to be the team that gives it. And so they stepped up and they forced Fanshawe into a bad spot. And once again, they just didn't find the kills in that moment. But they had themselves set up fairly nicely on the defense. But Murray State's, they just cleared out the floorboards. There was nowhere safe to sit on that site. And even in the few places where it is safe to sit, guess what? Cluster charge goes out and Noodles finds themselves a kill. And we saw that immediately as we saw, who was it that was sitting on the countertop at that point? Was it Brindo sitting on the countertop as they got killed by the cluster charge, if I remember correctly here, John? That is a very safe position to sit, and unfortunately, literally the only ways to clear this with a nade drop down and or those cluster charges, and it was exactly what happened. Murray State, well-deserved round, but now it's up to Fanshawe to adapt with the first objective. They have tried and are hoping to find a little bit more success in their previous attempts.
So we've got that fallback happening eventually by one of the main roamers. One's also stacked up in 90, and unfortunately Extra Thick Ella, I believe, re-attempted to deny any control inside of Penthouse. Maybe not the best idea. You could have maybe went for a Nitro Cell play underneath, especially since Murray State have not opted to clear out that bottom floor just yet. Unfortunately, that's going to be a loss of early life here. We've got the Rabbit Hole now trying to contest here. Spots out one, but can't seem to land anything just yet. Perza may find one, but not for long will it be any type of advantageous position. A nade will connect onto them. Brendo finds a C4 pick. So 3 versus 3 here, with still plenty of map control being established by Murray State. They just have way less bodies to work with in comparison to the previous rounds when they've been attacking this top floor site.
Man, that nade sent through windows, able to find a massive amount of sex under Brindo and removes out the Valkyrie. Now they're forced to stay on those cams, but notice immediately afterwards the refrag. Even Obey saying, nice shot, good shot. That is exactly what it was. Connecting, dropping them, and now tying us back out at the 2-2. Fanshawe has now done a great job of trading themselves in these kills, something that they struggled so badly with in rounds 1 and 2, and they look really solid in this round. Rabbit Hole still in this major extended roam. This could be deadly as they cut towards the flank. Both players for Murray State are playing from the aquarium side, and it creates a major funnel for the defense of Fanshawe to be able to counteract. They have the intel that someone could be behind, but Rabbit Hole is playing this one extremely so. A solid way to play this one. Knows that Shrimpfather has control over sight, and we could see the Nitro Cell tossed and dipped. It does just that, but Shrimpfather unfortunately cannot survive for much longer. Benaraketti finds the headshot kill. And the flank has to go through now for Rabbit Hole. Tease with the diffuser, and Rabbit Hole pounces from behind and will toss a Magnet out. Still has one in the pocket, just trying to burn that util that could be tossed through by Benaraketti, but there's nothing else in their pocket to go with, and they'll move on over towards the break side of Billiards, and we'll get this diffuser down elsewhere. No longer in that default spot trying to play it. Rabbit Hole is unaware where it initially was, just sprayed towards where default typically is, but no one's having an infell. Nothing has been given in. Benaraketti is playing this one very smart and very calm and very collected. Rabbit Hole still trying to work from the aquarium side, wary about where each angle is and pre-firing as many angles as they can. Shots connect, and Benaraketti takes the fight to Rabbit Hole and finds the last kill to swing towards another Murray State round win.
Another skeleton key pick as well with the shoddy. That thing actually has some hilarious range. It's honestly really funny how technically a piece of util is still a pretty good killing machine. But a fourth one in a row for Murray State. Once again, at least in my mind, I'm seeing like a very recurring pattern of like their general positioning needs to be worked on. You mentioned team play earlier. I agree with that, but also just knowing when to fall back and when to get aggressive. Like we have seen both the good and bad. Round number 3, Extra Thick Ella went back up white, got a pick on the Mozzie, and then wasted even more time by Murray State. That was a good example, but we've seen a lot of the time when Extra Thick Ella is playing near Theater when they are defending hookah, they just get a bit over aggressive and they don't have anybody to play for that refrag. So if they die, it's already a 5 versus 4. We did see a refrag, but it did take a while and it wasn't directly near the top of white at all. If we instead maybe had Extra Thick Ella, like I mentioned earlier, play underneath, go for nitro cell tosses, not even in penthouse or theater, but just for the site during a post plant, that could have been very detrimental for Murray State, because once again, it was actually a rather close call between Fanshawe and Murray State. It came down to a 1v1 off the back of the Rabbit Hole, actually having a pretty successful flank and reposition, but they just weren't able to outduel Ben because they had to approach them during that post-plant position. So we have seen some closer calls here by Fanshawe, but still a couple of basic mistakes being made, which overall does put them at that deficit, unfortunately, rather early on during these rounds.
This is an attacker-favored map, so let's go ahead and put that out there. So it's not too shocking to see an attacking team take it in a really decisive manner, but Fanshawe does need to kind of make that comeback. And you mentioned Extra Thick Ella previously, and I think it's just kind of trying to I guess diffuse between it being a individual game and being a team-based game. And right now, a lot of players, and this is a problem that plagues all of collegiate, too aggressive as an individual when you should be waiting for the refrag of the crossfire with multiple players. Yeah, T3 too. You see it all the time. It's none too shocking whatsoever. It's just a game of looking back on it saying, hey, this second here, didn't need to peek, could have waited for this person, and it's just really just adjusting yourself accordingly in that problem. But I want to point out as well, when you're talking about Murray State playing this one, they've been playing a lot slower after rounds 2, round 3, 4, and probably even this one. They've been playing at a pretty slow pace, trying to keep up their individual tempo, not letting Fanshawe take things in their way. And because Fanshawe have done a good job of getting trades back, the unfortunate problem is they're not finding that first pick. If you get that first kill and you stay alive, this game is a game of trades. You get first pick, stay alive, you're not traded out, you have the advantage. You next go into the fight on a 5-on-4, say you lose a person, you trade back, you're still in the advantage. You lose a person, you trade right back, and you're still in the advantage. That first pick is massively influential, and guess who's been picking it up 9 times out of 10? It's Murray State, once again, with Bravo this time, finding out Shrimp Father, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing them climb ahead.
Unfortunately, this is one of the main issues that people have when they try defending penthouse, especially if they're not used to it, is having people stack up directly inside a penthouse. This actually allowed Murray State to find the first 2 opening duels as a win, and they're almost ready to get site control as well. Normally, you want to proxy around playing inside of theater, that way you don't get grenaded unless someone rotates behind you inside of white, but when you have someone 90, that's very challenging to do. So Murray State taking advantage of a small mistake that doesn't look like an actual big problem, when it actually does become a main issue is costing them the round potentially. Just about a minute left here. Murray State still just knocking at the doorstep here of Fanshawe. They find another one as Bravo gets their second on the round. Perza will fall, and so does Extra Thick Ella. I believe it to be the second flawless round in the books by Murray State, as they are just doing phenomenal on their attacks.
And that is a hard objective to hold on to as a defending team. We've talked about how that objective was basically never played before, say what, 6, 7 months ago here, John. It just was not an objective you would typically pursue as a defending team. But I don't think Fanshawe are in the wrong for attempting that. I think in that stance, they haven't found something that's been working enough to get them around win. Try something new, try something different. And Murray State were very ready for it. They played that one very well in the attack. That pressure that's applied towards Big Window, like you said, it's very difficult to defend that penthouse side because that pressure from Big Window just creates a lot of difficulties, a lot of complications, and the slightest mistake from any defender will cause their heads to be cut clean off their shoulders or just cause them to fail to cover their teammate because of the danger that's being applied. And that was an obvious problem there for Fanshawe, and now they'll have a little bit of an easier job, at least in my opinion. This objective is a bit more of a mainstay. We're going to double bar down now on the first floor. The main difficulty here, though, is the main default plant inside blue, but let's keep in mind how the meta has shifted. You'll see a lot of teams actually pursue to go in through pool entrance and take control over here towards this corner on B, exactly where you're seeing Shrimp Father go to, and they'll plant there instead on top of Couch and get a really nice safe space and then play from above and hookah. I'm really curious how Murray State is going to play this one, but Fanshawe should still do a very good job. It's just a matter of still having that extension to the second floor and just denying space control for Murray State.
So I would assume that for Murray State, they're just gonna, like you mentioned, play for vertical. They've been doing that very often a lot of these rounds. I'm just wondering in terms of like how they get their pacing done, because last time when they attacked Kitchen, that was their biggest problem, was they just tried doing multiple things at once, which normally isn't like a horrible idea, but they expended so much when going horizontal that they had one person just solo clearing out VIP, Hall of Fame, Penthouse, and Theater with just a few drones and not even any grenades. So it did waste a lot of time. And it looks like Murray State are trying to just kind of poke and prod near offices. Not a bad idea, but I would still like to have them mostly focus on that top floor, get that vertical established. That then weakens the site presence by the defense. And then they can start getting inside the building through that first floor and probably make it a bit more challenging for Fanshawe to properly hold this. But they do have plenty of util to actually expend in order to maybe slow down Murray State. And if they take their time on that top floor, they could pay the ultimate price for it potentially.
Let's talk about the last time we saw a first floor hold. It was round 3, talking about that kitchen you kind of touched on there. Murray State played it where they applied pressure on the first floor and said, oh, they're just going to walk in through service. They're just going to take control of that. No, they eventually pivoted upstairs and put themselves in a position to take over and start to do that open floor plan. And they were very successful with it. And I think we're going to see that here as well. Notice that pressure that was applied on this bottom floor here by the player that is Noodles, by Bravo, and they'll even pick up the kill. Noodles then finding the second you speak their name and it comes exactly true. They'll find extra thick Ella. They're just applying pressure. If they can find that kill, then they'll pursue that angle that they've gotten, but they're very patient with it. They're very hesitant. They're not just deciding to go to a point just to do it. It's pressure, 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 and eventually, like a boiling pot, it will boil over. And once it does, Murray State do a great job of pouncing, not just as individuals, but they move in together as a team. Notice, Bravo finds that first kill. Very quickly afterwards, they get a refrag back, and it's just back and forth action by Murray State. And once they set themselves up, they just dive bomb in, and we see exactly that. That's their third flawless round, not just of this half, but of this map, and they'll swing it to a flawless half on top of it.
I think they were just able to once again isolate Fanshawe and probably just catch them off guard. We didn't get to see all that much of the whole storyline of that round, but it did look like Murray State were opting to go for that top floor clear again, establish vertical. They killed the roamers one by one, and then they just dogpiled the site, and there wasn't much that Fanshawe could really do. Just a whole entourage of attackers. 6-0 for Murray State, a pretty bold statement. You know, we do always talk about attacker favoritism on the map of Coastline, but not to that degree. And I'm really wondering if they're going to be able to transition over that exact same play style over into their defense. I feel like there is a high potential here, but one thing to note is probably the drastic differences between both Fanshawe and Murray State's lineup. We have a entire set of util, Jaeger, Castle, Smoke all on the board for a hookah defense, and then we also have a Ayana, the Lion coming out, even a Flores here by Fanshawe. Pretty fun stuff to talk about in all honesty, Scott.
There's a lot to talk about here. I think one of the big things I'm more curious about here for the attack is how they're going to deal with the utility for Murray State with the castle barricades. There's a couple options that they can work with. Obviously, that they brought a sledge, which is the main go-to counter in a lot of ways. You can just hammer it down, but that's not on the board for Fanshawe. So they could use that impact utility from the lifeline of extra thick Ella. Kind of curious how they played both Ella and now Zofia. They really like that dynamic sister duo. Perza doesn't really have much to deal with those, so you can't rely on that on individual, but with the E1, it's just so successful, John, at isolating individuals on the defense. Fanshawe really need to work together and work in tandem with their utility, though, to make full use of that. But guess what utility is perfect to go along with that? It's the Rotero drones that Shrimpfather is wielding right now. Send those out. You can clear out the castle barricades and force defenders away from their comfort zones, such as those safe corners they're holding, these strongholds, these footholds they love to hold, behind these shields, whatever they're using. Flush it out with both the utility from your line and your Flores, and it will just allow for the rest of your team, if they're working in tandem, because it's important to use utility and players simultaneously, to flush them out and be able to pick up the kill pretty quickly afterwards. But notice the heavy extension from Murray State. They're not sitting still. They're very much so trying to maintain control over the majority of this site, and Fanshawe are just applying pressure basically only on that western edge. They only really have one, I think maybe two players pursuing elsewhere, and that could be a major problem for them if they get flushed out by the Murray State defense.
And I talked about how easy it can be to get a plant down on really any site for a coastline map pick, and I think Fanshawe has actually realized that Aqua is the weakest point here for the defense, and they might be able to get a plant down early on because there's
Oh my
only the
gosh, look how
Mozzie
quick
playing
they're in.
underneath. Yeah, they actually could go for a plant down because Shrimpfather does have that in his back pocket, that diffuser. Yeah, look at this map control. Absolutely fantastic by Fanshawe. They spotted out a singular weakness, and now they're playing into that one strength. They have fantastic capitalization here. A smoke grenade gets tossed out, but that's not going to stop the plant from going down. It's a 5 versus 3 post situation, and it is just complete and utter chaos on this top floor. Extra thick Ella just holding down M1, gets another on the round, and really at this point, what can Murray State do? A whole lot of nothing. Obey is still on the bottom floor. DNA is just stuck in the middle of CV, and the Nitro Cell is a dud. Obey spots out one, but it's only the Mozzie on the roam game to try to ace in just about 10 seconds and still actually defuse the plant that has gone down. I don't think he's got this one in the bag here, Scott.
And he's sitting in Carl right now, so you'll have to kind of adjust yourself through the main cool vibe staircase. They'll cop that off one. It's extra thick Ella, maybe a bit of a vengeance play. I know that's a big thing right now as a recent movie has come out, and that's the big term in it. I need to see it, so no one spoil it for me. But quick, nice shot there. We saw a very solid Fanshawe attacking round. Talk about that swiftness here, John. They stepped up through Aqua. Like you said, they found the biggest and weakest link for the side of Murray State, and they just stepped up and swung through it. I want to point out, Obey basically had the only Nitro Cell that could play from below as they were playing that Mozzie, and they were trying to swing the Nitro from below in Blue Bar, maybe denied what would be typically the default plant inside of Billiards, but too slow. He was extended on that first floor all the way over towards what could have been main entrance and check-in, and Fanshaw's swiftness caught them entirely off guard, but the biggest problem now is Murray State can be aware of that and adapt on the fly. So it's up to Fanshawe to be unexpected, to be unprecedented, to adjust every single round with a new strategy, because the slightest mistake could ultimately cost them a round. And at this point, with the damage being done of a 6-0 half, it could cost them this map. But that was a beautiful round one, and it has me excited to see what they're going to try to bring from this point on.
I think just a hunch that maybe the communication there by Murray State wasn't really spot on, because if we had known Fanshawe were opting to go for Aqua, maybe we could have had the Mozzie maybe pick up the pace, try to go for that Nitro Cell play. And even though we saw Shrimpfather like kind of move away from the bomb chassis default plant, he still would have gotten blown up by a Nitro Cell if it was meant for default, unless he got on top of the pool table island, which might have stopped a Nitro Cell play. Probably, definitely, because I don't think there were any kill holes made for that. But I think in general, Murray State got a bit too confident there. Like, you know, we're 6-0, we can bleed a couple rounds, which is true, but you never want to give that opponent a single chance to try to get the one up against you. But, you know, like I mentioned earlier, it's still a 5-round deficit. So if Murray State just play another clean round, we'll be going to map 2 much quicker than what we probably had anticipated, unfortunately.
It'll be interesting to see how map 2 pans out as well. Let's keep in mind, this is Fanshaw's map pick, if I remember correctly, and seeing Murray State go up on it, they were on the attack, which is expected, but like we had mentioned, by that much is a little unexpected. So we'll have to see how Fanshawe plays on Murray State's pick. And it could be a repeat of what was considered the collegiate special of taking your opponent's map pick in the collegiate scene, or it could just be Murray State walking ahead. It's hard to tell, but Fanshawe have given us a major glimpse of a fresh breath air. My brain, a breath of fresh air. That's what I'm
There we
looking
go.
for. We'll figure it out eventually, John. We'll try to get it going. But
Of
notice
course.
Noodles playing down below with that yokai on the echo. It's about information. It's also about that denial of that plant. You can be anywhere and also nowhere when you're playing with that, and they'll quickly be able to clear out towards the aquarium side. Unfortunately, a pest will put them in a bad spot as the first Rotaro drone will unfortunately come up with nothing but Brindo from beneath finds Obey, and now Noodles is kind of just like, where do I need to go from here? How do I pivot? Where do I adjust to? And I think Fanshawe have given themselves a good, spicy opening kill, something they struggle to do on the defense.
It looks like we still have minute amount of verticality being attempted here. There goes a play by Ben, gets rid of extra thick Ella. So there is some sort of retaliation here by Murray State. If no one deals with Noodles on the Echo, having him alive along with Bravo with the smoke could be pretty annoying here. For the attack to deal with, there goes one of many Rotaro drones to almost find something, but Ben off screen will catch Shrimp Father. So things are not looking all that swell for Fanshawe. They've got a couple of pieces of intel, but it is only those lion scans, and now only Perza left to stand as well, as Bravo's going to outduel the rabbit hole. And there might not be all that much left for the lone line to try to accomplish. I think he's going for a rotate. That way that information dries out for the defense. But once again, 1 versus 4, Noodles is still off site, so he could just annoy the living heck out of Perza with just a couple of yokai blasts if they connect, and you still have 1 toxic canister, a couple of impact grenades, so things are really looking detrimental, and the default can spotted out Perza as well, so they know exactly where this lone line's playing at too, Scott.
Murray State are looking like they're trying to finish this one off. A quick swing by Bravo, and Perza will pounce, but unfortunately, Benacaretti is just there as well, finding the final kill. And look at the sight lines that they created for themselves. They had that defense adjusted accordingly, and that was what I was talking about. There was a lot that needed to be done by Fanshawe. They obviously weren't going to be allowed to repeat the same thing they did that last time, so it's a game of them trying to be unexpected and be a team that gets that really quick one, and the next one they play extremely slow, and then the middle one they kind of bring it only in too aggressively, or they play an entirely different strategy. They have to be all over the place to be that unexpected player, and they tried that. And unfortunately, what they played into, there was really not a lot of adjustments on the defensive side there for Murray State. They just played like they did initially, and it caught them off guard. So you adapt one way, but they didn't adapt at all, and it unfortunately play right into their hands. And very fun map, very solid map. Coastline usually always is, and it's always fun in the collegiate scene as well to see how they'll play it through. And I saw some really fun glimpses from Fanshawe, so I'm really interested to see how map 2 is going to go down for them.
Yeah, that 7th round was honestly pretty funny because like, oh hey, Aqua and most abilities is free. Let's just go rush site, and it just works. I mean, I talked about the plant potential on Coastline, and unfortunately, we only got to see that a couple of times. But all that being said, before we go into map number 2, we will take a quick little break and be back to go see how Oregon entails in just a few short moments here at NECC. Welcome back, everyone, to NECC R6. We are back here, map number 2, just about right between Fanshawe and Murray State, where we did see a very one-sided affair. Don't get me wrong, by Murray State, but we did see the right idea being done as well by Fanshawe. So I'm hoping on a more, I guess, normal map in the comp pool. I'm hoping we see more retaliation by Fanshawe because they did have one moment in particular of greatness and a couple of close calls as well, despite the fact it did say 7-1 during that score feed.
Yeah, and we talked about how rounds one, more round one specifically, wasn't a good job by Fanshawe, even though it wasn't flawless. Round two was flawless, and we still said it was a better job by Fanshawe
I believe it was
than
not bad.
round one was. And I think that was kind of the name of the game entirely. I mean, we obviously saw, what,
Yeah.
3 or 4 flawless rounds total from the side of Murray State, but even those flawless rounds, I still felt like we saw Fanshawe doing a much better job of positioning themselves. It just came down to those isolated one-on-ones, which Murray State just, let's just say it, they are ridiculously good at right now. They're not losing any of those encounters in the one-on-one, and that's why I mentioned very early on as we took that little tech pause at the end of round two that we needed to see maybe Fanshawe play a double roam, 2 players on that extender instead. And that's something you see a lot when it comes to the map of Oregon. I know that Brian, aka Chief, who I think is casting the game right after this one, he and I have talked about it before. That double roam, while it's a very niche strategy, it fits in really well with teams that struggle in that one-on-one, and it can really catch an attacking team off guard or even a defending team off guard when you send a 2 player prong to take out that one individual. And I think Fanshawe would be a solid team to try and adjust their strategy behind that double player roam. And they'll have a good chance now because they're starting off on the defense and they get first ban, so they can kind of dictate how the rest of this pacing of this map will go down.
Say, although the one thing about Oregon is the lack of leniency you get on the bans, kind of gotta go from our default stuff. So explains the Thatcher pick. We could maybe see a Flores by Murray State pardon because Fanshawe did bring him out the couple times we did get to see Fanshawe play on their attack. That wouldn't surprise me all that much, but Jackal does make a little bit of sense too, especially since more teams are opting to go for those heavy roam extensions or just roams in general to force a little bit of time being wasted and maybe working some sort of early pick. Once again, though, there are plenty of other options you have to clear out that roam game effectively. Your own set of drones everybody gets, like you mentioned earlier, Scott, at the beginning of map one, but also the Iona Geminis, the Lion scans, the list kind of goes on besides that Jackal pick.
I think the weird thing about Oregon as well, because you said it is kind of a hard map to change things up. It really is kind of a set in stone ban rate. Kaid being banned is only a real necessity when Maverick is banned out, and so a lot of teams will just ban Kaid because they're saying we need somebody to do it. Let's ban Kaid. He's a solid choice. Kaid is entirely counted by Maverick in the first place. The time that's bought is so negligible in a lot of ways that banning an extra player when you go do someone else is it can be questionable to do so, but it's not bad in this way because buying any and all time is a major key point, and I think that that's something that we're going to see be a major problem. Fanshawe did a good job of buying time in the later stages on their defense, as we obviously saw Murray State be forced to slow down and play a lot slower and play into the favor of Fanshawe. But once again, those one-on-ones, that space that's created, and the kills that they garnered, that was the difference maker. And Oregon is a bit of an easier map around these corners, a little bit less of a hallway-centric map of being forced to play into this really tight tunnel as you head to an objective, and instead a lot more of pushing from more than one angle. Talking about basement side, freezer and kitchen, freezer and laundry. Talking about the second floor, you can take attic, you can take master bedroom hardwall, you can take big window if you really wanted to. You can even push in through and apply pressure. I wouldn't really push in through, but apply pressure through the window that's inside of kids' dorms. There's a lot of opportunity as an attacking team to create space by pushing from more than one angle, and it's going to be hard for Fanshawe to adapt to it, but the same thing can be said for Murray State when the map switches.
So one thing I probably would have liked to have seen by Perza maybe is not opting to bring out the Bandit because I'm pretty sure Obey didn't 6-pick onto the Maverick. I wasn't looking at the screen. I had to go check something, so maybe I could be wrong. But having the Bandit in play is not going to be that productive, especially since the Maverick is on the board, unless you want to maybe just have it for the back kids wall perhaps, and then maybe that would force the Maverick to rotate into both attic room and also closet. But that can be taken care of by a simple grenade underneath, unless Shrimpfather can actually land a couple of vital shots and maybe prolong that inevitable play by himself, unless Brendo, of course, comes around towards lobby to help out his brethren in that middle floor. Besides the point, though, maybe something like a mute for also drone denial and maybe helping keeping those castle barricades on the board as well could have been much more of a better pick and still have the same purpose, but something more, productive throughout the entire round. But oh well, at least, he's still got a nitro cell, still is a good gun, so it'll be useful to an extent, but maybe not as useful as something else.
Now, let's talk about the early influential points of the round. First kill. We mentioned that, or at least I'll say I mentioned that in the early map. It's about trading, and that's a big thing in most esports. I think R6 is a little less important, but when we're talking about stats and you go deep into the stats, opening kill is one of the big and more important key stats because you get that first, you stay safe, you don't get traded out, and now you have the advantage because you may die, but then your teammate has the intel of where you were killed from, and you just trade it back out. Trade. You're favored because you started that in a 5v4, essentially. And Murray State, they picked it up, I think, every single round, but maybe two, maybe one on that first map. And we're seeing them already start off on a strong foot here as Obey finds that opening kill onto Rabbit Hole and using a kill hole to do so, using that blowtorch to great effect and able to catch a player off guard as they try to transition themselves accordingly. And now nobody's at drop of attic, and that could be, oh, unfortunately there, Bendo, that could be a very tough place to try and pivot over towards as a defending team, as Shrimp's still on the first floor in meeting, and there's not a lot of pressure on this first floor besides maybe Noodles, who's trying to pivot over towards White Steps. But looks like Murray State have pretty much guaranteed that they'll gain some semblance of control on the second floor.
So no shield to help out the Wamai. A bit unfortunate because that was actually a pretty straightforward pick there for Murray State. They now have attic control, and they're starting to work their way inside of Deer as well. This might be the only 2 points of approach that they'll actually need, but maybe trying to get someone to late rotate into big window, or maybe even white stairs wouldn't be a bad idea either. Shrimp Father has now been detected on that middle floor. Lose a lot of their health, but thankfully will actually survive most of the damage dealt towards them. They can end up living this one out. And oh no, Noodles got caught rotating around like I had mentioned earlier. There's at least one pick, but that Ella can be very easily isolated, especially if we see kids control in these next 30 seconds, Scott.
Talk about a trade once again. They're now up still despite losing a player, but fortunately, this kill has not been traded back as Brendo finds Obey, and a lot of time to be sunk. And look at the kill refrag potential. Perza jumps onto the killer player Bravo, who tried to leap through the soft wall from that games room side. Now just attempting to create that space, denied of it. Extra thick Ellie, got to look down. Oh my goodness, a knife kill by Ben Arquetti, and now you're seeing everyone dive onto the position. He gets a quick flick to one, tries to find the second, but Brendo finds the kill. And talk about chaos on round one here, John. What seemed like a great opportunity for Murray State to continue to go. A Van Shaw round win on the defense, and now they'll be able to pick up their second site.
Well, you love to see it, not having that rotate in white and really not having enough proper pressure established towards Kid, like I had mentioned, just was that final hurrah actually silenced pretty well against Murray State there. So Fanshawe get the first round in the books. It did come down to a very close call, but again, something that Murray State can kind of struggle with from time to time is that time management. So we actually got to see that weakness in full force there against Fanshawe. Looks like Laundry and Supply Room will now be in play, and we've got that mute on the board, and more proper denial for anti-flash and anti-nades of having both the Jaeger and Mai on the board. But I don't think there's really many shields for this basement site, so I'm a bit worried about Fanshawe still, because the only general thing they have to deny any proper map control on that bottom floor, besides maybe some of that, ADSs and magnets, is just the mirror windows. No Goyo on the board, no smoke, and once again, extra thick Ella, they are only running barbed wire, even though they can bring out that shield.
Round two is going to be very important for Murray State to try and give themselves back on equal footing. Now, we mentioned this at the beginning of Coastline. The early stage of these rounds is kind of a feeling out thing, figuring out how the defense is going to play these sites, where they want to sit themselves, and Fanshawe have really adjusted in a different way from what Coastline was. They sat back on their haunches a bit too much on objectives that did not reward that level of play. And even when they weren't sitting on their haunches, they were sitting in positions on that extension that just got them killed a little bit too soon. And we had mentioned so many times, isolated them a bit too much. This map's easier to not fall into the isolation problem, and it's easier to sit in safe positions, sit back on those haunches, and play your own level of game and just kind of keep Murray State at bay. And they fell to that time problem. They fell into a conundrum, and now it's up to them in this round to recover beyond that. This could set a precedent, could set a pace. That first round could have been a swing for them as they try to move beyond it here, but we'll have to see how Murray State try to apply pressure. A lot of it seemingly coming in from this eastern side, as you'll look. It looks like Benner Coretti will try to apply pressure from rear stage down towards that pillar from the tower steps. Looks like they had one or two players initially trying to go through barrel. They broke down the barricade, but I don't think they're actually going to step through that, because To be honest, when there's a Black Mirror there, John, it kind of is hard to warrant the danger that it kind of sets up for them, and so just head somewhere else because it's a lot safer.
Oh no, I'm not too sure if they properly droned out extra thick or not, but being that close against an FO12 is just asking to be punished, and also Bravo getting tossed away by a nitro cell blown up sky high. The rabbit hole joins in on the fun as well. It's only Ben and Noodles now, as this push in towards the basement floor has just not worked out in the slightest. Fanshawe still able to hold down the fort very successfully. They know exactly how Murray State want to approach this, and they really don't have to do all that much except just sit down this bottom floor and look pretty because, like I mentioned, it's a 5 versus 2. There isn't much left for Murray State to try to accomplish unless they can maybe isolate a couple of picks here. Might get that first option against this Ella player up above. They managed to trade out, but you needed more than just a 1-for-1 refrag, as now you're in a 1 versus 4. Very limited options here for Ben to try to bring this one back as a win.
Yeah, Ben's going to have to essentially ace this one out, and it does not seem like a likely scenario. Fanshawe played this map to a T right now. Their defense was really solid. The extender was able to not only stay alive in that isolation for a long period of time, but able to garner themselves and collect kills on top of it. That's exactly what Fanshawe was needing. They have adjusted on this map in a way that we just did not expect to see on map 1 and we really didn't see enough of, and this leads us to believe that Fanshawe can continue to hold out here, but Ben, I think this is a moment for them where they're just going to say, tactical timeout, in a way. You've got 30 seconds left in the round. Just talk things through. What went wrong? How do we adjust? We know how they wanted to play this first floor on the roam. They'll probably play the other objectives in a somewhat similar manner, but I think that when we see our tertiary objective site, because obviously with Fanshawe taking 2 in a row, they have to play into Kitchen at least a little bit here. I think we will see Meeting Hall, and Murray State struggled to get control of the second floor in round 1, and you essentially have to do the exact same thing in round 3 now. How do they adjust themselves, and where do they make the changes to find a little bit more success?
Well, in general, possibly having those multi-approaches, because we only saw just the Zofia try to clear out the Ella over near kitchen, maybe having someone go small tower, that could potentially help out, because even if the Zofia dies, there's no way the Ella's gonna be able to kill somebody if they're in dining room. Just they got their number with such a long range with a rifle. That's bound to not work out for the defender there. And then also just kind of focusing on the bigger picture. I kind of get it for Murray State. It's a much bigger map in comparison to Coastline, which probably explains the time management and improper positioning some rounds. So they just need to kind of reset their mental a bit and just realize these are the 2 main problems. We just need to play like how we did on Coastline, but just be more precautious because there's more angles we got to check. There's more time we got to spend droning properly, et cetera, et cetera. So losing out a couple rounds, especially against the defensive side, is not that big of a deal because how defender favored a map like Oregon can be. It would just more or less come down to how well they perform on these tertiary picks like dining room or meeting, depending on what Fanshawe prefers. In this case, it's going to be dining room, and also how well they can adapt when they try to reattempt probably just kids room.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very poor decision, and I'm more interested to see how Murray State try to recover from this because there's obviously been some tendencies that need to change. But what I'm more excited about here, John, and maybe a little less excited, as it has obviously kind of been falling apart for very valid reasons. We're seeing the tertiary of tertiary sites. My favorite on this map because I think that's hilarious, but it's just not as solid as meeting room, and I'll be the first to mention that. It's this kitchen and dining objective. And the reason why dining used to be a really strong site was because you could hold out inside showers and you could one-man army. As long as that player stayed alive, as long as that player stood up against the competition, they were able to basically dictate where the attack was forced to go, which would have been on this eastern side, taking control of second floor and playing kitchen. And it was just too difficult to clear out that showers player. But with the way that utility has been, especially with the way that flashes have been in recent time, you just dump a bunch of flashes in there, follow it with an aid, and it's done and done. Showers is cleared, and that's why you typically don't play this site anymore. But I think maybe Fanshawe keying in the fact that Murray State did not like the flashbang meta, so to say, that utility dump sim that we've seen so much of in recent times. They've only brought 3 flashes, and while there is smokes they can bring and those do deny sight lines, they're going to have to do a lot more than that. And wow, speaking of a lot more, Obey from above, finding the DBNL and eventually finishing the job on a Shrimp Father, and Murray State find the opening kill once again.
And that's one of the bigger issues, is how difficult it can be to directly hold dining room, similar to penthouse and theater, funny enough. But hey, you talked about that presence inside of showers. It does net Brendo at least 1. Ben's going to fall down, your main heart breacher, and now we most likely have to see a funnel. That was actually an incredibly huge pick for the defense, and this tertiary pick might be a win simply because of that. It'll most likely come down to how effective Murray State can just win their gunfights and how aggressive they can get against this anchor defense stacked up in the middle of Kitchen.
Long angles being held, and Brindo is still doing a great job in showers. And well, there has been an equal trade out by Murray State, and that's kind of been my major contending point throughout this to see how this pacing is going to go. They have yet to really gain much control on this second floor. Drone sent over the top, and now you'll see the shotgun go through, and that shotgun, the FO12, is such a menace, John. I love that weapon, and it is successful right there, finding yet another player, shots shooting in both directions, and Noodles accidentally TKs. That's an unfortunate place to go once again for Murray State. They needed the refrag back, and now they'll have to climb 2 in a row without losing a player, but thankfully Bravo will find themselves one. Now only a player down, but keep in mind Bravo and Noodles are very low, sitting at about 30 HP apiece. The Noodle steps up uncontested to 1. Rabbit Hole finally gets the refrag back, and Brindo finds the last kill with a Mark 14. Recovery, but not enough, and you see Fanshon pick up another one.
Oh, you hate to see it. The FO12 just outranging an AR. Absolute pandemonia at the top floor. And it allowed Fanshon just to only worry about the bottom area, or technically the middle floor, I should say. There's a basement on Oregon, of course. And it was too much for Murray State to handle. Also, on top of the fact they had to funnel in through basically just the shower hallway, which most attackers don't want to go through unless they already clear out showers fully, or the doorway leading into site, which can be watched all the way from kitchen. So that just doesn't pan out well for Murray State. Once again, if they had probably just focused all of their attention into getting rid of that top floor presence and then working their way down, that could have been a much smoother round. We maybe could have seen a setup where they actually get control of meeting room because they already have attic established. Then they go for like a back wall open with those Selmas, get the plant down in kitchen, and then just kind of proxy around like lobbies, watching Z Hall, and then, you know, somebody playing in the middle of meeting, watching the plant go down. That could have been a much better idea, especially if they had that top floor presence. But unfortunately, it was not meant to be, I guess. So 3 in a row now for Fanshawe, kind of giving Murray State a taste of their own medicine. As we now go back to this top floor, this was probably one of the closer calls between Fanshawe and Murray State. And if Murray State had probably just gotten like just a tad bit faster, they might have had this round in the books, in all honesty, Scott.
Yeah, I think Murray State, they have the right idea in a lot of these rounds, but it's just Fanshawe being able to find themselves really cheeky kills. Talk about the FO12 kill. We can harp on that as much as you want. I love that gun, John. I love it so much. You're talking about individual players, especially in the women's scene. They love that gun. I can't remember her name. I don't know why I'm struggling with it so much, but she basically only rocks Ella, and she only rocks the FO12, and she is a monster with it. She picked up a whole nickname of being like the FO12 Menace or something like that, and it was super
Is it the
funny
cosplaying one where she cosplays like Dokkaebi and Ella a lot?
I think it may be her. I think it may be her.
I'll try to do some deep diving after
Thank you.
the show,
Do some
maybe.
deep diving. I would recognize the name if I heard it. I don't know why I'm blanking on it so much, especially when I spend so much time in the women's scene, trying to make sure I keep up with it because I have to cast there as well. I say half. I love casting there. But Murray State, they need to adjust beyond that because you can't let these cheeky kills catch you. You cannot let an AR be beat out by a shotgun. You cannot let yourself fall around these corners. You got to do a better job of persisting throughout these rounds. And you lose 1, adjust. You lose 2, you still got 3 players to work around with. And I feel like they're just saying, okay, we lost someone a little bit too important. Where do we go from here? Just walk in. And you can't let yourself do that. You can't let yourself fall to that kind of strategy. Step up. You guys got it. We've seen you play it. Adjust accordingly.
Well, so far, we're seeing the exact same thing attempted by Murray State, just trying to go for that back play into Addict and also both Deer/Master Bedroom. Nade, not really going to meet its mark there by Obey. He probably should have timed it much longer and probably gotten a bit closer to that wall because I don't think the C4 would have landed and killed him unless it like connected onto the metal reinforcement itself. Kind of a back and forth between both Perza and the Maverick, but both of them now being slightly damaged. And I think the second grenade missed as well by Obey. And look at this flank. The Nomad nowhere in sight to help out Obey. He's by himself. He hears the footsteps by the Ella, but already being tagged. It could be 2 simple shots here with this FO12 to get the job done. And that's exactly what happens. No entryway inside of Attic could be very problematic here for Murray State, especially since they don't even have a single pick to their name as well.
Murray State have time in and time out created that first kill opportunity and losing it again. And just not a solid start. You have to be able to recover. 45 seconds left on the clock. Rabbit Hole playing within armory is now being flashed out consistently, but no real kill has been able to be picked up, taking a little bit of damage from both Bravo and DNA as they try to swing through this position. Now prone on the ground. Shoulder is spotted, but they don't actually dive onto it. Bravo seemingly unawares. DNA's now down to 1 HP, swings into the armory and does find the kill, but is quite low. Forced now to use that Finka boost to try to bring them back into full fighting shape, but the rest of the defense for Fanshawe has now been able to adjust and step up through White Stairs. They're now mainly all on site. Extra thick Ella, who's not, could easily be there in just a few seconds. And there goes the Evil Eye. DB knows one, cleaned up by Brendo. They find 3 in a row now, a 3K to their name, and 2 players quickly cut down by Noodles, but no time to plant, and Stripfather will finish things off with the Alda. Another amazing round there done by Fanshawe as their defense looks unstoppable.
So one thing to note was the vulnerability of Maverick. Typically, you bring out the air jab or the Nomad for the air jabs, so there is something proactively watching the Maverick just kind of do his thing on the back wall, because you are just so vulnerable when you have your blowtorch out from both the wall you're opening up and someone shooting you in the back. It is such a risky job to be that secondary support player beyond that Maverick role, especially since you are most of the time helping enable your hard breacher to get a proper wall opened up, or you're doing all the hard destruction by yourself, which takes a lot of time depending on who's on that Maverick role, even the pro scene. So not having anybody to help the Maverick there, that was a big red flag. And then it forced a one-sided approach. I don't think we saw anybody at least successfully get control of White, let alone even go there. So it was just Deer and Master, and all that Fanshawe had to do was just play around that one entryway, and they did that perfectly. Brendo was never contested until it was far too late, and then it was just a cleanup crew. On top of that, constant intel is being gathered. So once again, a very strong round by Fanshawe, and just a tad bit too much confusion, it feels like, by Murray State, which is really shocking because they played so well. On Coastline, it's like a completely different team, especially on a map that's way more standard in the comp scene, which is Oregon and not Coastline, funny enough.
Yeah, it's strange to see Murray seem this discombobulated. It's just not like them, and I would love to see them kind of return to that same dominance they had on map 1. Maybe the defensive side will be where that comes through. This is a typically defender-favorited map, so let's not count Murray State out yet. We've seen beauty from them before, and I'm expecting we'll see a bit more beauty to come out later, but it is kind of looking like a match right now for Beauty and the Beast, and they're playing both sides, unfortunately for them. Fanshawe also played Beauty and the Beast on the map 1, Beauty here on map 2. They look amazing on this defense. There has not been very many glimpses for Murray State, and I want to point out just how strong Rabbit Hole has been in these recent rounds. Even though they didn't pick up a kill in the last round, they bought like 2.5 minutes, John. They completely devastated Murray State because Murray State didn't want to push past that Arsenal Hall, and just laying prone in Arsenal gave Rabbit Hole the position to just dominate without needing it. There was so much time for Murray State to go outside through garage, rappel up, and apply pressure from not only the south side through that window, but also the north through door, and they didn't do so because Murray State played too slow, which was also not a problem on map 1, but we saw them fall to a slower pacing, which gave Fanshawe the chance to get close in some of those rounds and ultimately pick up one on their attack. But they really need to be quicker, and I guess they're just wary. Maybe they're scared of the FO12. Maybe they're scared of these cheeky corners because Fanshawe are kind of dirty with it right now. They're playing all over the place, and it's enough to just elect fear into Murray State's side.
Say one thing that our observer right now is highlighting is the amount of team play that could be established here. They could have had the line maybe watching split perhaps, and thankfully Obey's going to actually win that fight against Extra Thick Ella. Bravo is lucky enough they had backup by the Habana there, because they started to aggress on the shotgun-wielding Ella, and not having a proper crossfire established there could have actually been the demise of 2 separate attackers for Murray State. Thankfully, that won't happen, but still, a really good chunk of damage and time has been wasted well. Look at the clock, Scott. It's a minute left, and only now we're seeing E-Box hatch be opened up. If we don't see any proper pushes coming out here by Murray State in a quick manner, this could still be a round win, despite the fact Murray State have the man advantage.
Our breach goes through, it clears out Hatch, and now they have a little bit more safety in regards to clearing out the rest of Freezer. No one's actually sitting inside, though, for Fanshaw, which is an oddity for a lot of teams on the defense. They like to hold maybe to her box, maybe actually towards door itself. Look at the positioning from them. 2 players really over towards that B objective. Only really 1 inside of this laundry room side, and they're holding close on this soft wall, and it has been breached open entirely, and that corner has not been cleared, and Binakaretti will be the first to fall because of it. Now a second, as Perza is just insurmountable as they swing out into Freezer. Unfortunately, cut down by Noodles afterwards, and it looks like Murray State now have picked up a 3-on-1 advantage, but Rabbit Hole is not to be dealt with and not to be forgotten. Has managed to find 1, looking for 2, has the pistol in hand, but denied by Noodles, and they find themselves finally in favor for a round as they've picked up 1, but the damage has been done, and we have at least seen that we've guaranteed Fanshaw go positive in this first half.
Well, they've got their 1 round here on the board for them. If they get a second one, that is technically a default position for Oregon, which sounds pardon, not show, so shocking. We're both having our miscommunications there on words. It happens. Always a part of the showbiz. Anyways, it does sound odd because of like how well Fanshawe have been doing a lot of these rounds on their defense, but still a 4-2 split is okay and pretty normal for an attacking team. So maybe we'll get to see Murray State potentially blossom more when they go on the defense and can kind of play on their own turf, because they have been struggling a lot with basic things they did so well on. I mean, I touched about this a lot last round, so I'll make it a bit more brief. Their positioning, their team play has been very rocky in comparison to Coastline. And now we're heading back to the basement floor, which was a 1 versus 2, don't get me wrong, and they knew where the Amaya of Rabbit Hole was playing at, but things did get very close, especially after Perza was not detected because of the attacker's own smoke, and managed to find 2 and drop Case. If we maybe saw that position in Freezer held a bit longer, that could have still been a round win there for Fanshawe, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really solid play there to play that sneakily, and that's exactly what I've been talking about constantly from Fanchar. They're cheeky. They are dirty with it when they play these extended rooms. Talk about extra thick Ella alone with the FO12. They're playing Green Hall on Kitchen, like they're playing all the way outside towards Big Window when the objectives in basement. They are all over the place, and extra thick Ella is just being such a hefty thorn. It's like a budded rose, and unfortunately, Murray State keep trying to grab it by those thorns, and while they managed to grab the stem safely last round, that is not guaranteed every single time, and Fanjo have been punishing them for it, and I think that Murray State need to play I don't want to say passively, because I think that when they are aggressive, when they step up and find those kills, which obviously they're capable of doing, as we saw last round and all of first map, they win. They're able to go so well, but they can't be so scared, and they also can't just solo peek the FO12, because extra thick Ella, I'm sorry to say it, it is nasty what they're capable of right now. They're all over the place, and they're picking engagements, even if it's a 2-on-1, and they're winning the majority of them just because they know what they're capable of with the right gun in their hands. And while we don't see the FO12 now, we're seeing the Scorpion back, that just means Extra Thick Ella is going to play even more dangerous angles at a longer range.
Looks like they'll try to fall back here. Bravo catches Shrimp farther off guard from... I'm not even too sure where, actually. It might have been from Pillar, perhaps. Yeah, that might be where exactly that player potentially died on out. Yeah, their indicator was next to that shield in the back of Pillar. Extra thick Ella, though, once again, catches a isolated Lion off guard. Noodles will die. So we're on an equal position once again. I think there's an attacker very close, though, to where exactly the Ella's playing at, but I could be wrong as well. Only time will tell as Murray State begin to open up these back hatches leading inside of Lobby and now Laundry. That could maybe allow for, once again, that multifaceted approach, but they are still taking their sweet time. I think one thing to note about is probably that Ying pick here by Ben, the fact that they've got all 3 of these Candelas and possibly a very volatile position depending on if they want to push E-Box. This could be a very good play by Murray State, but they still need to worry about this roam game because I'm not too sure if they're aware where the L is playing at right now.
Just danger on every single corner, and I think one of the big problems we've seen is just a lack of proper droning, maybe the information not being there. I mentioned it passively in round 1, map 1. The single best piece of utility an attacking team has, oh my goodness, Extra Thick just catches Obey, who tried to clear the room, thought they retreated through Z, and they did not. They stepped out towards Z and then walked back their direction. Oh no, R6 timing at its finest, but DNA finds the kill. Single best piece of utility in the game is the drone, and every single attacking player has 2 of them. While they're only down to 3, we know that they're at least using using them, but I don't think they're using them in tandem with that player that's actually pushing forward, and that's kind of been their undoing, so to say. But it's a 3-on-3 down in the basement. Quickly made a 3-on-2 with Perza finding one, but there's the refrag back, not onto Perza, but onto Rabbit Hole, which removes one of the more important players now for Fanshawe, as they were the last player alive last time we saw this basement. And now you'll see the plant being teased. There is a Nitro Cell in the hands of Perza. Could rotate over and try to get that toss off, but they can't really step out through that hall. It's a dangerous place to go through. Brindo swings, finds the kill, and now DNA has to get both these kills. There's no time to go for this plant, and they need to be able to find it, but Perza denies it, and it will be a 5-1-1/2 for Fanshawe, which is a total polar opposite result for map 1. They have stepped ahead and really put a pin in it.
One thing to note about was the lack of team play by Murray State once again. When we saw the Candelas actually begin to get tossed out into sight, we saw no aggression because everyone decided to put their attention back onto Extra Thick Ella, who managed to catch Obey off guard, although they were just like centimeters away at one point from actually spotting each other out. But then the Habana just completely forgot about her, essentially, and it allowed once again that man advantage for Fanshawe. And then everyone had to start drawing their eyes over to Split, expecting Ella to get aggressive once again. And then the Ying is just like, well, I just wasted all my Candelas. We have to push site. There's only 20 seconds left. We got to put a pin on it and start picking up the pace. But that wasn't able to happen properly. And then the plant position overall, it didn't allow for any significant coverage to be made there by the Twitch. If we maybe saw the Ying like run deeper into laundry, for example, or not laundry, sorry, into supply, and maybe plant next to like the shelves, that way the Twitch could watch from pillar and spot out both the person near closet and the person running through highway, that could have been a very different story perhaps. And then the Ying could have fallen back as well, have watched the rotate hole, and then have had once again the Twitch is still sitting quite comfortably in highway. That could have once again have been a close call there by Murray State, but the fact they wasted a lot of time in utility once again, it costed them a very vital round on that first half.
And I think vital is kind of the key point for it. It's talking about, you said, it's kind of a default round outcome if it goes 4-2, but obviously when that's not the case, and you're seeing Fanshawe, a side that struggled and didn't pick up a single defending round win on map 1, turn it around at 5-5 on map 2, that is a story point that we cannot harp on enough. I don't want to give any negatives to Murray State. I don't want to dog on them whatsoever. They did what they could, but Fanshawe were just so out there, so random with it that it was super difficult for the side of Murray State to find anything. I definitely could have done it, that's for sure, but Murray State are also trying to, I guess, key in on a little bit of it, trying to steal that greatness, and they managed to pick up one. Obey was sitting inside a player room and is able to find a cheeky shot on a Shrimp Father, which moves the Ash now for Fanshawe's side, and that's an entry that they have now, unfortunately, no longer being able to be employed into this site, and it's quite dangerous to step forward without an entry, as who else are you going to send inside the room? It's really only Brindo you have left, and you need them alive for quite a long time to use those Gemini replicators and gather intel.
Say if Obey can waste 30 more seconds potentially, and maybe even either rotate back to site or just, end up dying at some point while trying to find another pick, that could be pretty valuable. Already 3 drones are off the board, and Noodles is well aware that Extra Thick Ella, they are trying to get aggressive in the middle of white because they just lost a good chunk of their own health pool from having to deal with that LMG. So we already have the idea established here by Fanshawe. The bulletproof camera is gathering a bunch of information. We're just waiting on that Finka boost to give that rally call essentially for Fanshawe to maybe get even more aggressive and try to find something else here. Bravo will try to step up big with Obey off screen, will manage to get rid of Brendo on that roam game like I had mentioned. It might not be the case, player, but it is a 5 versus 3 still, and we already know where 2 attackers are already positioned at, and the third one has been revealed by those Selma charges now beginning to detonate inside the closet.
Having a 2-player advantage does set the defense up nicely, and notice the position we're seeing being played by Benaraketti as they're hiding behind that B bomb side and use it to their advantage, now dropping us into a 5-on-2, and look at the aggression from Bravo. Despite using a Mark 14, which can't really spray down like a rifle or SMG cannon, they still come out on top, and Murray State clap back saying, what you can do on defense, maybe we can do better. A flawless round for them, and they're able to, in a pretty decisive manner, say that we're not out just yet. Don't discount us out of this one, and there's still a lot to recover. 3 cushion rounds for Fanshawe. They need to find at least 1 to guarantee at least OT, and 2 to send us on over to our third map choice. But ultimately, Murray State, with a solid performance on this first round of the second half, can give us maybe an inclination, John, maybe a clue as to how they're going to play this one. And it's pretty aggressive, and it's pretty patient. And it's weird to be able to mention both of those.
It really is because we saw Obey get aggressive when needed to, but then eventually he kind of just moved into the background. He wasn't on the main stage there. We still had the anchor presence be very powerful to stop the white push. And once again, the amount of intel that was being gathered by the anchor game with that bulletproof camera and also just using their ears because they heard the ace charges detonate inside of a closet wall. Just pretty good stuff by Murray State. I did talk about how defender favored Oregon could be. So maybe that one round win by Murray State on their attack could be make or break between Fanshawe because we have seen them struggle before on their attacks as well. Just not as much because we only saw them play twice and it was a win and then a loss. But we have seen them get very discombobulated beforehand when Murray State just start running around the map and shooting at them. So I really feel like having that one round as kind of a buffer when they were on the attack for Murray State, that could honestly be make or break unless we see much better team play established like Fanshawe, similar to what we saw in the first half by Murray State, funny enough.
Funny enough, I think that's kind of the way to go about it. And Murray State on the defense, they bled one round, right, if I remember correctly, on map one, but it was because we saw Fanshawe just kind of sprint in. But the pacing that was set in stone, the way that they played that last round that we saw on map one, kind of gave us a clue as how do they like to play defense. And it's pretty well. I mean, they flawless that last one, too, if I remember correctly here, John. So we could see that kind of go the same way. But one of the reasons why you ban out Mira is because of this exact position of where Bravo is holding. And we saw Fanshawe employ this same strategy on their defense. And that's why Murray State did not want to approach through barrels at all. And with that destruction of that wall, perfection by Fanshawe as they take out the bottom side, remove out any possibility of the mute jammer to deny those X-Kairos pellets, and then they detonate onto the Black Mirror. And not only that, but they even find a kill onto DNA. And Fanshawe opens up with the opening round kill and tons of information behind it.
Well, at least the Twitch drone is going to spot out the mirror that they've fallen back, given up E-Box. I would hope so, though, because it just got opened up a few moments before that. Speaking of the devil, though, Bravo's going to catch one off guard with the Vector. Brendo will now fall, but they've already done their job fairly enough. I think they managed to maybe open up the top floor. Actually, no, I could be wrong, because I believe the Thunderbird is still playing up in that middle ground in meeting room. So this might just be a push in towards site, which is being keenly watched right now. Extra thick Ella barely manages to survive that hail of bullets. Now tries to get aggressive. Bravo may have not expected it, but they still have that health advantage. Whips out the secondary shotgun and actually finishes off the Twitch. Equalized position, though, as Shrimpfather gets one on towards Noodles. Still even footing, but you got to watch out for that flank, and thankfully, Shrimp is watching it, but the timing is going to be crucial here.
Thunderbird's quite dangerous. You also can stay alive. The spear in hand, it's a dangerous weapon, a thorny decision to try to throw at any util beyond it. But notice, even though Benaraketti is trying to clear out the wall, Bravo cleans up with a Vector and is able to bring it into a man advantage, favoring the Murray State defense once again. Now, too, Bravo finds a second kill in a Persa. It's their fourth in the round, might I add. And a lone army, as it looks like the ace could come to unfortunate shape, and that will be the case. Ace by Bravo, as Shrimpfather falls, and wow, Murray State have climbed their way once again. Now only a 2-round buffer between these squads, and the defense of Murray State looks quite solid, though obviously some holes in the armor, John, as mistakes were made, and it required an individual to carry them through to win that round.
Just a heavy case of tunnel vision and also just general funneling. Normally, when you want to go for a bunker push, you save that for later. You want to clear out the top floor because then you get rid of E-Box. You don't have to worry about that long angle inside of both Pillar and then E-Box itself. And then you can have somebody play backstairs, already having that top floor control, and then you can begin to push out bunker. We saw the exact opposite happen, which the map control by Fanshawe was okay, but once again, they had to deal with the flank eventually by, I think it was Ope on the Thunderbird that time around. I could be incorrect, though. And also, because they only had basically one direction to go through because they didn't even get control of highway, they were kind of force-feeding 1v1s for Bravo, and that Vector, it doesn't have the best damage, but what it does have is a jacked rate of fire. They were spraying out bullets, and there wasn't much that Fanshawe could do because they could only push through E-Box, and then they had to worry about a flank. It was just a bit of undercomplication there by Fanshawe, and then it became problematic because of that. So we're just seeing these common mistakes being made once again by Fanshawe. Thankfully, they've got rounds to bleed, but for how long is that going to be the case, Scott?
Yeah, when you typically talk about the basement site for the current meta, I would say, John, is kind of pursuing the freezer and laundry room push, having two players go down laundry, maybe sending three towards freezer, maybe just two, and then having one kind of apply pressure on rear stage to maybe flush out that pillar player or maybe catch that door that leads into freezer. There's a lot of options, and that's why we've seen that strategy come into more of a contending point against just that rear stage, aka tower push, or just going through barrels, because barrels is hard to go through. It's difficult, especially when Amira is still in play. They did a fabulous job. I mean, that was a great clear by Fanshawe. I don't think there's any way to understate the value of those X-Kairos pellets and being able to clear out that mute jammer. It was successful beyond belief, but they didn't actually clear the individual that was behind it, and that created complications, but they're still alive and ultimately find the ace. And like you said, tunnel visioning from one side and one side only. And when there's multiple avenues of approach, you have to kind of play that one. But when we're talking about the meeting room objective and we're saying the main go-to tertiary site, it's still a job of the Fanshawe side to clear out the second floor, because there's such a hefty extension by most defensive sides. And I think we're seeing that here. Benaraketti hanging out where it used to be the B side there, inside of kids' dorms. You've got Noodles hanging out right inside of Attic, not playing drop, playing a little bit more up close, but they're still struggling to kind of clear out. I'm kind of confused why they didn't reinforce that right wall, because then that mute jammer's job is not really a huge point for them. Oh, this may be why here, actually, as Noodles has a great angle to play from. Can force the side of Fanshawe to pursue their one direction of angle, and unfortunately Noodles doesn't get the better of that position and is now forced to retreat back over towards Kid Storms, and they even lose first kill with Fanshawe finding Obey.
Well, at least they got the first pick like you had mentioned. No aggression, though, despite the fact nobody's actually taking any control of meeting room against this attacking play. DNA, if that air jab is not placed properly, could maybe work for some sort of pick. I don't think they're aware he's so close inside of green. Spots out the Nomad. There's the big play. DNA with two. Finally gets caught on their behind by an air jab, but it's far too late. No one can work for that refrag. Ben may drop off screen, but Case needs to get recovered, and DNA is still popping off. 3 on the Wamai. The man advantage back in the favor of Murray State, and now with only 40 seconds left, it is turned into complete chaos once again with Fanshawe on the back burner.
Recovery by Murray State time in and time out, and that's such a problem for Fanshawe, as they've been struggling in the later stages. And notice now Noodles being DB'd, finished off quickly afterwards. Trent Father's the player to find the kill. Perza still needs to get onto that diffuser to pick it up, and it is being defended by DNA. Great swing to find Perza, a quad kill, and Bravo's nowhere near, and it will be, unfortunately, Shrimp to find it, but Shrimp's nowhere near the actual diffuser itself. One-on-one, DNA just needs to play safe. Now sitting in the exact same spot, just needs to hide, and has actually rotated to the back of rear stage and has gone prone in corner, and Murray State find it because of it. Talk about Murray State being able to play the objective and not just for the kills. They're not gunning constantly. The slowness by Fanshawe, their pacing was what cut them down. They essentially had their Achilles tendon snipped early and felt like they were just struggling to move towards sight, and even when they got anywhere close to it, Murray State found kills and equalized things out time in and time out. 5 versus 4 in our round differential, and they have climbed back, now 1 away from tying us.
Like you mentioned, the patience there was fantastic by DNA, spotting that small error of the air jab being misplaced and then catching all of Fanshawe off guard. But they really needed to stop dragging their feet in the mud. They had stuns, they had lion scans, they had drones, they had the man advantage at one point. I do not know why it took them so long to never even deal with DNA. Like, great capitalization, don't get me wrong, but they had like 4 people stacked up in the back of meeting, essentially, and yet they were not able to kill the lone Romai with no one playing around him. That was just him doing God's work on that last round. So incredibly odd by Fanshawe, and once again, their team play issues on the attacks have not been remedied. I'm really shocked after that round, especially we did not see a timeout, because you could definitely see Fanshawe just be like, all right, let's just take a bit more time, do better at droning, knowing where the defenders are placed at, and positioning ourselves in a better way. Nope, they're going to just keep going, punch after punch after punch, and just hope they don't get knocked out in these next couple of rounds, because now we have almost completely seen that deficit completely be removed, because one more round by Murray State, they equalize, and another one after that, they've got match and series point in their back pocket.
You talk about that cushion that Fanshawe had initially, and I think they've kind of just let it go to a degree. And while defense is definitely favored on this map, when we saw that outcome there in the first half, we're seeing it once again here. It's just such a hard position to come back from, but they'll start things off once again. They find the opening kill. They're able to cut down Obey, who had found that first kill initially in this first round of the second half, and puts them in a pretty good spot to try and move beyond this. But Fanshawe, even if they have found that opening kill, struggle to move beyond it, struggle to find anything else. Even if they do get the second, they just aren't winning these rounds, and now they have to kind of find the option. Bravo, we saw them find a kill just a couple rounds ago on this objective, swinging from that trophy door, that hunting door, and finding a shot over towards that master bedroom entrance. But talk about the swiftness from Fanshawe. They have completely stepped aside their last strategy of playing slow, and they've already opened up that games room wall and have given themselves the sight line now onto sight.
I mean, that's what they needed, though. They got the first pick. They've got hard breach established. They just need to rotate big window and maybe white stairs, and that's going to be fine. Especially since there's no Maverick, they really cannot go for an attic play. But look at this pick by Extra Thick Ella, stepping up big on the Thermite in so many different ways, and also denies a bit of information as well. For once, Fanshawe, they are strongly in the driver's seat. They just need to maybe rotate around a couple of players and just not get too tunnel vision, because that could allow mistakes to be made. And there's Exhibit A. Noodles will manage to find Perza. Still a winnable position, though, by Fanshawe. They are still in the lead. But once again, if they make some sort of fatal error, if someone goes on the flank and they're not at the ready for it, this could be detrimental, despite the fact we're bound to see a post plant in these next couple of seconds, Scott.
And Brennan planting right next to Foosball. Easy place to go through, and trade goes for both sides. Shrimp onto Binacaretti. Bravo onto Extra Thick Ella, and now we'll have to kind of decide. Shoes have been spotted, but two players are covering the angle, and Bravo's in a very bad spot to try and fight that one back. Noodles doesn't really know where they need to transition to, kind of lost, wants to do the run out, but they're not in a position to actually shoot in that spot. Instead, player on Foosball and Noodles working from White Stairs has the option. Pressure from both directions. Rabbit Hole's been DB&O. Now only two players really left standing in fighting shape, and Noodles has to watch out for the player actually laying in corner as well as Window. Tries to swing to one, tries to swing to two, but Brindo finds both and sends Fanshawe now at match point for this map. They have recovered from the unfortunate throbbing they've had in the last 3 rounds, and can lead themselves maybe into a map 3, as Murray State just could not defend that swift execute by Fanshawe.
Fortunately enough, yeah, only having the Malusi and Aruni at 1 point and not having the proper communication there. I would say they were trying to swing around at the exact same time, but because of the fact we had somebody on that upside down window rappel, it was just way too hectic. And I think the one thing that denied the Malusi of wanting to go for that run out was the fact they probably expected an air jab to be deployed. I think that was the big detriment, because there was a nomad on the last round. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
I believe so. Yes,
Yes,
I think it was.
I had thought so. I didn't think I was going insane. So I think they were expecting an air jab to be deployed there, and they're like, all right, if I get air jabbed, I'm dead. And then that's a 1v3 with someone still outside. So I would rather not do that. And they made it much more winnable. 2v2. Window player, and then somebody who was basically trapped. They just could never kill the Ayana, and then that did allow for Fanshawe to still hold very strong in that position. So, like we mentioned, match point here for Fanshawe, map point on Oregon. Now they got to deal with this basement floor once again, and there were tons of issues that Fanshawe had when they were attacking this site. Specifically, they never cleared out that middle floor meeting room, and they just kind of funneled in through Blue Bunker. If that happens again, this could definitely turn into 6-5, but I think with the positioning of the drones by Fanshawe, I don't think they'll be making the same mistake twice.
Yeah, and I want to point out that we've seen a very disjointed, or maybe responsibility not centralized Fanshawe, I guess is the term I want to use. Our observer just pointed out to us as well, and I was kind of curious about it when I saw it. We saw Extra Thick Ella injury in that round to step through. They breach out Game's wall, and then they peek and swing all the way over towards Attic, not just once, but thrice. And it's weird to see your Thermite do that, especially when their responsibility was to put down the diffuser and really do just that. And the aggression from them is interesting. And I think Fanshawe's had that problem this entire time. The responsibility of the individuals in their roles are all over the place. It's strange to see people doing what their role is not. And I think Murray State have just been able to win because of that in a lot of ways, because it seems very disjointed in that regard. But when Fanshawe finds these round wins, they look really good doing so, and they're having some pretty good pace here in this round as well, as they've cleared out Z. They are now looking to step down that security hall and work towards Freezer, and thankfully we won't have to see them funnel in towards that barrel side, though I think Perza is still maybe trying to work from that direction and apply pressure, but obviously taking about 60 damage puts him in a bad spot, but taking 100 damage is the player of Shrimpfather, who Noodles finds the kill with, and will send them now in a player favor for Murray State as they picked up first frag.
We just also barely managed to see Extrasick Ella not only just die, but have their own drone destroyed by their exothermic charge on the hatch. They weren't able to drone themselves, and oh dear, case in the middle of Z. Thankfully, though, I think Brendo could try to recover it, but they are expecting some sort of roamer to be prowling about, and they don't want to die here because that'd be a 5v2. Case still dropped in the middle of Z, and that would be basically an unwinnable position at that point for only two people, and one of them already tagged to about half of their health overall. So all of a sudden, Murray State have once again been able to isolate a couple of people and now kind of put Fanshawe in a rock and a hard space, especially since we had that top floor roam established by Murray State and we only saw Fanshawe slightly adapt. With a lot of teams wanting to roam more and more on a map like Oregon, especially on that basement floor, you've got to clear out the whole map as if you're playing on Cafe. So it is just a bit of laziness there because Fanshawe weren't expecting it, and it did cost them that inevitable potential map 3 in an easy manner. And once again, this roam game still afoot. We've got Obey just kind of prowling about there on the Thunderbird, and really no options left for Fanshawe except just to try to run into sight and hope for a miracle to happen.
Freezer's working down from Freezer's steps there, a little bit slow to do so, and that's obviously because of the pressure that Murray State had been applying. And speaking of that pressure, Obey able to find another kill. Murray State now at a 3-player advantage, and they have not allowed Fanshawe to gather any glimpses of success on a single kill for their side, and that's not just a big boon for them in the round, as it puts them in a good spot to continue the pace, but it's also a swing for them after a round loss, as they have just essentially just put a hefty burden on the psyche of the Fanshawe players, and I think that's just continuing to be drowned into the dirt. As only one kill being gathered, now 2 with Rabbit Hole swinging out from that B side all the way through, but it's a little too late for them, not able to clean up the rest of the 3 that is necessary to win the round in time. Father Time is the player that essentially ends it. Murray State climb back. We're finding 5 rounds for them. Fanshawe still at match point, and we'll run round away from guaranteeing OT if Murray State can continue the same success. But we're having to head back to the kids' dorms and dorms room main hall, and this is where Fanshawe had a very swift and very strong win. I don't know if Murray State have maybe adjusted on the fly as much as they did. Let's talk about the map 1 win, where we saw Fanshawe take an attacking round, and it was because they sprinted into sight through that Aqua on Coastline. Murray State's second round, they did not change at all, but Fanshawe did, and it caused problems. Fanshawe going to sprint in once again. I don't think Murray State's going to adapt the same way.
Potentially having a Valkyrie here for Murray State to allow those runouts to happen if the Nomad gets a bit lackadaisical, that could be good, but unfortunately we not see that. Instead, the exact opposite, actually having a lot of plant denial, the Shamika launchers put in the right hands can waste a lot of time and deny any map pressure, despite the hard destruction being solid. And also the Evil Eyes, once again, we have seen them on the side of Fanshawe actually do a bit of work against Murray State very early into this matchup on map 2, and now we're going to see it once again. So this lineup here by Murray State, definitely a big fan of, but I really for sure would have definitely have wanted to see somebody maybe get aggressive with that Valkyrie pick. But I think it's the fact that Murray State, they don't want to risk any early picks. They have seen people like Extra Thick Ella, like Brendo get those opening entries, and then they just kind of take the full momentum and run with it, which has been a good way of Fanshawe winning a lot of their rounds on defense. But on the attack, it hasn't been the same story, but that was for both teams as well.
Momentum is kind of the big thing as well when you're talking about how Murray State was struggling on the attack, and we saw Fanshawe take all their defense, essentially. Now we saw Fanshawe struggling on the attack, and Murray State took a huge spree of rounds. It's momentum that allows for you to go forward, and it's about denying that momentum as well. If they're able to pick up a round, don't let them get another one. Don't let them carry it to a second. Don't let them spree rounds together, because if they are allowed to string things up, then you're put on a back burner. You're kind of saying, all right, the momentum may be a little bit shocked. We need to adjust ourselves, stay calm and collected, and that's a big problem, not just for like collegiate or T3 scenes, but every scene. Players' psyches start to burn, and the longer you play, the more likely it is to essentially work against you. But Bravo has an option here. If he just shoots through that window, could find a kill quite literally, but not the avenue, as they're seeing a shadow up on the rooftop. Bravo may actually swing this here as he knows that shadow was up there. Unfortunately, no one gives them the time of day, and Bravo, forced to take a step back, will actually play towards that master bedroom side. And DNA not just gets the Nitro, but swings with the MP5 and finds extra thick Ella and gives Murray State a 2-player advantage, a much-needed one on a round that they lost just previously.
Now, I wasn't actually sure of this or not, but he might have had that pre-placed waiting for someone to walk in on that soft flooring, and because nobody droned that out, that could have been their own impending doom. And now we have the flank being attempted as well. Maybe Brendo and Rabbit Hole could fall, but no. Obey will think wiser of it and actually just go back to the site potentially to help out the rest of their anchoring teammates. Minute 20 left, and that beautiful double kill set by Murray State has now allowed them to comfortably fall back. They could maybe reinforce the rotate hole between Kids and Act if they wanted to, but they don't have any more reinforcements left, so that is still a point of entry here for the offense. But they are so low on mostly player base and also a bit of time as well, because they've got to deal with both the Shamika launchers and Evil Eyes. This might be an overtime situation for Fanshawe, as they only have one avenue of approach and so much to deal with in that exact same manner.
Capital is a strong choice in the operators. I love Capital, John. I love Capital. One of my favorite operators in this game, but there's a lot of problems that comes through when playing the Capital, and that's space. You're putting down those fire bolts and the asphyxiation bolts, and what does it do beyond that? You're just kind of hurting Rabbit Hole at this point, and it's just kind of becomes a problem of how do you adjust your util. And with Benno Ricchetti, who has arguably the better fire bolts, not really bolts, they're the Shamika launchers, you're kind of playing with fire in a little bit more of a direct way. And I think you have to smoke a little bit smarter when it comes to these corners. And you can see Brendo has been trying to do that and has now cut that sideline for Benno Ricchetti, but Benno Ricchetti can just spray down through that angle constantly. And unfortunately, both Perza and Brendo are off the board with a shot there, and Noodles pulls out the bailiff to find the last in the Rabbit Hole, who was trying to step in through the big window inside of this Storm's room and is very quickly denied. And we are seeing OT guaranteed now, John. 13 rounds in OT, and the recovery by Murray State cannot be understated, quite literally, as they had to recover from a 5-1 half. And now we get to see how this one's going to go. Keep in mind, Murray State's last win, both maps hit OT, so they are no foreigners, to OT situations.
Yeah, two different 5-to-1 splits like you had mentioned, Scott. So two incredibly defender-favored sites. That honestly might be the thing that gives Murray State the upper hand, because now they can dictate once again how they want to play in these positions, what they want to bring out, and now Fanshawe are kind of scrambling to figure out what they need to improve on. Once again, it is just how they approach like general positioning and dealing with the roam game once again, because we saw everyone push Addict last round. That's never a good idea. We had nobody go big window until it was already a 1vx, and we had nobody white or the back of Master leading in the closet. And don't get me wrong, the same thing happened, but instead it was a Master take, and it did work. But that's because we had two opening picks, because they cleared out the roam successfully near lobby. That was like the main reason why, because they had bodies to throw out the problem and only had to deal with a couple of angles in the site. We didn't get that luxury for Fanshawe last round. Things completely evened up here into overtime. That plus 12 round regulation no longer a problem here. And we're going back to the basement floor, which has not been a favorable site for Fanshawe at all, except when they've been defending it.
Speaking of favor, right? Fanshawe have tried to curry it on the attack by being quick, but when they're being denied of that swiftness, like we said, you kind of thought that maybe DNA had pre-placed that Nitro cell. I think I kind of agree with that one, but Fanshawe's pace was a huge reason why they won that one attacking round that they did manage to get, and I think Murray State have adapted to it in a way that allows for them to have this cushion, have this level of safety, and then just swing things constantly for them. They are just saying, hey, good luck stepping through here. We got Nitro cells, we got Shamika launchers. Their operator selection was paramount to the success for Murray State on the defense, and now they can try to repeat that. Oh my goodness. How is this not done just yet? Still being done as the mute jammer has been actually moved towards the right side. Smarter decision here by the Murray State side. They know how they got cleared so quickly last time, and it actually required the player of Bravo. Was it Bravo or was it Benacredi at the time to have to get a 5K on the position? And already starting off in a great way. Finds one, but still three more coming from Barrel's side. It's dangerous to pursue it any further.
I talked about the funneling. No one on that top floor, so E-Box cannot be opened up, and the mirror window not dealt with, allowing Bravo to go big. Almost a third, but aims a bit too high. With that mute jammer finally being destroyed, though, he'll have to fall back. But the problem is, he still found two in the middle of E-Box, and this bunker push has been completely halted. No one's rotated around. They'll still have to do a pillar as well, and backstairs, because of the fact no one's moved up above. The Jaeger of Noodles is actually not Harry Potter. Instead, he's just vibing in the middle of the stairs, hoping to maybe find some sort of pick as well to join in on all the fun, and he now gets even more aggressive as that information has now dried up after the drone spotted him out, and only now, in this minute 20, Scott, do we see the IQ of Perza rotating around to make a play.
It's really just a game of trying to pivot around these corners. Look at Binocuretti, who has not been funneled out of Freezer at all. And this is the problem when you're talking about pursuing barrels. I think, though, Fanshawe lost their lives a bit too quickly when it comes to clearing out second to first floor last time. When they try to go towards Laundry and Freezer, I still think it's a better outlook, as Fanshawe right now in that funnel, in that tunnel visioning position, have just been dying. They've just been getting cut down by Murray State. And that is something that cannot be allowed. And if it's a consistent problem, which it has been, you have to adjust before it happens again. And we have not seen that adjustment. Instead, Perza, who steps towards rear stage, now has to try to clear out that direction. But notice that they have not funneled and cleared out the first floor. And it's just Obey on the flank. And then Bravo once again to clean out yet another. A flawless round win in OT. Starting things off strong for Murray State. And it looks like they're trying not to head to a map 3. They want to finish this in 2.
Looks like it, but we do have Fanshawe on the defense. Both of these teams have been very strong on that side, so we could definitely guarantee a plus 15 round position perhaps, but it all comes down to how Fanshawe are truly feeling. I can go tally up the amount of rounds. It was 3 in a row for Murray State at the end, so we haven't really seen any wins out of Fanshawe's back pocket in quite some time. Moving into Kids and Dorms, though, this is one of their better sites. Having extra thick Ella just run around the map, kind of like a chicken with their head cut off, but a bit more methodical, I guess. That's kind of an over-exaggeration because Ella did know when and when not to go for a swing. It did give a lot of problems for Murray State, but I'm hoping here that for the attacking side, they understand we just need to approach from more than one area to kill this Ella, and then that's pretty much step one of our whole process of getting around on the offense, and that could honestly be one of the few things that allows Murray State to get the upper hand is if they eliminate that roam game very early on.
No FO12 for extra thick Ella. Our observers calling that out once again, highlighting that we're seeing Fanshawe not use what was arguably their most successful weapon on the defense. And I'm not talking about just the FO12, but I'm talking about extra thick Ella as a whole, who was paramount to the success they had on their defensive half and was there, but wasn't as successful of a force in their attacking half. And I think just as a whole, Fanshawe weren't as successful as they necessarily wanted to be, obviously, on their attacking half, as you would obviously want to win every round, but Murray State did a great job of denying that one, and let's talk about how it favors in this position. Murray State did really good on the defense. Obviously, defense is the favored half for both of these teams, and they get defense twice in OT. Twice, which means that they arguably would be the team expected to win. But Fanshawe managed to take themselves a attacking round win off a quick push. They can replicate that success if they wanted to, but Murray State was also of that same side. So the bigger question is, will it require the full OT, or is Murray State going to send us 8-6? I don't know. It's up to how Murray State played this one, and they're as slow as they were previously, which was a major problem for them in their half.
This is only the first 40 seconds, though. The pacing isn't that bad. They've already dealt some damage to Brendo and Shrimp, so they are asserting themselves at least a smidge. And I think they're getting themselves ready to go for some nade tosses through a couple of floors to maybe open up against those bandit batteries. And oh no, I think Perza got caught in the crossfire. A second nade could put him in the dust here, and that won't happen to Perza. Instead, the rabbit hole gets caught lacking. A 5 versus 3 now because Perza has still not been revived. And with the wall being opened up, this could be detrimental. Noodles waiting with such great patience, catches extra thick Ella, and now it's a 2 versus 5 with Murray State having such a good advantage. We might not get to see 15 rounds, Scott. It could take a few more well-tossed nades, and this could be over before we even knew it.
the danger positions off that destructive utility, it's so important. And they brought 6 of them to the table here, John. And they've only tossed 3. Half of them have been sent, and the impact they have found cannot be understated. Still having 3 left to work with, 2 in the hands of Obey and 1 in the hands of Bravo. But if you look at what Obey is doing right now, it's the blowtorch, trying to, I guess, gain a point of entry from the opposing side. But I mean, the coverage is definitely there for Murray State. Talk about Noodles holding White Stairs, has an angle of impact and is trying to make that impact. And Bravo's got the go-ahead from up above, can toss a nade in through window, and Pers is going to take a lick of damage off the top of it. Not yet killed, but Brando is, and Perza was probably the player they should have lost in this position, as he's already down to 20 HP after that pickup, and boom, there it is. Benaraketti finds it 1 versus 5, and a flawless round by Murray State to send us out. And that is going to be all she wrote. A fabulous, fabulous map 2 for both teams, John, as we see a great recovery by Fanshawe, but Murray State, hard-fought victory, quite literally straight to the end of OT to take us 8-6.
I'm not gonna lie, this should definitely be a map that we see Fanshawe opt for more often, because like the problems they had, super simple to fix. You play a couple scrims, play some rank games with your stack, and then you get that team cohesion flushed in more. Like that's fine, because they had some really good rounds specifically on their defense, so that's fine, but their attacks are very lackluster. The same thing can be said though for their opponents of MSU, and they finally got that one up though. They had 1 more round win on the attack against their opponents, and that really was the make or break decision there, because they finally got their stuff together. So honestly, that was a really good way to send out the best of 3 series. Technically a 2-0 favoring MSU, but I mean, it was literally down to a few round deficit moving into map number 2, which was much better to see in comparison than just that quick 7-1 on Coastline.
Yeah, I really I love what you said about them being really strong on this map. Both teams could play this map constantly, and I would enjoy it every single time. But yeah, the attack was just not it. Murray State's their adjustment to play 6 nades and have that destructive utility and being able to employ it from beneath, through these windows, through all the way from that outside awning. Their positioning for that util was really good, and we saw it obviously pay out. And I think that was what they needed to do, because what we saw from Fanshawe on the defense was them sitting still on that site a lot. They didn't extend nearly as much as Murray State did, and when they did, the fact that they pick up the kills on the player sitting on site just means that, hey, we have to rotate back or site's all by itself, which just means, hey, wait a couple seconds, toss a few more. We brought 6 of these. We can just wait the time out, and they did just that. And then for the side of Fanshawe on their attack, what worked was speed. What worked was that sprint into site. What worked is that tempo that they really forced in their favor, and they didn't do that on the basement side. And I get it. That side's a lot harder to do that when they played it in OT, and they weren't able to do it the last time around either when they saw that on their attack. But they gotta find a way to perform that level of speed. If they're quick enough, they don't have to watch their flank as heavily, and they just fell victim to a lot of that roaming play time in and time out, as well as that funnel, that tunnel visioning we saw. But super fun map altogether. Much closer the Coastline was. We'll have to see how they continue to play throughout the season. It's only week 5. There's still a few more to go on, so make sure to stay tuned. There's also another game coming up right after this one. I will not be there. Neither here will Fellow. So make sure to follow us on Twitter down below our names. Make sure to check out the casters coming right after us too. Stay tuned for more NECC here in week 5 R6.
Hey everybody, thank you guys so much for stopping by the second match of the day for NECC week number 5. My name is Brian. Corbeck is joining me in the booth, my friend. We're set up for a beautiful game today. Waterloo versus the University of Ottawa. What can we expect?
Oh, these are two, relatively high level teams, right? This is the Legends bracket, the Legends division, I guess I should say. So these are teams that are quite competent, right? They're be good players on both sides. Waterloo Gold has had a bit of a rough start. They haven't reported all their matches, but as far as we know for a record, they're at 0-1 right now. Ottawa Garnet is at 1-1. It's a little shaky because there are a couple of unreported like matchups in here, so we can't draw too much from their respective records. But suffice to say, I think we will be seeing a relatively high level of play coming out of these two teams today.
Well, let's bring up our rosters and actually see who's going to be representing our teams today. It's going to be Waterloo up first. Waterloo Gold Slate, Samwise, Gamgee, or just Samwise is going to be joining. Ultra Groovy, or Groove, and Soonfin?
Yes.
Suvin, I like that name.
Suvin. That's a good name. That's a good name. It's a younger
Right.
team too, Chief. I think that's one of the most interesting things about it is there's not a senior on this roster, so a bit of kind of age discrepancy there. Which we've talked about it before, whether or not it makes a huge difference to have more veteran players, like literally age wise, to have more veteran players, and it's something that I still the jury kind of feels out to me on that one, but I do think it makes a little bit of a difference.
And let's see who their challengers are tonight. Tristan, let's go over to the University of Ottawa. It's going to be Xander, K3 Addy, Cairo, Raven, Val, and who's their final? It's going to be Alekin Ackerman? Ackerman? I like that, like the tires, like on a race car. Ackerman.
There you go. Like the race car. I think it's Ackerman, something like
Akin
that.
Ackerman. See, here's the problem.
Ackerman.
I have a degree in finance and reading names and like what does this say? Like my brain just doesn't know how to process it. Again, numbers, bueno, words and letters, no bueno.
The exact opposite. I don't do numbers. I laugh. My teachers used to tell me I never had a calculator in my pocket, but I do now. A more veteran team, but still a lot of young members here on Ottawa Garnet as well. So I think again we're building towards sort of a power parity in this matchup, at least experience wise. But let's take a look at where this matchup will occur. We'll pull up our map bans for the day, and some of these results may shock you a little bit. Oregon got banned very early on, but Chief, it did not keep us out of Clubhouse. We will be going there, and then an interesting setup with Chalet coming in second, which means we will definitely play it, and then Villa could come in as the decider at the end.
All I'm saying, my friend, is Cafe and Oregon, the first two bands I think are an enigma in Collegiate because those are usually the maps that teams tend to gravitate towards, right?
Yep.
And we have a fresh lease on life today. I'm really excited for map number 2 of Chalet, but I have good news, Tristan. I actually think we're actually ready to dive into the game. So let's start things off here with Clubhouse. And Clubhouse is a default map. Everybody is very well versed on this map. And one thing that I was actually about to pitch to you was I have been seeing Clubhouse, well, change recently. And one critical factor, Thatcher is no longer the primary band and no longer as powerful as they once used to be because Maverick is way more versatile, especially with those nades.
I think Maverick in general is just, Thatcher is a very annoying character. And I think the fact that we don't see him played very much does mean that people have gotten accustomed to not having him in the game and underestimating how effective he actually is, right? But at the same point in time, I think it's really hard to deny that, Maverick is not equally annoying, right? These holes, the frag grenades, the ability to kind of bypass a lot of hard defense like stuff. It's just so annoying. I think it's not entirely surprising that we haven't seen Thatcher banned here, and I'm curious though if Waterloo and Ottawa both, as they take over the attacking side, can actually rise to the occasion of this and get value out of Thatcher because he's played so little that Suvin probably has their work cut out for them here in order to make sure that this is actually effective.
And I want to add one more piece to the Thatcher puzzle. Remember, there are ways to trick the EMPs. You can ADS trick, you can, well, my pancake trick, you can bandit trick, and you can K trick. You cannot do any of those with a Maverick in play. I guess technically you can pick up those ADSs and drop them if you're trying to avoid the nades, but we're talking purely about like the utility of the blowtorch, right? Like if you're bandit tricking, you're going to die because Maverick is going to slice away the bottom portion of the reinforced wall. Your feet are going to be exposed and you're dead. If Thatcher's in play, well, you can pick up your bandits, you can put them back down and avoid the EMPs. If you're playing behind a deployable shield, same thing. You can pick up the ADS, put it back down so it doesn't get EMP. There's a lot of ways to counter a Maverick, and I think a lot of teams kind of just forget about that. And the same thing can be said, too. Thatcher can kind of fall into the Mira fallacy, right? Which is what I describe as if you're not scrimming with Mira, if you're not scrimming with Thatcher, there's a very high likelihood that you're not going to be playing Thatcher. How I will prove that statistic is if we go back to the 6th Invitational, Thatcher was banned 75% of the time. However, for the rounds that they were available, 12% of the rounds that Thatcher was left unbanned, they were played. 12%.
I mean, it just makes sense. If you're used to something, right, you're not going to change it up. And as effective as Thatcher can be, is he worth kind of upsetting your rhythm? I actually think that Waterloo has maybe fallen into a little bit of a trap here. I genuinely don't think you needed to bring Thatcher on this attack. I don't think he adds that much. There's no real designated hard breach denial here on the side of Ottawa. It's not like they brought, you know, a Kaid along, which I think was an option for them. They've chosen to forsake that there. So I actually think you probably could have just subbed him out and brought in somebody else, but it's fine. They also have 2 hard breachers here. So really, I think feeling a bit of the pinch of not having the access to what I would consider to be kind of the strongest hard breachers right now, Habana and Maverick respectively. So I'm curious to see what they do with the Ace. I'm curious to see what they do with the Thermite. I mean, I have a pretty good idea of where they're going to be going, and I don't really know that Ottawa's got an effective means to defend it, but still, I don't know if you genuinely needed to bring both of them, all things considered.
Well, slow map control being established from Waterloo, and they're doing a brilliant job of their due diligence, making sure that those drones spot out any potential roamers. No roamers on the side of the University of Ottawa. They've all been recalled back to the bomb site. Exothermic charge is going to detonate on the blue hatch. A little bit, I don't know, I'm not comfortable with exothermic charges being used on hatches like that, especially when you have pocket thermite charges like Buck the Samwise, but I think the thermite's already done their job opening up the dirt tunnel, so you kind of have extra flexibility with the exothermic charges, but there's one key aspect of the exothermic charge. Is there an impact trick in play? Very possible. 2 sets of impact grenades are in the defending pockets, and what on earth are we doing there, Ayana? How did we die so early? Were we just rushing?
Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like. Gurv was just in a not very good position. Slade is also pushing really aggressively onto this side. And, you know, the interesting thing is here, if he wants to, he can probably open up that wall. I think he's still has util left. I don't know if that's something he necessarily wants to do because you are theoretically opening up yet another sight line. It could be a little unpleasant. Speaking of charges, there's one going off, but there's no denial here for it. It will pop open. Oh, a bit of a risky play there by Acrobat, actually just running underneath it. There was a brief moment there where if somebody had been on their game on the top deck, they might have secured a kill. Still, this round going very slowly. Less than 40 seconds left, and really, Waterloo has not made a significant sustained attack yet.
This Buck has to start to whip that skeleton key and start to remove the floorboards. You have to start to find avenues into these defenders and start to pinch them, remove them from the bomb site that you want to go for. Now, the problem with that is, Corbeck, B's the only bomb site that is vulnerable, and Samwise has done their job. They've actually removed all the floorboards, and now opening up the ash wall, the avenue to spot has been identified, and now they're starting to crash on forward. Plan begins to going down, and one left. It's all into Val, who has the SMG-11, and low HP finding a kill will not be able to convert the other 3 into success, and that's going to be Waterloo finding victory on round number 1.
Again, I do think you kind of had the right of it there. They just weren't getting enough value kind of initially out of the buck, but it was a good concerted effort at the tail end by Waterloo to get aggressive and to get in. I don't know if I necessarily feel super excited, or not excited is not the right word. I don't know if I necessarily feel super comfortable about watching kind of the 30-second meta in action right there, but you know, if it works, right? At the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. They have actually brought Bandit now as we go up to CCTV cache, but again, Bandit is another one of those operators, and generally, actually, I should say the site in particular has become sort of a difficult place, right? We used to think this is one of the most defender-oriented sites probably in all of Siege. It really is isn't that way right now. And I don't think removing Hibana and Maverick respectively here, Chief, is enough to actually change that vibe. Like, I still think this is a pretty, like, this is a little bit of a trap for defenders if they don't play this 100% properly. The only advantage you have here, right, and this was something you were talking about earlier, is that you can effectively bandit trick this, right? You can't actually do that. It's going to make your life a little bit easier. You don't have to worry about Maverick throwing in a grenade or a hole being opened up or anything like that. So that does change the tenor just a little bit.
I think I'd rather play Cash CCTV with a Thatcher than a Maverick ban, right? Like,
yeah, I would as well. Yeah.
I mean, so at least there's something going for Ottawa, but man, this bomb site just has become so claustrophobic, as you're alluding to. And what has Ottawa really done other than the bandit to help facilitate this wall, or help hold this wall, right? If you have the bandit tricking, which it does look like that's going to be taking place, you have Jaeger in play, you have Wamai in play, so those are going to be excellent assets, and I think we're going to see a denial of potential nades, but again, Thatcher's in play, so you have to make sure you crank up those headsets and hear exactly where the exothermic charge is going for, and it's going to be a two-pronged hard breach. You're not going to be able to defend both sides. So the Selma charge is on the right side, the Thermite charge on the left side, and with the successful detonation, Bandit forced to hightail out of the way. Great job, though, to keep your life intact.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't go down with the ship, which I think is eminently, important right there. Interesting, by the way, they did actually clip the alibi right there at the tail end of that, so they gave away a little bit of intel, at least to their general positioning. Now, Gerv, again, kind of taking this very aggressive positioning, does have the tool here for the scout if they want to use it. Hasn't really deployed the Gemini yet. I think that could be, something they should really think about doing before they send Gerv just running in there. Ackerman alive down here in Oil Pit, by the way, took a hefty amount of damage before falling back, but again, a bit of a slow start to the round, and yet another alibi coming in big. That's the second or third decent piece of intel they managed to pick up off of one as Riven holds up here. I liked how they got through here, Chief, with the double breach. I think that was very effective, and that's put a ton of pressure on Riven and Ackerman to really hold on from this position, because now the ability to cross back over to Cash is effectively eliminated.
There's still further breaching taking place from the offensive side. You heard the Selma detonating over into Garage. It's going to create an avenue into the rafters section. So if there's a player roaming up in that section, which there is Ravens in that location, they're going to start to be pinched from multiple angles, the garage door proper, as well as the newly breached Selma hold. So they're going to have to just start to prioritize who is the biggest threat there. But with Ackerman below, you actually have the ability to defend the stairwells and defend your player playing rafters. Unfortunately, Ackerman's unable to find that kill, and Waterloo with a +2 man advantage, the Buck Skeleton Key below in stock. Man, Ottawa is starting to really feel the pressure. They're going to have to start to make a play, and with the smoke toxic gas grenades already detonating early, the loss of your nitro cell, Ottawa's play is now desperate.
This is what we're talking about when we say how claustrophobic it is. Look at how tight the defenders are now, really stuck in a difficult position here. That's the last smoke canister being thrown out. Suvin pushing up aggressively. The defenders are there, but Val's going on a weird long rotate here, maybe trying to get something up from below. It won't save Xander at all. He's down almost immediately, and now out comes the diffuser as Val just sort of desperately firing shotguns up there. He gets one. It's Samwise, but it's not the attacker you need. He gets another one through the floor, though. That's Suvin down, but Ultra there to make sure that it doesn't run away too far, goes ahead and gets the kill and ends the round.
Valiant effort to use the Mossberg shotgun to try to rectify that post plant. 2 kills to your name, great job, but again, it was a 1v4, and that was just not quite enough. Ottawa so far, Tristan, has been very passive on their defense. We saw in round number 1, they elected to go for a full site anchor. And here again, in round number 2, a completely different bomb site, Cash CCTV. Once again, they elect to anchor, and it just allows Waterloo to crack open the bomb sites using their exothermic charges, using their Selma charges. And from there, the long line of sights start to punish Ottawa. They can't sit comfortably in their position. Once you start to incorporate the Buck Skeleton Key of Samwise from below, all of a sudden, Ottawa has lost every single place except for red to comfortably sit, and then your bomb site is pretty much compromised. You can see what Waterloo's able to do from there. They're able to just win simple gunfights and begin their plant.
I'm going to ask you this because I feel like you have a better siege brain than I do when it comes to these sort of things. Why would you not play Kaid in this situation if you were trying to hold that wall?
So I would be bringing a Cade and a Bennett. So I would have my Cades on the garage walls. So the panels, the 4 panels would all be
Yeah.
caded, and then I'd try to actively trick. The reason why I wouldn't bring a cade for the CCTV wall, the plat wall, is because of the EMPs. If I'm going to be electing to go for a trick, I could be much faster with a bandit, and I would have probably done exactly what bandit would have done the last round. I would have prioritized the exothermic charge because they're faster and allowed the Selma to detonate. Again, you can cade trick. It's very difficult to do. You have to be almost frame perfect. It's possible, but bandit tricking is just, I guess, kind of the lesser of the evils.
Do you think though that the calculus changes a little bit when you see them double opening there with both the hard breach? Like, you know what I mean, right? Like the bandit can't get both of those. Like you said last time, would you not kind of maybe consider bringing a Kaid along in that circumstance? I mean, it's all kind of moot. It's just an interesting little bit of a discussion point here as Kiro tries to predict. Not that time they will get. No, they will get the double breach off. So as valiant as Kiro is trying to be right now, I don't think it will avail him any good. How does he get out of that? Oh, he's just kept his head down just enough that he can sneak out right there, and a little bit. I honestly think that we probably could have seen him die right there if Slate had been in just a slightly different position, but as it were, he will escape with his life. So the wall is breached, but they will at least maintain the 5v5 for now.
But going back to your discussion, I'd rather have the Cades in garage because of Raven's position, and you have to burn 3 EMPs versus to get all the walls that you want. So you use 1 EMP for plat, they're wasting a thermite charge and a Selma charge. The other 2 Selmas are going to most likely go in the garage walls, which are EMP'd, or which are caded and very difficult to EMP. The only way you can EMP them is vertically on these like weird little like rollers where the garage doors would almost roll up, and that's very difficult to do. Again, you just have to think of the macro element of the round, and yes, it'd be easier to deal with a Selmas, but you leave somebody else vulnerable. So it's the lesser of the evils.
Yeah, you're very correct. And I mean, it's almost kind of interesting the impact that Suvin has had on the Thatcher. Outside of his kill line, I don't think it's been necessarily hugely impactful, but with the Maverick out, I feel like this is their, kind of best alternative. Speaking of alternatives there, Riven picking an alternative sight line will take Slate down in the garage. Slate was just a little too static holding that line of sight. Suvin now dueling it out with the man up there in the rafters. It's not a particularly comfortable position to be in. Gerv, meanwhile, in a little bit of a trip down there by the bar, just checking to see if anybody is still lurking in that general area. Suvin begins to push up and he will win that gunfight. Suvin now on 5 kills, has had an absolute fragger here for the Waterloo side, tying Slate, who we just saw die in that garage.
Ackerman is still on the roam. The blue stairs is a potential avenue to flank either through red or up through a swamp. There's Ackerman's kill. It was swamp where that kill was found, and now they're a threat from below because Sam Wise was one of those players that was trying to use a Buck Skeleton key, but I think they've relocated to a different portion of the map. They've gone through garage because of the earlier pick. Oh no, Ultra falls to the breaching charge. They didn't coordinate their entry, and now it's a 2v4, and Waterloo might be losing round number 3. It's Sam Wise who's choked off by the smoke toxic gas grenade. Here's a flank from Ackerman, but again, with the man disadvantage, there's nothing Samwise can do.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That was a good round, to be fair, from Ottawa. They were in, I think, a genuinely commanding position right there as it went down to those final seconds. But certainly, like you said, the breach charge, that didn't help anything. You hate to see it. And it was almost like the minute that it went down, I don't know, Waterloo kind of abandoned any pretext of sanity, right? Like Suvin just jumped through the window and sprinted forward, hoping for some form of glorious redemption. And it wasn't too different from what Samwise did, really. Just kind of swung the corner into the gas and got shot down. So a bit of a busted round right there for them. Interesting, by the way, Chief. I was going to mention this, and we had a weird ending, so I had to talk about that first. But interesting that Slate and Suvin, who are the traditional support roles here, even though I've never totally believed in that structure and see just a little too fluid of a game for there to feel really designated roles. But interestingly enough, they're the top fraggers. You don't usually see that very often, that the support players are the one who are doing the dirty work. The entries, by comparison, have been almost non-existent.
I wonder if they're taking lessons from NC State, the second rated team in the nation, because one of their top fraggers is a support player, Anarchy. Rai, another their true support player, their main SMG 11 hard breach, is one of their top frags, and Taco's a flex who's also one of their top ranks. So maybe that's just something in collegiate where you're just used to your role and you hop on your role, and when your team needs you to click heads, you kind of go off. I mean, to be fair, the AK-12 and even Ubisoft themselves designates Ace as an entry hard breacher after all. So once you've used your Selma charges, I mean, why not let the AK, one of the best guns in games, start to sing?
Yeah, you're 100% correct. I mean, it is a strong gun. The LA2 or whatever in the hands of Thatcher is also not a bad gun, really. I mean, in real life, it's appalling. Or it was appalling. It's really funny when you read the description and it says it's favored by the SAS. That's a total lie. The SAS hated those things. They much rather preferred M4s, but that's neither here nor there. Look at the information that Ackerman is getting, by the way, on this pulse. This is paying its value back in full right here. It just goes to show you that in certain situations, Pulse is probably one of the strongest intel operators in the entire game. At any point in time, yeah, I was going to say, you can kill him. He has no idea. And Slate will be sent to the high heavens right there in fine fashion by the Nitro Cell. And that's one of your 2 hard breachers off the board as well. So the Kitchen Hatch looking a little stronger right now than it had a few seconds ago as the moves begin to go in here. Suvin now pushing through the front door, and they might actually forsake that Kitchen Hatch entirely.
So the death of the Ace, your Selmas are off the board. You still have extra set of exothermic charges. It's going to be Samwise, the Pocket, the baby thermite charges on the Buck. So you still have plenty of flexibility. Ultra's actually already used all their full thermite charges, so it's now really on Samwise to kind of decide what is going to be their push. And here you go. Here's the baby thermite charge starting to go for their detonation. Now, Samwise has to be very careful. They know that the pulse is now in play, but they don't know if there's any extra nitro cells still on the board for the University of Ottawa. In the previous round, back when the last time that we saw the basement, that was round number 1. We saw a T-Bird in play with a nitro cell. So I think Waterloo is just trying to be extra careful to make sure that they don't have an extra explosive landing at their feet.
Right, and that's a very valid concern, I think, in this circumstance. Kiro there forced out of position by the frag grenade as Gerv now trying to push in from the storage hatch. Just kind of putting pressure down onto Blue, but I don't think they're going to manifest anything from there unless Kiro gets really excited and steps out. Now trying to cover a similar angle, but again, it's a weird angle. Good kill from Riven down below, actually, to find Samwise right there. Got caught looking as Suvin begins to push up the corridor here by Moto. Exchange of fire right there, and Riven will drop. Gerv now directly applying pressure to Blue as Foul gets a kill as well. That makes it a 2v4, make it a 1v4. Ultra, the only one left alive, swings the corner, and it's Xander who was waiting to collect the headshot and end the round.
We've been seeing Waterloo be very disciplined with their round, where they're just slow trying to acquire information. Unfortunately, when the nitro cell disturbs your slow-paced round, at some point, somebody on the side of Waterloo has to say, all right, guys, we have to start to speed up. We have to start to open up more holes. We have to use better use of that skeleton key because we never actually deterred anybody over an armory, and then start to push. Again, Waterloo has been making all their pushes with about 20 seconds left in the round, and, well, when they have the man disadvantage, they're not coordinating who's pushing where at what time. We saw kind of a disjointed final push, and it's leaving some of their entries like Iana or those hard breachers trying to go in through Moto on islands by themselves because they're not getting the necessary support.
Again, here's another good example, though, of the maybe not needing a Thatcher. They've basically forsaken hard breach denial here in this particular setup by having a swap from Ackerman over to Oryx. So, that means Jacuzzi Wall is basically done for, right? You have Ultra and Slade, both of whom are more than capable of opening it up. Obviously, you could, I guess, throw your Soria gates there, your laser gates on that wall and add a little protection from projectiles, but they're just going to go for a very aggressive hold here. Kiro's going to go ahead and set up a shield, a Volcan, no less, in that position. That's an ambitious play in my book right there, Chief, because it's easy to destroy one of those, and then suddenly you're stuck not only having to flee that position to a rather unknown fate, but you're also fleeing to an unknown fate while everything around you is on fire. So it's not exactly a shield that I would bravely hold if I were in this position, and I'm quite curious to see which one of the valiant members here of Ottawa is going to sign up for that duty at this point in time. Woo, where did those Surya gates go, by the way? I don't think I saw where they got slapped down at the end of the day. No extension either, Chief. The cash, what an interesting defensive setup on this site.
Well, There's a player sitting at cash, but no reinforcements, no ADSs, and one Aruni gate. That doesn't seem like quite a strong fighting position to be had. I believe this is going to be a con over, so what Raven's going to be doing is they're going to snipe a drone and then hightail it out of there. They have to be careful playing this spot because the wall to their left is completely soft, and there they go. They realize that they're starting to get pushed, and they fall back. Well done from Ottawa, but they've kind of foregone a lot of map control for free, and also, Tristan, this is going to be the last time that we see the Goyo deployable shield, because next Tuesday, it's going to become, I don't even know what to call it, like a landmine, a fiery landmine instead of a deployable shield.
Yeah. Like an IED, basically, at that point in time, an improvised explosive. I mean, it looks pretty savage, actually. I saw some comparisons from it to smoke, and legitimately, like, Goyo might have more denial. Speaking of denial, Subin denied a kill right there, not able to find it on the bed, whoever was standing up on there. I didn't quite catch which player it was, but yeah, the new Volcons are going to be an interesting thing to see how teams work them in and how they adapt right there. Xander, by the way, having to adapt to a lot of bullets applied directly to his chest cavity, so not so good for him in that situation.
Yeah, it's always an awkward stumbling when you find, 45 or 5.56 into your face. Never a good day, and Kyra is going to start to suffer. Flank from behind from Ackerman, but he gives away his position with that kill, and that's going to be the hunting pack and the gun barrel starting to shift over to their position. Riven, now the last one left, and this is the P10 Roni, Tristan. So little ammunition to this gun, and it shoots so fast. Be able to break down the man advantage, the 1v3. Very unlikely to happen, and, well, it's going to be shut down there from the island position. Gym bedroom, not working out for Ottawa.
I feel like that was... I don't necessarily think it was the bad play or the wrong play right there. I will say this, but I do think it was the most stereotypical Hornix play I've seen in a really long time. You just come crashing through a wall like the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah.
You secure a kill because you're always going to catch somebody completely by surprise, right? When you just burst through a wall like that. But then immediately another member of the team hears this loud, angry man blasting through a wall that just picks you off on the other side. Still, I was happy to see it. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out. I was trying to will a little bit of success there because it is always entertaining. But they'll go back to CCTV here for their kind of final defensive setup. Interesting, by the way, Samwise bringing the Capitao. Samwise showing us some flexibility with the operators. He did play Flores last round, played Buck, now switching over to Capitao, who we don't see a ton of Capitao, but he is a true specialist character. I think, Chief. He's one of the more scalpel sort of operators as opposed to a literal hammer in the hands of Sledge or something like that. And his purpose, if you're wondering at home, is probably going to be to try and force who's ever hiding right up there, thank you, Observer, from being in that spot, right? A couple of fire bolts, even a smoke bolt can really help to make that person's existence on that walkway a little uncomfortable, assuming, of course, though, like you were probably going to point out, Chief, that you can get through all of the denial that will be set up there to protect Riven.
Yeah, Tristan, you just read my mind. I mean, I love that we're seeing Cap, but who's going to be burning the ADSs?
Yeah.
Capitao technically can. They had flashbangs at one point, but they lost them for the pocket thermite charge. You have no flashbangs. You have smoke grenades. I guess Samwise can also burn the smoke bolts if they wanted to get rid of the player over in Rafters. But if your job and your sole purpose of Cap was to remove the player from Rafters, your main priority is actually to push Garage early, so those live pancakes will kind of grow almost perpetually throughout the round, up to 6 total. They don't actually have that many in the field of play. You're going to have about 3 at this time, and that means you're going to lose 2 of them to the first 2 Ami's, and then I guess your firebolts also can get grabbed as well. You have to prioritize time efficiency, and right now Waterloo is kind of going through the default like most teams would, opening up the plat wall first, and now here comes the hardest part. What on earth do you do with Riven?
Oh no, Riven has made a mistake here though in where he's placed these.
They're on
because
top
the firebolt, the firebolt will still do. I won't kill him, but it will still do a lot. Like, it'll be really uncomfortable if he hooks one of those onto either of those magnets. Is actually going to cause a lot of problems. So I'm very curious to see how Samwise handles this. Is actually really interesting. Oh, Xander's completely free. I don't think they've marked that at all. Thank you very much, Samwise. You are just been added to Xander's kill count, and Riven pops up and get one as well. Why not? A sterling start to the defensive round right here, and the Capitao that we talk so much about completely invalidated.
Well, they're starting to fly away,
Whoops.
and the members of Waterloo, not long for this world. They got so tunnel vision over a garage that they didn't establish a flank drone, and Ottawa has been able to kind of bypass the defenses, or the offenses, if you want to call it, of Waterloo. And now it's just Ultra. Sitting outside by their breach, they elect to go for the swing, with 4 gun barrels eagerly hunting for that kill. That was just a hard round to break, and we see another mistake from Waterloo, but still a decent half as both teams are going to go 3-3 to the half.
Yeah, it's not the. I mean, it's definitely not good, not terrible though in terms of a defensive half. You'll take a 3-3 on Clubhouse. I think relatively straightforward. So it's not bad. I'm curious to see now how they bring the Thatcher into play. It looks like it'll be Xander who will be taking over Thatcher duties. I mean, it was just a good round from Ottawa, good read by them, and a good exploitation there of Waterloo's kind of like you said, target focus. Just way too oriented towards one specific objective. Ackerman showing us I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna bring out the Amaro here, Chief. All right, sure. On Church Arsenal, not exactly the site that I would that I would throw Amaru at, but I'm not going to question it until I see it in action. That is a choice and a half. Other than that, I think everything's pretty standard. Interestingly, though, Ultra did bring that Kaid along, so Xander will have a designated purpose. He will be necessary to go ahead and probably get some of these hatches open. They will need those Thatcher grenades, and it's not like Kaid can really truly do an effective means of denying those once they go down.
I think Amaru is going to come in through the main window of the stairwell, which is going to be right this window to our north here. We've seen Amaru's fly in there before and just run down the central stairs, and then the bomb site in the first 20 seconds, and always somebody gets surprise Pikachu death, where they're like, uh-oh, what happened here? So it's totally possible that it works. I mean, also, what happens if you just want to run the G8, my friend? I mean, the G8's a good gun, plus you have a Gon 6 as well as an SMG-11, the only attacker with an SMG-11 now, so it could all work out. Now, we do see Waterloo electing to go for kind of this half roam where we see reinforcements upstairs on the small gym wall, but they're not actually really roaming in that sector. And here comes Slate now to fill that hole, and there's Samwise. Okay, so it is a full roam upstairs, but I don't think Ottawa's actually going to push it. I think they're going to go direct site.
Yeah, again, kind of trying to figure out what Amaro is doing. I mean, we didn't see the rush that you maybe expected, and instead is going to go ahead and just play very cautiously around the door to garage. Slate is waiting here, though, but it's Samwise who goes down. It's Val who secures the kill. Not sure exactly how he did it, but a good kill on the roamer there.
Wall.
And that, is that what it was? Yeah, I kind of imagine that he might have wallbanged him. Yeah, and there goes Gerv as well. Well, Ackerman will make the Amaru work, and now this is some serious pressure that's being applied here to the defenders on the Waterloo side, and they're going to drone out tunnel as well. So Ultra and Suvin are getting pinched, and I don't even think they necessarily realize it. Ackerman's right at the door, as is Riven, and Ultra is now in the fight of their life. Slate there picking up a kill off Xander, but Riven immediately returning the favor, and now a 2v4.
There's a Nitro Cell in Church. You can dispatch it and probably kill one of the players over in blue. Ooh, a beautiful shot there. Val's going to fall, but the defenders, they're isolated one by one. Good for 3. Suvin going nuclear, flicks over to turn, and they're good for the 4K. It's all thrown away by Ottawa. They had the man advantage. They had the positional advantage, and they've isolated the defenders, but they just get chewed up and spit out.
Wow, Suvin, take a bow, my man. That was about as clutch as you're ever going to get right there. One off from the ace and just a series, not even ugly kills. Those were very clean, Chief. That was just headshot on all of the defender or on the attackers, and they couldn't even swing it. They didn't manage to get the refrag. Wow, what a play! Well, that's your get out of jail free card right there, Waterloo. You're not going to get another one of those like that. I think coming in the mail anytime soon, because that was looking real ugly until Suvin decided he was going to go full Super Suvin and save the day.
That was a mistake and a half from Ottawa. They're just going to have to shake it off and reset themselves for they're going to be going to a brand new bomb site, cache CCTV, the first time that they're going to be able to attack this. And, well, it seems like Waterloo is going to be listening to what you were saying earlier, Tristan. It's going to be that Cade in play. And I wonder if it's actually going to be a free plat wall. And hear me out on this. I think we're going to see a K-Claw on the south-only panel, and then it's going to be the single K-Claw on the breach. That's most likely what it's going to be. And again, it's
Yeah.
kind of the lesser of the evils because you only have one of the electric boys. Again, I advise both.
I think that's good advice, frankly. I mean, the truth is, probably no matter what you do, you're gonna lose the hatch, right, or the wall. Like, you're gonna lose it. Whoa, he's putting a boat down on the garage. So
I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. I mean, it's accepting the inevitable. I think in a lot of ways, kind of like death or taxes, you just have to do it, and you're gonna lose that wall whether you like it or not. And Kiro, I think, doesn't even. He looks scared. He doesn't believe his luck. He'll go ahead and put the thread. He backs off. He thinks he's gonna get tricked. Oh, I can't blame him. You look at it, and you're kind of like, oh, is this one of those gift horse situations? But you can't look it in the mouth, man. You just have to go for it. As we see Suvin putting down a magnet web there to protect himself, and they still haven't breached CCTV. They were still considering it right up until the moment they threw an EMP grenade and then finally blew it up.
Oh, comical start to the round. The player with the 3K in the previous round, well, they're off and dead. And, well, 2 players from Waterloo's actually just been wall-banged. That's a awkward start for Waterloo. I guess they got gifted a free round. It was Christmas early for them, but I think Santa Claus is now trying to return their gifts because it is a very bad start for Waterloo. I love the ingenuity in this round, but it hasn't really changed anything. I mean, Ottawa's found 2 kills without even establishing real estate. They wasted exothermic charge, and they also kind of wasted an EMP. Walls opening up behind Grooven, but you still have plenty of coverage as the trick of the other K-Claw.
It's like the post-Christmas come down, like after New Year's, where you realize there's a whole nother year ahead of you and you have no choice but to accept that. Ackerman, by the way, does get Samwise here. Gerv trying to challenge is caught at long range. Isn't killed, but will go down. That leaves everything in the hands of Ultra, who is in very real danger of getting a frag grenade from below as a welcoming present here. A sort of tack onto the Christmas. Misses hit by about an inch. That's Ultra now realizing just how tenuous his grip on life is, but Ultra won't go down without a fight. Pops up and takes Val down. Immediately denies the breach with a smoke grenade. Back onto watch, but there it is. Ackerman from below will not be denied, and the second grenade thrown up there will secure the kill.
Ah, yes, the current
Somehow.
meta that we find ourselves in. The grenades are under, and if you're on a soft floor, you're going to die to a grenade meta. Fun! And Waterloo is going to suffer that the hard direction. Unfortunately, though, Korabek, I think that round was already lost due to the 2 opening kills. Again, it was just a series of unfortunate events for Waterloo. They're going to be starting to make some changes, but Cade is off the board. That's because we're going to a completely different bomb site, Gym Bedroom, and right now it's very hard to defend that plat wall, or pardon me, the spa wall, because Thermite can just upside down repel and destroy the mute jammer. If you have a K-Claw in play, it's just going to get EMP'd, so you may as well kind of force the attackers to expend some utility before that wall is sacrificed.
I just want to know if you'd actually die from that. I'm curious what that would look like in real life, because when they throw the grenade up like that, like I've gone full Mythbusters in my mind. Like I've got like a platform that's constructed with the metal bars in it, and then you put the floors on it, and then you can attach like an explosive right underneath it that's the same charge, and we'll get a ballistic. Anyway, I'll write Ubisoft later. I'll pitch it. I don't know that we're gonna get very far, but it would be very interesting to see. Yeah, the grenades from below is a scary thing indeed. So that is what it is. Still tied though. I mean, I think that the initial assessment that we had here, Chief, that these two teams would be relatively close to one another in terms of their kind of overall skill or ability is holding true. I do appreciate, by the way, that Waterloo has gone for this more extension-oriented defense than we saw from Ottawa, who really gave that entire half of the upstairs up without a fight. They've also brought along the Frost here as well, which I think is just always a relatively valid choice for this particular map. But Samwise needs to hurry up and get that last Frost mat down, or, they're going to... Oh, actually, they need to get all their Frost mats down. Bit dangerous to be doing that kind of stuff late round, especially if you're going to be playing around windows. You never know what opportunistic player is just going to light one up to see if they can get something. Personally, at least that's how I feel about it.
Slate's stuck in a very off-grid position. The window opens up, and they were forced to take the challenge. Again, you're going to be taking a gunfight against an AR, and an SMG-11 just won't work out for you. I wonder if that hatch was prematurely opened actually by Waterloo themselves, because there's no
Yeah.
attackers from Ottawa in that sector of the map. So what Slate might be doing there is just waiting for a nitro cell. When you get the audio cue that there's somebody lurking on by, you dispatch that nitro cell and hope it finds its target. Actually, Ottawa seems a little bit confused about where they want to pressure this round. They've opened up the plat wall with a flat plays breaching charge, and now they're going to find one of the hardest parts of this round. The fact that it's expansion into cache, you have a deployable shield, you have a Jaeger, and it will mine that sector of a map, and Ottawa has to decide if they want to actually continue to push there because they have zero map control.
It's a sturdy looking defense right now, all things considered. I mean, Ottawa, like you said, they're just hesitant. They're like the Huns at the walls of Constantinople. They can't decide what they want to do. Looks like they're going to try and force the issue here through Bathroom, as Riven will deploy one of those Selma charges, but there's gunfire coming that way. Riven there firing off a couple of petulant shots of their own, just reminding them that both sides do have guns in this particular conflict. Ultra now on the same swing. Does have to be pretty careful. He's very vulnerable, and it'll be Ackerman again from below with the frag grenade, who takes Ultra out of the equation, and that has opened the door perhaps to an Ottawa attack.
Another opening kill for Ackerman, and this is going to be potentially the place where they can find themselves starting to maneuver into the site with Bathroom pressure down. Now all you have to do is make sure that there's nobody playing the footholds of Jim, and this round might go down to a free plant, especially once you start to realize that the majority of the Waterloo defense, well, they're still kind of off towards the east portion of the map. Flashbangs go out towards Launchy, trying to identify if Samwise is in that sector, and a wise decision to sit close quarters, but again, Ottawa moments away from planting the bomb. Proximity alarms are just only going to be kind of ringing the dinner bell, alerting that Waterloo that they are truly in danger.
Shots coming there from the window of CCTV. Gurr immediately annihilated. Good night, as you said. Very apt indeed. Now a 3v4. Suvin still remaining the hero of the hour. Claps back almost immediately, but Riven right there. Slate on the trade on the other side. Riven right back at him. A series of trades here leaves Suvin as the lone defender, but he is just clinging on to life. Will he be able to repeat from earlier? No, he will not. Riven there on the long angle with that AK-12. More than happy to shut down any hopes of the defenders for clawing that one back.
I just love what we're seeing out of Ottawa to prioritize certain sectors of the map. I was accusing them of being just a bit slow, but I actually think they're just doing their due diligence in that round. And what was particularly brilliant about Ottawa was the use of the EMP on the bathroom wall. So they EMP the mute jammer on the bathroom wall, they throw their Selma, and they can still hear the audio cue of, I believe it was the castle, who's kind of walking around between the debris that was made from opening up the crouch rotation. So you rotate your grenades underneath, boom, free kill, because you have the audio cue, you can place it exactly where you need to. With that opening kill, I mean, Ottawa technically has so much map control. They have the ability to apply so much pressure for free, especially with defenders still over to Cache CCTV. Cache CCTV is an extremely strong sector of the map. It forces attacking teams to take the map control, but it requires one kind of like guarantee. It requires the defenders to hold bathroom.
You're right. You're true. It requires them to hold on to that position, and it's something that they weren't really able to do. I mean, all credit to Ottawa. Once they got through the sort of initial, I think, like analysis paralysis stage of that attack, they very quickly fell into a very effective pattern for how they wanted to address that. I mean, they shut off the cutoff from Closet. That was really well done, and there was no particularly great reaction there out of Waterloo to really respond to it. Back down to basement we go here. A very similar setup to what we saw last time. Samwise bringing the mute along this time, which is an interesting choice. As we see Suvin here going to go ahead and put down a proximity alarm, just maybe give him a little bit of a advanced warning. I like that position for that, actually. Really wouldn't notice it. Maybe catch it on a drone. Suvin has, of course, been the standout player over there on the side of Waterloo with that spectacular 4K round, but a run out. Is that what I saw potentially happening right there? He might have backed off of it at the last second, got a little too bold as Val sacrifices a drone there to find out the opposing team does have that mute. Don't think he necessarily wanted it to go that way. Samwise, by the way, just lurking at the bottom of the stairs. Speaking of mute, hoping somebody, maybe an Amaru, would be bold enough to walk into the shotgun. And unfortunately, ship's passing in the night right there, Chief, because Ackerman has gone the opposite direction towards construction.
So Ottawa just checking their corners, making sure that nobody from Waterloo is upstairs, and there are a few players on the middle floor. Ackerman elects to drop the couch, and I think we found Slate has just said, uh-oh,
There he is.
there's something odd going on, and now Samwise is going to have to become the brave, because there's a G8 on the other side of the software and on the other side of the stairwell, and man, does this G8 sing a laser beam of an AR hybrid LMG, and that thing can be quite lethal, but Samwise can continue to hold their ground, especially when their teammates start to lose the floorboards above them.
He's got to be very careful here, does Val. That's a dangerous set of gunfights to take right there, but he does do some significant damage to Suvin, who's forced to retreat all the way back into church, and then all into Moto right there. Gerv still holding up Titan Blue, though. Hasn't really been fussed yet. Kiro opening the wall to tunnel, giving them yet another angle of attack, and now it's Riven's turn to take over the responsibility of playing these holes in the floor. Worth pointing out here that I think Val does have both frag grenades still in the pocket, should they choose to use them. Ackerman, meanwhile, threatening from yet another hatch here. Slowly but surely, it does appear like Ottawa is just building up a network of potential angles and potential attack vectors here for Waterloo, but time is ticking down. Less than a minute left on the clock here, and still yet no real decisive move to come out of the attacking side.
We've seen Nitro Cells be instrumental in winning basement rounds. Waterloo will still have one of those in back pocket. It's going to be Samwise with that burden. They're in an awkward position. They're not in the best place to play with that Nitro Cell. They're over by blue, and they're electing to take long-range engagements with an SMG-11. Now, they have called for extra rotation, extra help, and that's going to be Gerv. But you've stacked up so many defenders over into blue, it's going to be such a hard position to play. It's not going to stop Gerv from finding 2 kills. The dirt pressure, the stack up from the attackers is also taking place. Waterloo's put themselves in a very good position to win, but too aggressive, and Xander's able to capitalize. Suvin in the flank up above. Now, Riven is going for the plant, though, but with the hatch now compromised, they're not going to be able to stick that. And Suvin, once again, goes nuclear, finds a basement win, and they're going to keep their roster still in the series.
It felt very much like the previous round that we saw in basement, which is where I think the initial setup there from Ottawa wasn't too bad. I mean, they had a lot of angles to cover. I mean, you saw the positioning there, Chief, from Waterloo. They were basically pinned right on the backside of that point, kind of over towards blue and church respectively. And then when the actual execute came down the pipe, Ottawa just not able to really clean it up. They just lost their gunfights one after another, and some good positioning from Suvin there to really seal the deal. So again, very much shades of the last round, except it wasn't just Suvin this time, but the rest of the team getting in on the act a little bit as well. As we will return to CCTV Cash Room, a relatively standard attacking lineup being brought here. I don't think there's too much to talk about there on that side. Quite a few frag grenades, probably my only real note. They got 4, I believe, in the pocket here. And meanwhile, on the other side, interesting to see the castle brought, I will say, Chief. I don't think he's bad on this site necessarily. It's just interesting to see a castle being deployed here, especially in lieu of any hard breach. Again, they've just kind of accepted that that's not going to be a thing. They're not going to be able to hold that wall.
Oh, they're castling below. This is an extension downstairs. So this is just saying, all right, Ottawa, I love the nades that you're bringing. Ackerman, you've done a wonderful job of punishing us with grenades. We're going to play downstairs. So if you want to use your grenades, you're going to have to fight us for this map real estate. Now, this is foregoing one of the most powerful operators, in my opinion, on this bomb site, the Cade that we saw brought out in the previous round, or at least the previous showing of this back in round number 8. So it's all an opportunity cost, Tristan, and you're just going to have to decide what are the lesser of the evils, and I think they're just prioritizing the nades over the EMPs, and we're going to have to see how that ends up panning out. No wall denial whatsoever, so this should be a free opening for the exothermic charge.
I think the main advantage of this is probably that it's just genuinely going to be quite unexpected. This is going to force Ottawa to kind of tactically adapt a little bit here, because really the last thing you expect is, you know, a castle shooting you with a UMP from floor holes, right? And if you see that Dro coming in right there, they're looking at it. Again, I don't think they have any idea what this setup really looks like. So Kiro will go ahead and get this wall open. My apologies. Get the wall open right there, but he won't necessarily know exactly what they're threatened by. I still think they think this is a very stereotypical defense here, Chief. They might actually potentially walk into a world of hurt right here without even realizing it.
Well, that's just going to be bad droning the side of Ottawa. But I guess who really needs droning when Ackerman can just kill you through green barricades? This is now their 3rd kill on highway balcony where they've just shot somebody through a rotation. And you can see the frustration from Waterloo. You brought out a castle, but honestly, I expected castle to be used in the highway window, at least the west-facing one,
so did I.
to prevent that exact kill. But 3 kills found in that portion of the map now, and Suvin now starting to feel the pressure. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Selma charge actually detonate on the solo reinforced wall into rafters, because it's going to prevent somebody from playing in that portion of the map, especially with one still available. Waterloo starting to crumble, though, Tristan. Their defenders are being pinched with no trade potential whatsoever, and sure, you still have deployable shields with ADSs around them, but you've just been droned out.
Yeah, Ultra's been made right here, Brian, and that's probably going to mean that he gets made in the quite literal sense very soon. The frag grenade flying over there. Ultra will eat a little bit of damage, but will stay otherwise alive. Oh no, Slate here has to come back underneath. It's a 1v5. I mean, it would take an absolute miracle for him to make this stick. One of the worst possible guns in the game for this kind of situation. Perfectly illustrated right there by Riven. Maintains composure, nails the AK-12 shots, and shuts down that round in favor of the attackers.
The scouring of the Waterloo CCTV defense. Again, they were just playing like individual. Hey man, I'm trying to make as many references as I can today.
It's a good word. It's a very good description for what just happened right there.
It is. It very much is.
I love it.
It's just so unfortunate. Like they're just playing by themselves, and a Sharky just walks in and eats them all up. Too many references. Sorry. I'm gonna have fun with this one. You're the only one who's going to be getting that.
I get it. I got it.
I know you will. I'm almost making it for you because I don't think the audience is going to get any of that. I mean, even if they watch the movies, they're not going to get either one of those references, which is going to be just painful. Anyways, we're gonna move on from cringy nerd references, and again, it's just beautiful communication and teamwork from the side of Ottawa, and Waterloo is just seriously playing like individuals. There is at least no dialogue being demonstrated to me because they're not responding to the death of their teammates. The way that you can tell they're responding is through maybe swinging the deployable shield to go for a trade, or trying to take a gunfight, like a quick spray to catch one of those attackers reloading, or catch one of them maybe going back to cover to re-drone. We see none of that on the side of Waterloo. And even when they've won rounds on defenses downstairs in the basement, it wasn't really based off trading potential. It was based off somebody going absolutely nuclear.
Yep, you're 100% correct, and I mean, I think that round kind of illustrated too. There was a little bit too. That was a strange round. I was gonna say, like, the castle setup was interesting, and it certainly could have been effective, but they also kind of abandoned it. You saw that. I believe it was Ultra who was playing. I don't remember who it was on castle at the end, but they abandoned that. Like, they literally ran off in the opposite direction. And at some point in time, you do have to kind of question, like, okay, well, you put down all these castle barricades, but you're not really. They're just passive. You know what I mean? They're not providing a very active defense. Gerv, do not. Wow. Gerv, Val just collects that. That is just free right there for Val, the SAS marksman in the form of Sledge. More than happy to add that kill to the total. And I'd just stay away from that window. That window is bad juju here for this entire Waterloo team. That is not good.
We're going to move on from that frustrating mark in that round. Ottawa starting to decide, we don't really want to push cast CCTV. We want to start to push from a different vector. That's going to be in through Logi. Now, they do need a cutoff, and you can kind of see how perplexed Ackerman is right now. They're going to have to decide if they want to expend their Gon 6 or a nade to open up that castle barricade. If they do so, Tristan, now all of a sudden the central stairs where we saw Waterloo have this great roam, well, it's no longer going to be a viable option. Castle barricades are missing on the bomb site, and Ultra has yet to be punished because the offense is actually yet to open up that green barricade.
Yeah, they very well might be. Samwise here in kind of a tentative position, all things considered. I don't think feels particularly comfortable with this spot, and justifiably so. Val here still playing very standoffish, though. I think could actually be more bullish up there on highway if they wanted to. The only person who's genuinely kind of a threat to it anymore is Suvin, who's relatively, I think, unaccounted for until just now over there in cash. But again, this is very distinctive of the style that we saw previously from Ottawa. They take a little bit of time here on the build up and then start to move in. Samwise securing an important kill. right there will take Ackerman off the board, which will slow the roll of that devastating Finka with 15 kills in the round. Xander, though, not wasting any time, hopping back into the gap. They'll get one of their own. Now they start opening up the rest of the defenses here, pushing in towards the bathroom. Val will lose that frag grenade. Again, Weird Wamai pulls it down. I guess not up, but he'll get one on the second. Oh no, poor Samwise. I said it was an awkward position, Chief. I wasn't lying. And Ultra tries to swing the doorway right there. Riven again with the AK-12 will shut it down and pick up the win.
Required to go to the distance all the way through round 12, but it's a 7-5 in favor of the University of Ottawa. And honestly, Tristan, why it felt really close, and it's close due to the scoreboard right at 7-5. Honestly, Ottawa looked like the better team, and I don't know if that was just Ackerman going absolutely nuclear, but it seemed like certain members of Waterloo just struggled to find kills.
Yeah.
They struggled to play together. They struggled to trade, where we were constantly seeing Ottawa take the initiative, use utility, particularly those grenades, almost flawlessly, and there was just never an answer from Waterloo.
No, there wasn't an answer. And I mean, I think it is a little bit of a skill differential there as well. I mean, you looked at the top frags at the very end there. We saw a glimpse, right, coming out of Ottawa. And they had, you know, 3 people who were above the double digit count, right? I think it was a 15, 11, and a 10 or something like that. They were just kind of overpowering, especially in those latter rounds. And you did kind of get the feeling towards the end that there was just a scramble for Waterloo on defense to try and figure out things that worked. I mean, that position that Samwise was in on smoke is a perfect example of just kind of like, that's a bad position to be in. That's a bit of a struggle, and that kind of says to me, well, we're grasping, right? We're trying to figure out how to make this work. That said, we're going to Chalet next. It is a different map. It might present an opportunity here for Waterloo to sort of reinvigorate themselves. It's a map where a lot of interesting things can happen, so I don't think it's necessarily off the board that they could push back.
And I'll have plenty of nade action too. If you thought Clubhouse had a lot of grenades, expect even more on Chalet.
Yes.
Our break's in 5 minutes. See you soon, friends.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Rainbow Six Siege. Here, I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Chief, and we've got an interesting matchup here in the Legends Division for you tonight. It's Waterloo Gold versus the University of Ottawa Garnet, and it was a close first map we just saw in Clubhouse, Chief. Both of these teams really putting up a fight, but at the end of the day, it was Ottawa that pulled forward.
And right now, the difference we're seeing between Ottawa and Waterloo is the ability for Ottawa to just simply find those kills. And it was Ackerman, the superstar player on the LMG Finca role, and was just able to constantly leverage the LMG as well as the nades and just open up rounds where Waterloo was unable to go for the trades and answer any of those kills back. As we begin to dive into Chalet, unfortunately, Tristan, we're going to see very similar gameplay. Grenades are probably even more important here on Chalet than they were on Clubhouse. We're not going to see Maverick bans, so you're probably going to have 2 sets of grenades, or you're going to be running Finca Iana, which is going to be, again, 2 sets of grenades. And if you're playing behind a deployable shield over in Library, for example, it is going to be a complete and utter artillery barrage.
Yeah, it will be setting up some fires, lines of fires right there. Yeah, it's something that you'll see, especially on the top floor. You think of the hold there in Library Hallway, or some people I think call it Ivy, where you kind of get somebody behind a shield, and then they need every ADS, every Wamai magnet you have in storage. They'll need all of them to protect. Flores getting banned here first shouldn't surprise anyone. He's a very strong operator on this map, and there was a lot of util clear that is necessary to kind of break up some of these defensive setups. So Flores almost always goes on Chalet. We'll see what Ottawa pulls out here as well. They'll pull out the Thatcher band. So we saw the brief sun of Thatcher right there, rose and then just set almost as quickly. One Clubhouse was all he gets. He's back in the box as the ban phase continues.
Valkyrie is my choice for the first defending ban. Again, she's so darn powerful here, Tristan. You can throw those cameras outside. You can put them in high elevated corners of the map, and all of a sudden, the attackers will just never find them. Now, Mira is almost the opposite of Valkyrie, but equally as oppressive, because she has the ability to place down a giant black mirror where the defenders have a one-way line of sight, and they'll be able to see the attackers pushing from a sector of the map. But the attackers know it's there. They're just going to have to find creative ways of breaking down the mirror windows. In this case, it's going to be through the bans, and there goes Valkyrie. The information queens of the defenders, no longer available to both teams here on Chalet.
All right, but real talk though, I'm actually curious to see what you think about that. How valuable do you really think Amira is on this map? Like, thinking about the standard rotation of defensive sites, is she really that strong here on Chalet?
Yes. Yes
You
and
think
no.
so? Okay.
It depends on what bomb site you're going to. If you are playing, for example, living room, or you're playing downstairs and kitchen, she's quite strong, because those are
Okay.
bomb sites where you're going to be holding 2 floors. So the best way of removing a mirror window here on Chalet, the same thing with Villa, which is why I don't recommend banning mirror at all on Villa, is you can just walk underneath and shoot the mirror windows. But if those mirror windows are upstairs in the master bedroom and you have a kitchen defense, you're never going to have the opportunity of shooting the mirror windows. Or if you do, you're already inside, and there's really no need to. Same thing with this primary bomb site of bar. If you have mirror windows on that second floor, you're not going to be able to shoot them from underneath, and you actually have to deal with them a proper threat. Downstairs in the basement, every single one of them can be shot vertically, and a competent team that has any amount of roam clear will be able to deal with those mirror windows almost for free.
I got like a follow-up question for you on that, but I'll ask you after the match or something, because it's not pertinent to their defense. I'm just curious, where do you put the mirror window? Do you put it on the wall that they've reinforced there that we see now on the kind of the library area, or do you, like, where would you put it if you were holding the site with a mirror window and you wanted one on the top floor? I guess that was the only like curiosity I guess I had.
It depends on what you want to prioritize and how you want to take your gunfight. So can we go over to the living room library, or upstairs to library, just quick second, as Ultra... we don't need to see Ultra.
So struggling to put him.
So on the pillar here, if we see this pillar, there's going to be a mirror window that you can place facing west, and it's tucked almost, so it's right here where this 2 walls could join. You place it on the north-facing one, so there's 4 panels, so the furthest south one is panel 1. You place it on the second panel, and then that way you have a free line of sight into everything living room, and they can't really shoot it comfortably. That's the one that I like to place.
I can see that. Okay, it's interesting. That's an interesting discussion. I guess we see so little of Mira, right? That it's kind of weird or interesting to see setups with her. Speaking of interesting here, Xander trying to force this library area. A lot of teams won't go for this directly, so this is a bit ambitious here. Samwise is droned out, so they will know that he's still there, and he will try and hold it. No, he's gonna back off and drop.
Wow.
He doesn't want to stay there and die, but unfortunately, Xander did collect a kill on Ultra in the meantime. Ackerman has set up another vicious angle with an LMG here as well, which is kind of true to form at this point in time.
I'm just perplexed that Samwise was able to kind of get out of that position. I mean, they're literally in one of the worst positions. You were having nades fall in front of them. I mean, out of the frying pan into the fire. Like, that's exactly what I was expecting them to go, but they hightail out of there for free. Okay, now Ottawa has to regroup, redrone, and now where do you go? Like, you have control, but they're afraid to take it because of Sam's drop. You still haven't actually cleared out library because you're doing a pure linear take. You don't have any of the control out to the north. And Ottawa, sure, they found the opening kill, but they're starting to stall. The critical factor is, though, you cannot take these gunfights, Waterloo. You have to play the time and remove the drones, because if you don't, you're going to be exactly where you are at a man disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, they've got good pressure. They've kind of done a lot of what they needed to do, but Suvin is still holding strong here up in this corridor, so you're going to have to get him out of Ivy somehow, and he knows that there's an attacker nearby, and then he double knows, and he'll just pick up and peek it. Val gets taken out, so a good, bit of strike back there from Suvin, all things considered, but is it enough? 30 seconds left on the clock now, and you're starting to run out of time, and Ottawa's going to have to start, well, making some moves. Let's see something happen here. Suvin still holding on the stairs is still very much a threat. They have finally cleared the Ivy shield, but again, ticking down. 20 seconds on the clock now, really starting to get to a dicey time, and now these smokes start to come out and delay. Kira will drop straight into it and probably go for the plant. They use the Finka boost there, which actually could have been a bit of a mistake. Kira will get the plant down anyway. Xander gets a kill, Ackerman gets another one, and the superior gun skill that we spoke about earlier just wins that out for Ottawa, because that situation was looking difficult indeed.
You just can't give away these kills, Waterloo. That's what it's coming down to. You lost Clubhouse because you weren't able to trade the opening deaths out, and once again, Ottawa finds 2 uncontested opening kills, and I'm going to be blunt. Waterloo probably should have dropped another defender. It was Samwise. It's a miracle that Sam survived. Like, truly.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to the nades. One landed at his feet, and then I guess Ottawa decided that was enough. They're not going to waste their nades. I mean, again, Sam should have died multiple times, and I'm going to also be blunt. I don't think the Ottawa offense in that round was particularly stellar. I don't think that they demonstrated to me anything particularly complex or anything, again, designed to break utility. If Waterloo played it better and they didn't expose their defenders, I mean, I think the chances of them winning bar is far higher. This is, again, why we go back to the mirror window that I recommended. It allows you to stand and fight in a comfortable position around, well, a reinforced wall.
Yeah, it's true. And it definitely would have, availed Waterloo quite strongly there, because I agree with you. I don't think Ottawa did anything that I would consider to be particularly sort of mind-blowing in that circumstance. They sort of just ran it straight up the middle, like, for lack of a better expression, and how they went about it, very brute force oriented on that attack. So Waterloo will get a chance to sort of redeem themselves here. They've invested some resources over towards Piano. I don't even really think they need to. It almost appeared to be that Ottawa didn't care about that entire half of the map. They were almost exclusively focused on the area you can see on your screen right now. And again, we're seeing something very similar. A lot of pressure being applied directly to the library. And that, I think, may start getting some of these sort of chickens back to roost here, in the sense that they can come and defend it. But it's Gerv who strikes early. And that's a good kill, because it's Ackerman down. Gerv trying to get another one right here. Very nearly did it right there, firing out the window, and that's actually going to force the Finka boost here as well.
Have we not learned our lessons from the previous round? You have somebody kind of stuck in the corner where they can get nade. I guess Suvin's going to go nuclear, and Gerv and Suvin, these standout players from Waterloo and the only players that really found impactful kills, are going to start to go nuclear. Now, Waterloo's put themselves in a good position, but Suvin wants even more of these kills. Here's the Ego Balcony window break, and with the confidence of the previous rounds, why not, or the previous kills, why not? Oh, the 360 FaZe Clan call him up, and it's now now just one, and it just all crumbles. A flawless victory for Waterloo. It just completely turns on its head. It's riddles in the dark for the offense.
I think that is a good demonstration of what we were talking about right before the round started, where it was a very kind of like brute force attempt, right, by Ottawa to make that work. You are relying on your superior gun skill in lieu of setting up tactical advantages right there. I don't think there's any real debate about that. You don't try and clear utility. You don't really try and set up multiple fire angles. There was one attempt to set up a different fire angle, and that was an LMGE on the window coming in towards the top tier of Hall. That's it. That's the only real like cutoff that you established. You just try and brute force that. And you know that works if you win your gunfights, and sure enough, Ottawa has been winning gunfights throughout both of these maps. Not that time though. That time Waterloo won the gunfights, and that makes the brute force approach pretty much useless.
It's so frustrating because we're just seeing these rounds just devolve into kind of chaos, and it's these strange just aggro gunfights winning rounds. And again, we're not really seeing massive strategies change the course of the rounds. It's just somebody going nuclear, and that's just straight not sustainable. Like, you're going to make mistakes if that's what you're relying on. Like, at a certain point, it's going to be read into. Like, again, I know I'm terrible with any ball sport analogies, but the way I can kind of put it, imagine that you're watching American football, and the entire time you're just going to be having your quarterback or your quarterback throw the ball. At a certain point, the defense is going to say, hey, I think they're going to continue to throw the ball, and they're just going to do nothing to react. And it's the same thing if you're planning on winning your rounds purely based off gun go burr.
It's very true. I mean, and you know, Waterloo was able to punish that time, but could have easily gone the opposite direction. I mean, Ackerman starts off here with a absolute murder. And that's Samwise, by the way, who died early. Slate there to trade it out, but the smoke is still gone from Waterloo. That's a big loss early in the round. That's not the person you want to see die first, because that's your anchor. That's the person who's supposed to slow things down in the tail end of the round. Speaking of slowing down here, Slate gonna have to slow down just a little bit and get out of dodge, because that's a dangerous situation to be in. Riven pushing in very aggressively right now, which means that they have taken control of this portion of the map, all things considered. The drones will come out again. They know that they have yet one more battle they have to fight in this particular circumstance, but I mean, they're in a pretty good position to do it. They still have 2 LMGs on the board. They still have the Finka stim boost in the pocket, and they do have frag grenades, at least 2 on the side of Ackerman in the pocket as well, as Gerv just tries to sort of skirmish back here through Master Bedroom.
This is a calm before the storm, and this is where Ottawa is just going to take this time to gather their drones. We saw a lot of the flank drones they had on the stairwell start to be recalled closer to the bomb site to gather that real information. A beautiful setup, though, from Waterloo, and so far, Tristan, what Waterloo has demonstrated to me is extreme understanding of how Chalet, at least the mechanics tend to work. They've been bringing out great strategies, especially the double castle barricade here. Now, to be fair, Ottawa isn't pushing the sector of the map, but it really doesn't matter because you have established all these very strong fighting positions through the deployable shields upstairs. And remember, this is a first floor bomb site, and Ottawa has yet to clear the first floor where the bomb site is, or probably more importantly, the vertical pressure on the second floor.
You're entirely correct. And now they're going to start opening up holes, but they still haven't secured that top floor, which will leave anyone who tries to push in through this wall very vulnerable, assuming that Waterloo are communicating. Good kill there from Riven, though, to put Suvin down. Still, 3 defenders here in a relatively strong defensive position. It is not done and dusted yet. Slate, why are you challenging that? Down the long hallway, Gerv drops now, and that's that. I mean, I don't even know what to say in that one, Chief. That's handing it over, because you shouldn't be challenging LMGs at that distance, especially Sophia. Like, it's just a laser. It will kill you. Ultra, the only one left here on the board. Realistically, Slate is done and dusted. I don't think anybody's going to get to him. The diffuser's down now. Ultra with the UMP-45 trying to fight his way out of the 1v3 clutch, essentially. And all that Ottawa has to do is just sit here and wait for cleanup duty at range, and that is exactly what they will do.
I mean, Ultra. You have a 1.5 sight, but the UMP, one of the worst guns in the game. Good for 1, but remember, it's a 7-second defuse time, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, Ultra has to break down the members of Ottawa playing very long-range engagements, and they don't end up clearing their quarters. That was just a byproduct of the time constraint that they were at, and University of Ottawa, slow on their attack, but they just win gunfights because Waterloo happily gives them gunfights. And again, I don't know what the call is from Waterloo. I don't know if they're just feeling uncomfortable, they're feeling antsy or something, but they need to just stop taking these gunfights because their strategy looks impeccable, but it's the decision making mid-round that's undermining it all.
Yeah, and I don't, I don't mean to be overly harsh, right? I'm not trying to be super critical, but it's just hard when somebody comes sprinting across the sight line of an LMG. I mean, it's there. It's not like you don't know. I mean, this is like First World War level understanding of what a machine gun's purpose on the battlefield is. And I mean, it's portable, right? But it's still that same level of heavy suppressive firepower, and that's why it's so good. So you're just feeding kills in to the Zovia right there. But anyway, we'll look ahead, right? Okay, round's done. It's still 1-2. Waterloo is not buried by any sense of the word. They haven't just given up SI Grand Finals on a silly play. So, they've still got plenty to play for here. They will go back to the same site again, but on Chalet, normally, Chief, I say that this is a bad idea, but on Chalet, when your remaining choices are kind of, basement or going to the upstairs site, I generally don't tend to be too harsh on people for picking this setup up of kind of going back to sites they already played. It's going to be very similar in terms of how they defend it. Slate, the one who I think is making the significant change here by bringing the Aruni, but again, it's not so significant as I think to be, a drastic change in the way that they're going to defend this.
Again, the thing with Waterloo is they held upstairs beautifully. Like, their strategy is impeccable. They just play behind your deployable shields, forced Ottawa to utility dump. Have we seen Ottawa use utility other than to get kills? Like, have we seen them commit to a utility burn?
Not really. They haven't really done it. We talked about it at the start of the game and how that would probably be a necessity. Oh, unfortunate.
He broke the glass. he fired the glass, and I guess he's trying to be a blacksmith or something, and he didn't hit the castle barricade, and he's like, all right, I'm not going to do this anymore. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. I mean, this is a good angle.
He's
got a good angle now. It's pretty nasty, but you kind of hope that Waterloo heard the shattering of the glass and makes some assumptions that maybe it's not as safe there anymore. But Castle Barricade perhaps can lend itself to a sense of false security as Gerv here holding up. I think we just saw an EMP charge come out of that I want to keep calling him Black Eyes, but it came out of the bulletproof right there as Xander and the rest of the crew begin to work forward.
Has Ottawa foregone the top floor? I mean, you still have Ackerman baiting upstairs. Here's going to be some use of your ex-Cairo pellets, but Ackerman as your primary flank watch. I'd actually like to rotate Xander, have the air jabs go down, have Xander rotate over to big window, and then start to rely on Ackerman to remove any of the utility near the crucial walls that you're trying to breach, because time is not on the side of Ottawa. Once again, they keep finding themselves in a constant state of low time scenarios, and this time Ottawa doesn't have the opening kill. Waterloo has been playing very passive and have been kind of hiding over hill and under hill the entire time because nobody's pressuring them.
Well, Ackerman has kind of penetration here, right? Like, he's in an okay spot to maybe try and cause some havoc, but look at how strong this top floor looks. There's nobody's fussed up here. They're just holding on to this. Now you see an almost complete redirect on the side of Ottawa that they're going to come back down here and try and take this, very similar to what they did last time. I just don't know if this is going to work a second time. It's really kind of down to Waterloo and how much they want to surrender here as those ex-Kairos pellets do go off. Now you've got to get through an Aruni gate and then get into kitchen before you can consider planting. You have so many bodies stacked up here as well, Chief. The first smoke coming out right there, just denying them some space. Less than 20 seconds left on the clock. The second smoke grenade coming in as well, and he can't even get in through the door. Ackerman now trying to push forward, takes an almighty loss of health, but Xander trying to swing it out on the outside edge, takes Suvin down. Here comes the plant, and they're losing the gunfights again. Gerv gets taken out by Ackerman. Val getting in on the action as well, and once more, the brute force approach coming in big here as Ultra is gunned down on the doorway by Riven. Samwise the only one left, SMG-11 in hand, and Kiro there gets the kill. Oh, it's almost frustrating because it almost feels like it's just rewarding like very not good play, Chief. Like just kind of the most simplistic me have hammer, they nail like sort of attack on this one. Good lord.
Again, like Waterloo wastes 2 minutes and 40 seconds and
So
still
good at it.
yeah, they're brilliant at it. And still there's an unexpected party and the bomb goes down. How? Like, you have toxic gas grenades. I look at the clock, right? And I'm like, all right, there's 3 toxic gas grenades and there's 22 seconds left. Waterloo has just won the bomb site. And Ottawa just simply is winning their gunfights. Like, again, like I don't want this to sound like we're slamming Waterloo, because in theory, on paper, they are doing
should
everything right. Like they're doing everything but simply winning their gunfights.
Yep.
Ottawa, on the other hand, and I know I'm going to get flack for this, they're making a plethora of mistakes on their attack, and they're just taking wins because they, well, win gunfights.
Yep. And again, like they are winning the gunfights. They're the gun skill team. We talked about this on Clubhouse as well. This is a very good illustration of something that a lot of Siege players, Siege analysts, whoever at most levels of the game will tell you, which is at the end of the game, it's as much as you want to talk about tactics or you want to talk about chess or whatever, right? It is still a gun game. Like, it's a first-person shooter. If you can shoot better than the other team, your odds of winning go up significantly, no matter what tactical blunders you make. Because in the game of chess, the pawn can't pull out their LMGE and just hose down the queen at any given moment. So it really does. That one's going to get flagged by British security services, by the way, but I digress. They just can't like pull it out and flag like that. But anyway, Ottawa is doing a very good job of exploiting that weakness. They are doing a spectacular job of identifying the weakness and pushing it. And I've got to give them credit for that. Whether they mean to do it or not, it's really working out in their favor. And I do feel a little bit sympathetic for Waterloo because, like you said, on paper, Chief, they're doing all the right moves. They're doing everything that they need to do. You're seeing it again right here. This is a very solid defensive setup, similar to what we saw them run last time. They just have to actually make it stick.
Here comes the nade barrage, not the first time that we've seen it. And again, that's the worst corner to play in. Like, if you have an ADS, if you have all my pancakes, by all means, please play in that corner. In fact, it's actually a common place to play when you have three ADSs stacked, especially when you know that University of Ottawa is going to prioritize library over the traditional push that most teams are going to go for master. Waterloo has yet to make that identification. Slate's still alive, and Slate's finding kills. Again, Ottawa is starting to find their bane because they don't know how to deal with a team that is winning their gunfights. Again, they've been able to like, kind of take these rounds based off, well, Waterloo just kind of rolling over, killing over, and dying. Now they're kind of winning gunfights, but still the trade ability is not as strong as I'd like.
Yeah, you would like to see Waterloo kind of having the edge, right, in terms of the kills at some point in time. But, I mean, they have the information here. They know that people are up in this library area now, so they can try and defend it against it appropriately. Suvin here actually considering getting really aggressive, and it does. It works. He gets Xander down, and now it's a 3v2. Kiro up here in library, not in a particularly great position. Riven trying to win out a gunfight down onto the lower floor, got engaged, I believe, by Ultra, and this is not looking so hot for Ottawa. You've got a fair amount of time left on the clock to play with, but you only have 2 players to really make this work.
Look at this way that Waterloo is playing right now. They're so expanded. This is actually what I want them to do. Now, Suvin is in a kind of a dangerous position. I hate this mudroom. I love and hate at the same time, because if you're a drone, you're dead. You're going to get shot from the green barricade of the door frame, and there's just nothing you can do other than prone and hope that the offense misses their shots. Ottawa has not missed their shots once, but the clock is starting to dwindle, and they're going to have to start to make a play. With a smoke grenade starting to detonate on the door, the final one has found its mark on the door frame, and now, well, you're going to have to push forward. You're on the doorstep, and there's a kill in the right direction, but you still have many players to find. All of a sudden, the bomb site compromised, and yet the player who's hiding in mudroom, they're forced to take these fights, and they spot their diffuser, the lack of coverage. Oh, no. Well done, though. Waterloo finally able to take a round.
Oh, that was a major tactical error there on the side of Ottawa. You saw actually what happened right there on the tail end of the round. Hibana went down for the plant, and Zofia Riven went off on a hunt. Like, I legitimately, I don't think they anticipated anybody to be coming at them from that direction. And I think that would, like you said, that would have been a very different end to that round. It would have been a win almost certainly for Ottawa had they just kind of kept Riven in a cover position. But no, they didn't. So a clutch from Suvin yet again bails his team out of near certain disaster. But the worrying aspect, I think, if you're sitting on the side of Ottawa or Waterloo right now, is that it was not a change in form. I mean, it was very similar to what they did on previous rounds. They burned down a ton of time. They were sitting in a very distinct position, and suddenly, just the can got ripped open right there, and Ottawa came storming the gates. Now you go down to Basement, which is one of these sites that has experienced a real roller coaster of a life cycle, because it used to be a site that everybody played, right, on the defensive side, or at least they thought it was a good site to play. Then they remade the map, Chief, and everybody stopped playing it. And now people have kind of gone back to seeing it as the tertiary bomb site du jour on this map. It's been, like I said, it's been a bit of a ride here for Basement.
And that's a funny thing, because in ranked, Master is still the primary bomb site. It's still a very good bomb site. In comp? Oh boy, it is, I think, the third worst bomb site of the 7 competitive maps. I guess I can't say that much longer, because next week we're going to get 9. And things are going to be way different. I can promise you, Sky has the potential to be kind of the next Chalet or Coastline on the attacker spectrum.
Oh,
because
100%.
some of those bomb sites are horrendous to defend. I will say, whether or not your opinion on Sky, you love it or you hate it, it's by far the most interesting map that I think we've seen in the competitive pool in a very long time. Yeah. It's the most I've been excited for. Again, I'm a theme park disciple, so I'm going to take away my bias from that one. Oh, dude, theme park and bank have been my favorite maps in comp for years. And same thing with cons. Oh, bro, I love this. Those are the hardest maps to play. Like, if you win a bank game, or when you win a theme park game off like good IGL calling, like it is the most satisfying map to play. Like if you win a coastline, it is honestly less satisfying than winning in a theme, especially if you're winning on attack.
I agree. I don't agree that I like those maps, but I agree with what you're saying in principle. Skyscraper is going to be fascinating. It was the one that actually in the pool when I saw it, I was like, that's actually going to be really interesting, because you play that in like I think it's on unranked and some of the other game modes, and it genuinely is a miserable map. It's really hard. So anyway,
it's not favela.
Oh, it's not that bad, but it is a map that's going to be really strange. Anyway, speaking of Basement, they have managed to go ahead and get the snowmobile wall open. Slate is the man in position here, the point defender, as it were. Can somebody actually fit in through that? I guess they could.
Yes, I can.
They just have to, suck in their gut a little bit, as Kiro is actually taking a not insignificant amount of damage trying to play off of that hole. That's a swing and a half. There's a man with a Vector on the other side of that. He's currently flashed. Val's going to use that opportunity to run across there, and Slate will actually take a couple of shots, and now they go for a little bit of a feet peek, but it will not manifest itself as Xander just tries to slam their way down the staircase into the garage, and Gerv will be waiting to collect a toll at the bottom of that stairs. Ackerman, by the way, has set up a long sightline there, and Samwise is just huddling, waiting for somebody to make a move.
If Ackerman swings, he's going to get 2 kills. The thief in the dark finds 3! He gets away with murder. You can't wake up the sleeping dragon. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. You still have a flanking play from Ultra, who finds 2 kills as well. So it's going to be the battle of the big kills. But again, we're into that pose plan, and Ackerman has a quad in this round. If they continue on with their reign of terror, they're most likely going to find this ace, and Ultra's in a very tricky position, stuck on the main stairwell. And again, you have one over in blue, and you have the diffuser near the breach, so you can have to prioritize which is the lesser of the evils and who's going to be the bigger threat. And players camping the window is going to make this endeavor that much harder. And well, that's the ace confirmed from Ackerman. An incredible read from them. I mean, just be able to push down the blue hull. Where does it all go wrong for Waterloo?
It all goes wrong the minute Samwise moved. Was it? That was literally it. He was tucked up in the corner with the shotgun. which was forcing the impetus, right, of who takes the initiative in that situation. That was forced onto Ackerman, who was sitting on the stairs, right? Because you're not going to want to blink in that situation. You don't want to blink first. And what happened was Samwise swung out from that position for whatever reason. I don't know if he was going to try and challenge up the stairs or what it was. And as soon as he stepped into view, that was exactly what Ackerman had been waiting for. Just lit him up and completely destroyed him. And then Gerv, unfortunately, who was doing their job and watching the staircase, was just kind of caught in the collateral damage there. And then a third person walked into the hallway for whatever reason and got shot down as well. So that was where it all went wrong, was just that one player moving. It was a very good illustration of how quickly dominoes can kind of fall, but a spectacular round for Ackerman right there to get the ace. Brings him up to 10 kills overall in this match in 6 rounds.
And the shadow from the past strikes again, because that was not the first ace of Ackerman. That was the second. The dude's been on a terror. How do you stop him? Like, what do you do to just silence this guy's LMG? Honestly, in retrospect, imagine your Waterloo coming into the band. I mean, Flores is OP and all. Trust me, the ability to drive those explosive R6D drones past all the ADSs and destroy utility, particularly the deployable shields, are brilliant. It's beautiful. However, have we seen Ottawa once play the utility game? No. They've played the LMG click head game.
Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong. And I still think Flores is the wise ban, but yeah, you're not wrong at all. And you know what? I will say this. I will say this. The truth of the matter is, right, that this is an attacker sided map in most scenarios. So the fact that we're coming off a defensive half 2-4 is not the worst possible thing that could happen for Waterloo here. What's really going to matter is how this initial attacking round goes for them, because if this goes poorly, then you really are getting into the big danger zone. Like, you are actually getting into a very scary spot, and that's not a good start. It's Ackerman again. Of course it is. Ultra getting clipped right there, though Ackerman very nearly died for that effort, is literally clinging onto life by the hairs of their chins down there.
Where do we go from here? There is just so many roller coasters. Honestly, at this point, I think Ackerman needs to have, like, a personal dock following them around or something. like he needs, like, a Thunderbird gumball machine.
Hard pocket.
Yeah, right? Like he just needs to have somebody around here just to perpetually heal him.
Mercy. Get him a mercy stat. Just hook onto him right there.
Yeah, I totally forgot about Mercy, the only operator character in Overwatch that I ever actually played.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, that's what he needs. They just need somebody on him, damage boost him, heal him, hell, let him do whatever he wants, because this is his lobby right now. So that's just how it be.
Oh no. All right, where are we, Waterloo? Well, we're kind of stagnant so far, and there is plenty of attackers still on the map for Waterloo. Shoot, they dropped one of their attackers early on, but they're still trying to pressure this deployable shield and now participate in the utility burn, and Slate is going to fall. Well done to them. And, well, now you have the control upstairs, but you're still pressuring into libraries. There he is, though. It's always a knife in the dark from them, isn't it? Suvin has been incredible. They're trying to channel their inner Ackerman, but they're going to fall throughout that push, and now Waterloo has changed everything.
Maybe it is just the attacker side. They've got about 30 seconds left on the clock, so they can make this work. Slate here on the Finca has, I think, 2 more boosts left. So if you're ever going to use them, you're getting very close to the time. The smokes are coming out now here from Val. She's trying to hold on. Riven here as well, kind of stacked up behind the bar. Needs to be careful of their own smoke. Val takes about 75% of their health right there. And now Gerv in a bit of a difficult position as well. Good challenge, but Slate and Sam suddenly combine and bring up 2 kills. And the first attacking round will go the way of Waterloo. So the clawback here on the attacking side begins.
Oh, the long-expected party for Waterloo to finally win a round. I mean, it comes all together for them, right? Like, I mean, sure, Ottawa finds the opening kill, but Waterloo plays utility. They take control because of that utility, and throughout that push, they're still winning gunfights. I mean, it's a night and day difference between Ottawa and the Waterloo offense, where Waterloo is a very knee-jerk reaction. They are just, we have no time. I'm just going to kind of unleash the horses and kind of just well, slay things, right? Where Waterloo was so beautifully calculated in that round that they just overcome all odds and overcome the death of one of their fellow attackers. Well done to Waterloo. And are they going to be able to do it once again? Because we're going to be going back to a repeat bond site.
I think they can. I mean, I think they can. Genuinely, that was the round probably so far in Chalet that they've looked the most comfortable out of all the ones that we've seen, truth be told. So maybe that being on the attacking side has really made a difference. I mean, surely that's got to be a little bit of a confidence booster for them right there. That was kind of what they needed in that circumstance, considering how difficult things had been. And don't forget, Ackerman nearly died really early on. I mean, he was very tenuous on the health right there. So that's something that I think is going to give him a little bit of pause as well. Frankly, I think, Waterloo can make a repeat. They can probably tie this series up. Whether or not they can, this map, whether they can actually win it out, though, I'm a little skeptical. I think we're going to need to see, 2 or 3 more rounds, and we'll have our answer after that, as it were. Ackerman here holding up in the hallway near kitchen. I'm not exactly sure what he's waiting for. I think if somebody were foolish enough to try and come in through the trophy window, it would go for that. But Ackerman's already kind of been made there by the drone, so he will just fall back to a safer position, and thus the attack begins.
Good on Ackerman, though. I think you saw the writing on the wall with all the drones in the sector, realizing where this push is coming from. But what do we make about the Waterloo offense? They're doing something different. Again, they prioritize that second floor with the utility, and now they're going for a very linear push. Ackerman in the basement, not sure what they're doing there, but they're going to be shipped away on a few barrels, so they're the opening death. Again, Ackerman has been the standout performer constantly for Waterloo. With them silenced, we have to kind of go to the scoreboard for the University of Ottawa, because the other members of Ottawa, I mean, they haven't been clicking as many heads as Ackerman, but that's also because Ackerman has been gnarly today.
Yeah, Riven is the closest, right? But Ackerman is distinctly ahead thanks to their ace, where they got 5 kills. You take that away from them, though, and they are at 6, but still, it was a very strong round. This is a very good attack here from Waterloo, by the way. They're droning, they're pushing forward in a very organized manner. This is kind of what you would want to see from a good attacking team, just very methodical, pushing what they need to push. Now, the first, I think, significant challenge is coming up here, though, because they're going to have to break this hold on the library corridor, and this can be very difficult indeed. Like we've been saying this entire time, there's a lot of utility you have to delete here as safely as possible, and there are so many angles watching this. This is a very dangerous spot here, even for Slate, who will go ahead and turn and throw. Does it work, though? And then remember, they don't have points, so the only way to confirm that you actually did this is visual clarification, and they'll get it from Ultra right there, so the frag grenades will pay off in the long run.
Kiro is still the sector of the map, though. That's something that has to be droned out right now, because sure, the deployable shield is gone, but you still have a player in that sector, and it's so difficult to overcome, especially when there's still 4 defenders alive. Sure, Ottawa has suffered the opening death, but look at the positioning they have. They're ratting upstairs in library, and they're still ratting on the bomb site. Waterloo needs to really spring into action. They need to take the initiative on themselves, and while they have some information upstairs, with the rain of the toxic gas grenades starting to go off, that's going to deter the push just slightly. Still, some of the door frames aren't covered by their gas grenades, and Suvin just pushes uncontested. Rivet has no idea what happened to them, and now Val, she has to go with nuclear, but she's unable to do so, and it's a flawless round for Waterloo. It was looking dire for them, and all of a sudden the floods start to rise, and they're back in the series once again.
Waterloo putting on their Ottawa cosplay, just pushing in the last 20 seconds, guns blazing, and hoping that they can kill everybody. And it worked. They got them completely off guard. Ottawa generally looked shocked. I mean, you saw, I think it was Riven just completely caught blindsided right there. Val at least tried. She tried to make a fight out of it and got caught in blood down instead. And it's just... it was a good attack from Waterloo. The only thing I think I could say about it was it was a little slow. Like, it is a little slow, but I appreciate that they're really trying to be dedicated to the idea of droning. They're really trying to go through the checklist. They're going through the fundamentals, and the Ottawa defense, I think it's just a matter of having to be a little bit more heads up, maybe even a little bit more proactive in some of the ways. I mean, we know this is a team that can play very aggressively. We also know this is a team that is, capable of winning gunfights. So do you really need to, pull all of your players back to the anchor site? Is Ackerman really the only one who's going to challenge kind of outside the site itself? It's some strategic or tactical considerations that I would be making at this time if I was them.
Upstairs to Master, we find ourselves wandering into a bomb site that we've yet to see here on Chalet. It takes us up to round 9 to see this beautiful bomb site. As we mentioned earlier, Tristan, this bomb site has fallen out of favor of the professional players, but in the ranked ecosystem and some of the lower amateur systems, it is still a very viable bomb site. And again, I think what separates this bomb site is kind of the ability to forgo using utility and just kind of play aggressive. And University of Ottawa, I mean, they've excelled on the aggro bombs or the aggro aggressive stances. So why not try to experiment this bomb site and do things that are kind of going to catch Waterloo potentially off guard?
Yeah, I still agree with your assessment, though. I don't actually think it's a particularly bad bomb site. I kind of understand why it is fallen out of favor, but it's not terrible. I mean, you certainly can defend it. Speaking of defending here, Ackerman again trying to Rambo this out down in the kitchen this time with the AUG in hand, and Ultra kills him like that. Are you kidding me? Steps in through the window, fires a random spray. I don't even think that was meant to kill. I think that was for suppression purposes. And then Ultra kills Kiro as well with the grenade from below. Ultra has just blown this wide open. I mean, it's a good effort by Riven there to stop the bleeding, and they do so because Xander gets back on the action. But absolute start there from Ultra. That was crazy.
It's a taming of Ackerman. I mean, they've been silent for a few rounds now. And where do you go from here? Well, Waterloo has full control of Solar's stairs, and you're not even halfway through the round. I mean, you're in a perfect position, but you also have to be very careful of this highway window because Slate is vulnerable to multiple runouts and multiple sprays in through the Vines window. So I advise Slate to get out of this position as soon as possible. Call in for a drone. If you had Iana available, you could have used the clone, but that's not an option. And there is a missed call right here. There is a mute jammer on this wall, and Nade should be able to dispatch it. Great discipline from the side of Waterloo to burn a potential ADS. None in that sector of the map, though, but they're still making sure to not lose precious grenades.
Sander, Ribbon, Val, they are the final defenders here, just holding up in tight, and unfortunately Slate will get one. It's Val down. Ribbon here playing very close to the edge, right outside of Closet. Xander trying to maneuver around. We talked about the vulnerabilities here from that angle, but Xander can't bring the kills down. Ribbon just defending on the doorway, gets pre-fired, runs out of bullets, has to pull the pistol, but then Samwise and Slate respectively secure their kills. And that was a uncomfortably awkward gunfight there around the Closet door, but a good win nonetheless. And Ottawa, well, they're on the back foot as Waterloo comes screaming into this.
How did it all go wrong? I mean, 2 opening tests for Ottawa, and the tables have completely turned. I mean, it was looking like Ottawa would be unstoppable coming into the half, and now all of a sudden, the aggressive nature of their play style has become quite a hindrance. I mean, they have nothing left. I mean, when you have Ackerman just getting eviscerated in the first few seconds of the round with no trade potential, I mean, that was the exact criticism that we had of the Waterloo defense. And, you know, it could very much be a byproduct of Chalet and where it currently lands in the meta. Again, it is one of the more attacker-sided maps, second to Coastline, which again is no longer in the map pool coming next week. So it's now the attacker paradise being demonstrated perfectly, and Waterloo is going to have the luxury of attacking the same bomb site that they won very decisively. I will say, though, great job to the University of Ottawa to bring it to a 3v3, but just simple mistakes and some awkward gunplay ended up costing them.
Yeah, you know, you talked about their playstyle kind of biting them. I don't even know that it's really that. They haven't been very aggressive. The only person who's been genuinely aggressive, I think, on the defense has actually been Ackerman, and they're kind of doing it alone, and that's actually not benefiting them very much. I mean, to be fair, the last death that Ackerman had was just, I think, kind of a fluke. I do genuinely think that Ultra was just trying to, like, use suppressing fire, and one of those bullets just happened to hit Ackerman in the head. But the fact still stands that a lot of these challenges have not been particularly aggressive, and that's another really good start. Gerv gets Xander almost right away. I don't even know where was Xander. That's their smoke too. Oh, that's again, Smoke is the operator that I least like to see die first. Looks like it might be Ackerman here who's going to turn the tides just a little bit as Gerv is brought down. But still, Ackerman is very extended. Their position has now effectively been given away, and it will result in a death. Suvin picks him off from the kitchen. So once more, Ottawa in a not so good starting spot here with less than a minute into the round.
And Waterloo didn't find that trade onto Gerv because of a gunfight. That was a frost mat that put them DBNO, and it seems like the tides have changed. We're talking and highlighting about the Ottawa nade meta back on Clubhouse, and it seems like the scripts have changed and been given now to Waterloo that has looked almost frame perfect with these grenades, taking something straight out of the playbook of Ackerman, who has been very quiet the past few rounds, and it's really requiring their teammates to kind of carry the burden of taking these gunfights. Unfortunately, though, Val, they will be unable to do so, and I think Waterloo's on match point in a matter of moments.
They very well might be. I mean, I don't think it's beyond Riven and Kuro to put up a couple of kills here, but Kuro is on their last legs. I mean, they will literally take a bullet, and they aren't able to secure that kill right there. Riven does pick up Ultra. Suvin, though, immediately swings and brings Kuro down. And Riven can't secure it. There you go. Match point, just like you said, Chief. And, you know, something that we haven't talked about enough here is the very, very competent drone play of Waterloo is making a huge difference on these attacks. I mean, it's like massive amount of difference. Look at the number of kills they're getting off of it.
Too many. I mean, maybe if you're Ottawa, you go Mozzie, mute, and say, good luck droning. I mean, even Iana's going to get stopped by the mute jammer. She'll be able to bypass a Mozzie pest, but at least you're doing something active. And by active, my friends, I don't mean Smoke roams and dies the first 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Also, can I give my lazy zero effort analysis for 1 second?
Yeah, of course.
Don't die in the first 20 seconds. Pro tip.
You think so?
Is that 100%.
Yeah, it's a pro tip. I don't know, man. Sometimes it's like that thing, right? There's the semi-famous story. Is it the Romans or Crusaders? I don't know. They're attacking some sort of citadel, and in order to make a point about how scary the defenders of the citadel are, they just start having dudes like jump off the top of the tower because they're like, look, we're so crazy, like we'll do it. Maybe that's the same strategy. You just let them get a kill early on to show them that you have no fear of death. And you're trying to win a bit of a mental game here. That, or you're just, you know, ridiculously out of position and Gerv just happens to gun you down. But maybe, just maybe, it's psychological warfare. It's all a massive psyop. That's a charitable conclusion.
I thought what you're supposed to do is name your battering ram the Hammer of the Underworld.
Well, there you go. That would also work. Or you can do they need a battering ram. They don't have one. Maybe that's the actual tactical misstep that's been made here. Oh, yeah. Yes, true. Very explosive, fiery battering ram. The best kind.
Just call it Grand, and it's easy, lemon squeezy, and you got it all set up. Now, Ottawa going to bar. We've seen this bomb site 3 times attempted by Ottawa. This is going to be the 3rd one, and we're seeing everything pretty much normal, like the last time that we saw it. However, Ottawa has done multiple attacks here. They did the top-down attack in round number 7, the linear attack in round number 8, and the change from the University of Ottawa, Tristan, is to bring out an Oryx and try to fly up through hatches. Now, we all know that you can't ride the Eagle to success, but maybe you can ride an Oryx up a hatch to success.
But like, real talk, I'm sorry, I don't want to get distracted from a critical match point round, but could you imagine if that was added on? You just grab onto Oryx's back and he yeets both of you up through the hatch. That'd be so great. Oh,
or a Maru too.
Yeah, you just grab around the waist and he just carries you up.
Good night.
Oh, speaking of carries, Suvin right there getting in on the action, has 12 kills, by the way, in this match, and has been absolutely devastating with the LMGE in hand. Zofia, such a killer in this day and age, kind of always has been, but more scary now, I think, than ever before. Xander here, kind of shifty feet up on the top deck, watching the main entrance there into Fireplace Hall, but it's Riven who will actually shut Suvin down. So a good kill right there, maintaining that 4v4 as we move to the minute and 15 second.
You know, I think Ackerman needs to like head over to the Houses of Healing after that one because they've been getting smoked into oblivion. Oh, please don't walk into the bomb site like last time. Thankfully, there are some foot level holes there, and the shenanigans of Slayer is going to be completely and utterly stopped. Great use of utility, and the deployable shield is no longer long for the world. The nade will confirm that, and now it's going to be forced to go off into the wind out towards the west. Ultra has control, but they're not quite mindful of the vertical pressure the hatch could deliver for them.
They are, and again, the two SMG wielders here just kind of on the side are doing great work. Hero up here on the top deck as well is still in this position, has not been foisted out yet. Samwise there did secure the kill. He died for his effort. That leaves everything in the hands of Ultra. Ultra tries to force the issue, gets hurt severely. It was a hell of a play, though. I think we just missed, vaulting over the top there to secure the kill. Now he's in a bad position, though. He has to wind his way back over to the diffuser. He will do so, but I mean, 14 seconds left in the round. Let's be honest, it's probably done. Ultra drops in right here. The smoke grenade, he cannot walk into that. He tries to come around the other side. 5 seconds left, gets a kill. It's 1v1. He's gonna have to go for the desperation plant. Can he do it? No, he doesn't even try. Unfortunate.
The gates are completely closed in front of Waterloo in round 11, unable to find that final kill. It's a desperate challenge, but the University of Ottawa, they're not out of the show yet. Corbeck, they're still fighting their hardest. They're finally able to win bar, but now you have to go to a completely different bomb site. Where? It's going to be upstairs master, a bomb site that honestly Waterloo has looked stellar on. If I was Ottawa right now, I would experiment with downstairs. I would go to kitchen, or I would go to the basement. Again, barrels might be your choice. I mean, you're going to have to ride it somewhere. You have to ride this series out, and you know what? Maybe you do it downstairs in the basement.
Basement retreat, is that it? I don't necessarily disagree with you, actually, because last time they played this, it did not look particularly snazzy. It really did look like Waterloo had all the answers here. Now, I do want to say, I think in that last round, Waterloo might have gotten a little overeager in the way they played it. I think they made a couple of small errors, and they can't be kind of doing that. I think they need to maintain this near perfect sort of level of play that they brought here if they really want to effectively turn this around. But again, it's a good bomb site for them. I don't see any reason why this isn't going to have a similar conclusion to last time, unless perhaps one of the members of Ottawa, specifically maybe Ackerman or possibly Riven, really pops off. And again, Xander, he's on a big wide run here. Hopefully he'll come back to roost pretty quick, because Smoke really should not be in those sort of positions.
Now, I will say there's a time and a place where I like Smoke wasting time, and I think it's most important for people to realize that a Smoke's job is to waste time. And
yes,
if you can waste time on a roam through the smoke, kind of like you would say on, we'll say, like a basement defense of Bank on the white or blue stairs, right? Like, Smoke is not being used for a plant denial. They're being used to waste time, right? Now, if Ottawa demonstrated to us that that was the purpose of this roaming smoke, to sit behind a deployable shield and use the 30 seconds of those toxic gas grenades to delay a push or delay like map control. I think that's the way to go, but Ottawa is using the FMG-9 as just a lethal weapon with a 1.5 times sight. To be fair, the FMG-9, at least the one that's on attack, which is technically the same gun, has the highest time to kill out of any of the attacking weapons. Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, it's not a bad gun at all, right? But it is, I feel like you don't see a lot of smokes wielding it in this day and age. But the fact that you have a mutant here as well, I think, sort of relieves the shock of Xander's dead. Go, it's traded, though. I mean, Kuro was right there to pick it up. But again, you lose your smoke very early on. I think he used one Toxic Babe canister before he got killed, so he won't be wasting any more time in the round. Unfortunately, Suvin does die for that, and that's a big loss here on the side of the attackers, considering how important Suvin has been. Still, too, Ottawa on the defensive side has been forced into some pretty tight positioning here, and they don't have the castle barricades for protection that we saw some of these other teams bringing. That said, Gerv taking some serious damage. Gerv and Slate, though, will both get kills, and that leaves everything in the hands of Val and Kuro, and that is a unpleasant situation here for the two of them, as Gerv just goes on a little utility destroying spree. Kuro is waiting right here, though, and must know that they can challenge that window. Kuro tries to peel out and is brought down. It's all Gerv. Gerv just rips it apart and wins the map. Well done, Waterloo.
Map number 2 completely turned on top of its head there, Tristan. It was looking like the University
It
of
was.
Ottawa would be the dominant force to be able to take this series 2-0. Waterloo says absolutely not. They'll be able to confirm map number 2. They'll be able to tighten their belt with it. And now we're guaranteed to see Villa map number 3. And honestly, my friend, ecstatic to see what's going to take place, because on the offense of Ottawa, particularly on Chalet, they played lights out. They looked completely incredible. I mean, Ackerman was going nuclear. Ackerman ends up becoming more silent on defense, and Ottawa starts to suffer there. We see members of Waterloo start to step up and start to take more gunfights, be proactive during the round, and all of a sudden, it's a 7-5 in favor of Waterloo.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Waterloo here trying to make that resurgence Chief was just talking about. Will they be able to do it? The final map, Villa, coming up here on NECC Rainbow Six. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
It's been quite the unexpected journey here in the NECC week number 5, the Battle of Waterloo versus University of Ottawa. Both maps going 7-5. It was Ottawa taking map number 1 of Clubhouse and the 7-5 in favor of Waterloo on Chalet. Tristan, I mean, we've seen extremely strong gameplay. What can we expect for map number 3 of Villa?
Well, it's honestly hard to say, Brian, but I think part of it is probably going to play into the various strengths and defense, like strengths and weaknesses of the map. I think what happened on Chalet was we saw that it is an attacker-friendly map, and when Waterloo got their hands on the attacker side, they did a really good job, right, of capitalizing on that. They showed us a very methodical approach to attacking, a lot of droning, but we know that Ottawa has the gun skill, right? Like we know that they demonstrated to that very clearly on Clubhouse. That could come back at any time here. And Villa can be a difficult map, especially kind of on the attacking and defending side. I mean, Waterloo, I think, has a little bit of advantage here, and they're starting on the defensive side of it, which is gonna maybe push them forward past the finish line just a little bit. But I just don't discount the fact that at any moment Ottawa could just kind of pop off and suddenly Waterloo is completely on the back foot.
Well, don't forget, Samwise is in the lobby, so if you need some help to accomplish your epic journey, you can always have him literally pick you up and carry you and deliver your burden to the conclusion. I mean, that was definitely happening for Waterloo and both teams, right? Standout players, literally one of the sole reasons why we've seen some of these rounds be won. Sovin on the side of Waterloo, and then, of course, the Enigma themselves, Ackerman, just able to shut down so many plays. Thatcher Flores, nothing too surprising there. Again, all operators that we've seen banned once before, and so far, the Chalet bans are starting to be echoed here on Villa.
Indeed. Flores going down again. It's not a surprise. He is very strong on this map. His ability to clean up utility is so effective. Valkyrie and Mira go off the board. I mean, that's standard stuff as well. There are a lot of good Mira setups here, and there are a ton of really annoying black eye camera art angles. So I'm not surprised to see either of them go. I don't think that honestly these bans have any meaningful impact on the way this is going to go. I think the thing that is going to have a meaningful impact is how many kills does Ackerman get? When does Ackerman die in a round? Like, no joke. I think that's a huge impact. And is there another member of U Ottawa, perhaps Xander, perhaps Riven? Actually all of them are capable of it, who's just going to kind of step up and be that second point, right, to Ackerman. We saw that on Clubhouse. The top 3 kills in their team were all double digits. They will need to repeat that here against Waterloo, I think, for this to really be a meaningful effort from them.
Upstairs, Planes and Games. Again, a bomb site that is a staple in the competitive scene. Most teams elect to go for it as their primary bomb site. It has been a well-tested site, both on the defending side as well as the offense side. And we see some small changes, and it's going to be the lack of the smoke in favor of Slate on the Alibi, bringing that deployable shield. We saw how important smokes have been to the past for both rosters, particularly on Chalet, and now if you're going to try to waste time, you're going to have to waste time through maybe utility, forcing Ottawa to expend some grenades to break down those deployable shields, which is something they have yet to be able to do so far in the 2 maps that we've seen. So I guess you're going to have to try to slow down with some gunfights, which Ottawa has looked stellar with.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know, Brian, if that's the strategy I would necessarily be going with. I mean, you definitely got the better of them a couple of times over on Chalet because you won it. But I don't think we've yet to see them maintain a consistent advantage, right, in the gun battles. So something to consider there. They've also done a kind of an interesting defense of Planes and Games, all things considered, leaving the core 1 wall soft so somebody can sort of play out of the gun vault here. Riven is kind of an interesting spot too. I mean, he's in a position where he could very effectively cut off either of these defenders who are out on the roam, but I don't think it's by any means guaranteed that he's going to be able to force them back and kind of secure those kills. Meanwhile, Ackerman here is looking for a low-level entry, going to maybe push up towards Astra or possibly go over to the staircase where we see Samwise just kind of rotating back off. The main thrust of the attack, though, it looks like will start off in Master Bedroom.
Xander taking control. Now, Xander is a flank watch, playing the Gridlock, an operator that actually doesn't receive a lot of love. She can be quite cumbersome to use. She has 3 armor, 1 speed, so she's a bit slow. and her track stingers can be shot. I mean, to be fair, the audio cue of a meleeed or a shot track stinger should be enough for any player with a headset to be able to turn around and address that scenario, but I tend to like to have the Nomad air jabs in play, but again, you have to shoot one air jab compared to a bunch of track stingers, so if it does get shot, you'd rather have your track stinger shot.
And truth be told, I honestly think that if they made Vicky a 2 armor instead of a 3 armor, like a 2/2, she'd probably get played a lot more.
100%.
I think that's one of the key drawbacks, because I do actually think that in a lot of situations the tracks are more effective. Slate, oh my god, how did you live, man? You lucky person. That was about 90% of their health got taken off by the frag grenade there. I think yet another frag grenade from below, which has sort of been the theme of the night. He opens it up and Ackerman wins that. You have got to be kidding me. Samwise gets absolutely pasted. Very fortunate that Gurv is able to equal it back up, but Gurv losing some health in the exchange. Slate very low indeed. And this is, again, a very equal round, all things considered, similar to what we've seen as Riven secures the kill onto Gurv with the frag grenade, probably from below.
Honestly, Slate should not be sitting at all over in the armory section or the vault section, because there's a default grenade that everybody places vertically when you have that control, and with Slate on so little HP, they're just not going to be long for this world. And Father Time is starting to step in, because there's 0 time in the Ottawa offense. You're going to have to start to move on forward, and there's a DJ device of the Malusi Wubwubs, and Ottawa is starting to stack on a door frame. One well-placed piece of utility could stop the Ottawa attack, but there is no smoke grenades. There is no utility. The swing with the pistol now misses, and Sova's gonna have to deny the plan. Good for the headshot, and it's Waterloo. Good for round number 1. The victory, a good start for them. In Ottawa, they stack up and they get knocked down.
Oh my lord. I mean, we've talked a lot about Ackerman in this game. Ackerman, he deserves the conversation. Ackerman has been a very strong player, but has anyone in this lobby been more clutch than Suvin, who has bailed his team out now of at least 3 rounds that almost certainly would have been losses if Suvin had not saved them? That is just the last in a string right there. He's been an absolute force of nature, keeping his team afloat when things look like they were going so very, very wrong, and really well played right there. Ottawa, I mean, they got to be a little bit frustrated. They managed to get in. They managed to get the plant down, but it really did look like, and I mean, this is only round 1, right? So things can change here, Brian, but it really did look like when you're getting to the tail end of a boxing match and the 2 guys are just going out there and they're just sort of beating on each other. Like, there's not a lot of elegance left in this. This is not, you know, a lightsaber duel. This is just 2 people like punching each other, trading back and forth, blow after blow, until somebody eventually comes out on top. That's kind of the vibe that I was getting on that last round, but we'll see. That might change. There wasn't a lot. It wasn't exactly champagne Rainbow Six, I guess, on that last one is what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to just make the spiciest take so far in this broadcast. This is going to be a 7-5. I don't know who's it going to be in favor of. I'm honestly not even going to say, because I don't want to bet against either one of these teams because they've been so darn dominant. But I think round 12 is guaranteed at this point, because I mean, these teams are so equal, but they're equal because of the mistakes that are being made. Both teams are very prone to errors, and we've been seeing these errors, well, captured and converted into either map control or into kills, and I mean, it's starting to be quite a contest. Now, Ottawa, no surprise, and again, if you tuned in for Chalet, one thing that Ottawa love to do were these very linear takes, and linear take being established with a little bit of a spicy twist, maybe some herbs from underneath. It's going to be some grenade action from Ackerman.
Speaking of herbs and spices, I'm going to Louisville, Kentucky next week. I get to go see the Colonel's grave. Very excited. It's a highlight tourist destination. You didn't know that? He's been dead for a long time.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I just don't go to KSC.
Neither do I, but he's a pop culture icon. I mean,
is he actually?
He's very recognized. I think he is. I think you can weigh in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. The Colonel is 100% a pop culture icon. Oh, speaking of pop, by the way, there's something's on fire, and I think it's a Volcon that got popped. Slate looked a little uncomfortable, or Suvin, who was standing right there, looked a little uncomfortable with that, all things considered. But again, I think one of the things that we have seen here from these 2 teams is they if things come to push comes to shove and they feel pressured, they do seem to kind of abandon tactics in favor of just trying to brute force it. And I think both sides have demonstrated that pretty effectively throughout these rounds. And I think it has actually cost both of them a couple of rounds and won both of them a couple of rounds. And I think that adds to your argument. I think it actually adds to the evidence that we could very well see a 7-5 here, is just that playstyle gets quite similar as Kiro kind of slips the leash, but it's Val. She's firing from the window and she's collecting heads. She's got 2 right there, Subin and Slate, and that forces Gurv back to defend Statuary because there's nobody else around, and Gurv himself nearly dies.
Oh, the bomb site is compromised. Waterloo has to have Gurv go nuclear. They're good for one. Riven's also going to go down as well. So this actually might be the comeback for Waterloo. It's all starting to go wrong for Ottawa. The baiting on the window has been read into. And as the X-Kyra pellets start to detonate on the wall, this is a new push for Ottawa. But is that really what they want to do? They've been better off setting up head holes. Here comes the nades from below. But once again, they've missed. Look at the droning opportunity. Waterloo's all in one bomb site. They're all in deer right now. It's critical, Tristan, that they rotate away. Gurv is the only one who isn't, but they're on solo HP. They have to have their teammates be the primary swinger in this engagement because they have to have the follow-up because they don't have the HP to really survive in a gunshot. And there they go, proven there. And now Waterloo has too many eggs in one basket. They're going to have to start to play together, isolate these gunfights. No better time to do so when the diffuser starts to go down. That audio cue has been given, but since Samwise has fallen, it's now left on Ultra, and the coverage is just too good, and Ottawa's able to take round number 2.
I got a little scared. I said no. I don't know. I probably got picked up on the mic because Kiro was planting on the left side of the bomb. It's like, that means if somebody swings the door, they'll just shoot you instantaneously, and that's kind of scary. But the coverage was there. They did not make a similar mistake to what they did on Chalet. They adequately covered the plant. They were able to secure the win right there, so good for them. But man, again, I don't think anything that happened in that round necessarily contradicted our hypothesis there. That again felt like a very blunt force sort of round. They had one clear idea of where they wanted to go. It was to get through the wall of Statuary and get the plant down, and kind of like God help anyone that got in their way, because they were just going to apply all the force they had in the tank to sort of make that work. The only person who sort of changed that up a little bit was Ackerman. But again, that fits what we've seen from previous rounds. Ackerman is usually the person who, probably because of their individual gun skill, Ottawa just kind of lets off the leash and just lets them roam around and try and secure kills. So the problem again, though, is that if it becomes predictable, if the enemy team can take that into account, you can very easily lose trying to do something like what we just saw on the top floor.
I wonder if Ottawa is going to go for something like basic and linear, where they're just going to kind of flood the basement or rush the basement. Like, I don't advise doing that, but Ottawa has been so aggressive that I expect that from them. I don't expect to see a vertical play. Now, you do have the assets for that vertical. You have the sledgehammer. You have the secondary shotgun that the Gridlock brings. You also have a Gon 6. So we don't actually know what Xander's bringing out. A lot of people forget that Gridlock has that Gon 6, and a lot of people elect to run that pocket shotgun. Honestly, I think it was a crime that we saw Amaru lose her pocket shotgun. But anyways, I digress. Ottawa upstairs starting to pressure into the windows, and it seems like they're not going to go with the rush strat that I hypothesized. They're going to do something a lot more traditional, one of their first traditional offenses, actually.
At the end of the day, they're just going to give Amaru an arsenal. Just going to have an SMG-11, give her a shotgun, get to the LMG. Oh, by the way,
an LMG already.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Just give her everything. She's going to look like a GTA character carrying all her guns. Ultra here underneath, by the way, has just got all the intel in the world as the members of Ottawa try and push in here. And at any point in time, could consider deploying the C4. They actually have 2 in the pocket because Slate has one as well. Make it 3. Samwise has one too. On the top floor, Ackerman doing that roam again. This is kind of what we expected. Shoots a Mozzie drone in case you were wondering what just happened, but it's Ultra. There it is. The first C4 ripped and dipped, and Val is sent to the high heavens. And that is a good start right there for the Waterloo side.
Oh, the Pulse is still there, lurking, grabbing free information, and this is what we love. The yellow pings being incorporated into that push as well, and I mean, you've lost Gone 6, you've lost the nades, you've lost your ability to gather information, particularly counter that pulls through that avenue of success, but you still have players in Waterloo who is not ready to give up this top floor, and there's only about 70-odd seconds left in the round. Finally, the first trade. Poor Samwise has been on the struggle bus so far and crossed both of these maps, and the struggling will still continue, and with Ackerman's kill, all of a sudden the tables have turned, and what does this mean for Waterloo? You're going to have to find more kills, and with no nitro cells available, it's going to come down to those gunfights.
Look at this opening from Riven here, though. I mean, they're doing what they need to do, but they only have about 40 seconds left in the round to do it. Now the grenades start falling in, and this is where you would expect them to maybe clean up a kill, but no, it's still a 3 to 4. Kiro here having to drop the hatch into Laundry could quite easily die in the effort. Xander has basically sectioned off that entire area right there, and maybe Ackerman will be the playmaker, the veritable dagger to the kidneys here of this Waterloo defense. Pushes into Laundry, fires a couple of bullets into the wall, and then backs off almost immediately. Suvin takes down a drone on the other side. Suvin now opens the wall and tries to engage directly as Slate comes back to roost as well. They've got multiple guns on the front, but Ackerman and Kiro both pop up, and just as quickly as he got back, Slate is all alone, and he gets absolutely ripped apart in a crossfire right there. And Ottawa, in a very sterling return to form, clutch it out in the last couple of seconds of the round.
We've either seen the opening kill be the most important aspect of the round, where the team that has the opening death is just unable to overcome, or the team that gets the opening kill just throws it away in spectacular fashion. And unfortunately, Waterloo, beautiful job to establish that opening kill, but they don't convert it to anything. And again, their trade potential has been kind of lackluster, again, especially during the middle portions, the late portions of the round. And that's what Ottawa has been the best with. It's been their ability to overcome the odds, overcome a man deficit, and be able to just simply push the bomb site with nothing but just brute force.
Yeah, it's good when it works. I mean, it's good when it works. That's where we'll put it at there. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. It worked that time. And honestly, it's a bit of a bum mark for Waterloo right there, because they had done a really good job kind of using the pulse, getting a ton of information, but they were only ever really able to leverage the one nitro cell. And I think that was part of the problem right there. They have the artillery, but they never were in a very effective position to use it to its maximum kind of ability. So, well, put that bomb site aside. I mean, it is tertiary, right? Unfortunately, Ottawa did manage to pick off the kind of secondary bomb site here, but you're back to AVG now. This is the main one. You have a defense that you feel relatively comfortable with. Interesting, by the way, that Slate has been introduced to this on the Vigil, which I feel like is a pick that we don't always see, but he's going to be out roaming around, yeah, down towards master bedroom, and he's going to very much aggressively try to be the initial point of contact. A bold play. No value comes out of it, but he doesn't die either.
Oh, okay. I want to take a deep breath, Tristan, and kind of just do a mental reset. And I think that's what both teams need to do. It's, again, the calm before the storm, because you have Slate roaming down below. And if Waterloo's roamers don't get addressed, Otto's going to find themselves in a world of hurt. Please don't run out. Please don't run out. Thank you for not running out. That is the worst window to run out of.
It is. I've killed a lot of people who do that, actually.
The thing is, they hear the drone get placed, and like the seagulls from Finding Nemo, they're like, mine, 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 mine. And then they realize that there's that weird little pillar on the outside of that balcony, and then you shoot the pillar, and then you get slammed by the LMG that's on the other side because you just mag dumped your MP5. So, like,
damn right.
Oh, what?
Xander, buddy.
What? What was that? He's drone. Oh, good night. It's a battle of unnumbered tears in one sector of the map. The flankers gonna get felled, though. At least that's a trade. Oh, truly unnumbered tears. Oh.
Slate, though, picks up 2. Ackerman's down, as is Riven. And Slate on the Vigil comes up mega clutch right there, because that was looking a little ugly. You had an unchecked Ackerman who was just sort of moving around unaccounted for. And unfortunately, a very good heads-up play from Slate right there to win out those gunfights and secure at the double kill. Huge in that particular circumstance. Now a ton of pressure put here on Val and Kiro. Val obviously capable of doing this. They have frag grenades to play with, and they have some flashes as well. Kiro moving up to stack up behind their entry player here as Iana slowly takes the way around. The Gemini is in the pocket, so they can use it if needed. They haven't quite found an exact need for it. Suvin there gives up their position just a little bit. The drone does come out, and that'll back Suvin up down the stairs. They'll go ahead and get the reload and just wait for half a second here, waiting for the attackers to make their move. Please don't challenge it. You genuinely don't need to.
Isn't that been the kind of the gunfights of today? The gunfights that you don't need a challenge? And again, Waterloo seems to be kind of the ones being a smidge excessive on their gunfights. Again, like, this is a perfect opportunity. You got 25 seconds left. Sit back, relax, and let Ottawa walk into the bomb site because they have the burden of planting right now. Plus, you have to cover, so you could just walk in Ottawa, I guess, and not check your corners and not pre-fire angles. I mean, that's also an option. I was going to hype it up to be more of a contest, but Waterloo makes it easy because they just put their feet on the desk and waited for Ottawa.
I mean, it's a matter, right? So this is a key issue of Siege, right? And I think a lot of people would agree. It's initiative, right? You don't want to completely surrender the initiative of your defenders, right? You don't want to be completely subject to only being reactive. But at the same point in time, when you're in the defensive position, you don't want to be going so hard to take the initiative back from the attackers that you're actually exposing yourself to like unnecessary risk. Like we were saying, you don't want to overextend. You don't want to take gunfights where you don't need to take them. It's a difficult line to walk. I think genuinely, I mean, this is like a conceptual strategic concept. That's been around since, the time of the Greeks, right? Is how you maintain initiative on the defense. But it's something that a lot of teams struggle with. And I think that Waterloo has been trying to be a little too aggressive in some of their early rounds. They've been trying to seize the initiative a little too hard. They did a very good job right there of just waiting. You have the numerical advantage. Your enemies have to come to you. They have no choice. You can just wait and win it out. And that was what they needed to do. So they've definitely learned as this series has progressed.
Plains and Games has been the only bomb site that Waterloo has been able to win so far here in the defensive Villa. And Waterloo now has to start to experiment with the bomb sites and their rotation. Trophy just simply did not go their direction at all. They ended up getting slammed through their own rotation hole, their own line of sight hole, and they're elected to go downstairs to the kitchen. And Tristan, I don't hate this option because, again, Waterloo found the opening kill back in round 3 the last time that we saw this site. They weren't able to convert the final few second execute of Ottawa, but if Waterloo just remembers their success factors and their ability to sink so many times, and also their incredible nitrocell play, this might be a brilliant read. Once again, the call center from hell is in full effect with 3 nitrocells.
Call center from hell. They actually have to hit them, though. That's the thing. Like we said last time, they didn't use them. They only used one. I think they died. I think the other 2 died with them literally in pocket. So don't remember for sure, but I think that's my sinking suspicion. Samwise here is on the top floor. I mean, he can use one up here, but you're definitely not maximizing the value of the pulse necessarily. Though still, the information gain is going to be very valuable indeed from that pulse operator, and Ultra knows that. So hopefully the comms are clear. He's feeding information to his team. They're using that to make kind of good strategic decisions. Suvin actually just whipping out the cameras here, looking around. Ultra, I don't know what that was about. Was he trying to scare him or something?
No, I think that was just a fat finger.
It
happens to the best of us.
I believe it.
It didn't cost.
Happens to me all the time. To be fair.
I was playing ranked with a buddy yesterday, and they fat fingered, and it was 0-0 left on the clock, and they proned, but they didn't prone. They pulled out their utility, and they got smoked. So it happens to the best of us, trust.
It does. It does.
Nobody's been smoked so far this round. I mean, everybody's being kind of good. I mean, we have vertical control, but we don't really have enough sledgehammer swinging. Why hasn't the defenders been kind of forcefully maneuvered by that sledgehammer? It seems a little bit late. There's a nitrocell detonating in the background. It does kind of find its mark, dishing out some damage, but the loss of Xander, that's going to be dearly felt. And now Ottawa, I think they might find themselves with another potential round loss. Not a lot of time left, and they're very focused on holding the flank and not on pushing the objective.
You still have 2 nitro cells. You have Slate and you have Samwise. Both of them have it. They haven't used it. I mean, I'm all for opening up this floor, and I think it's absolutely necessary, but it is going to make you a little bit more vulnerable to those utilities if you choose to use them. Val now pushing down Astro stairs here. Slate's way out over by Kitchen, so his Nitro Cell is probably not going to be much of a factor. Oh, what? Gurv in the library area just swings the corner and gets a kill. Rivet is down as well, and now it's a 5v1. Kiro, the only one left alive, gets a good kill onto Ultra right there, sort of vengeance on the Pulse. Kiro there getting some shots down range, won't find anything. Now back to a very uncomfortable position indeed. Not a lot of bullets in that magazine either. Pulls out the gun. The secondary will not avail. Slate, there we go. Slate does use the Nitro Cell, just perhaps not in the way I expected. It wins the round.
Wow, what a beautiful defending holding Kitchen for Waterloo. And again, it's their ability to sink time and then all of a sudden force Ottawa into some very awkward positions. Ottawa's aggressive style of play was unable to carry them into that final victory, at least on Kitchen. But we're going to be going over to Trophy Statuary, and this was by far the worst of the bomb sites that we've seen out of Waterloo. I mean, they're just picked apart one by one. It was Val in particular. They were so strong on their ability just to isolate and cut the bomb site in half. Again, I actually really do like when those head holes are created, just usually not looking into split, because if you have free line of sight into split as an attacker, well, the bomb site is literally just separated.
It is. It is literally separated. That is a very fair point. What they have to try and do here is I think they have to, recognize the pattern of what occurred last time, and they have to present it. I don't think that Ottawa is going to go through a particularly deep-seated tactical change here. They're not going to rewrite the doctrine of how they want to attack this site in the course of maybe 10, 15 minutes. So anticipate that. Set up your defense in a way that at the very least you will make that push difficult. At the very worst, right, you force them into a different attacking route, and you can kind of take that into account and adapt accordingly. So that's the strategic impetus here for Waterloo, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to guarantee them the win. Again, though, last time it was just Ottawa brute forcing it, and that's interesting, Chief. Actually, they're showing a very different start to what they did last time. They're actually going to come in over from the AVG side. That's a completely different setup.
Wow. I'm perplexed. Again, Ottawa, across the examples that we've seen on Clubhouse, on Chalet, have gone for very linear, little map control executes. And the push and through study is about as opposite as it comes. I mean, this is a full map control clear. I mean, now this is also a good way to have, the coverage and the cutoffs, but also the ability to potentially rope those nades underneath. Gurv is in quite a perplexing position. A well set up rotation and through vault, you could hightail it out of here, Gurv. If they get smoked, there's a flank drone just to their right, and their position over in the classical hallway is 100% known. If they get away with murder, there's now technically 2 drones, not the elevated one, the bottom one. Identify them. I think actually they're being wrapped around from vault right now. Oh no, Samwise in that position. How is Gurv alive, and how does Val fall? There's just no way. Gurv was being monitored the entire time, like a UAV or, I don't know, a U-2 above. And the SR-71 gets shot down.
Oh my God, I can't believe Gurv is still alive. And then Gurv falls back. He actually manages to get out of there, and they net 2 kills out of that whole disaster. What? That's crazy. Actually, all right, I will say this. Gurv should have probably fallen back, but it was good discipline for Gurv not to swing the angle by the bookcase, because the temptation was there. Like, he had an angel and a devil on his shoulder being like, swing the corner, the drones are meaningless. And he held back on that one. So good on that, but still a very weird start to this round. Now a 5v3, Ottawa probably should abandon all hope they have of a long, clear round here. Ackerman, though, is going to pick one up. Yes, Ultra down. The boost comes in. Xander turns it into a 3-3 on the flip of a dime. And if this is not typical of these games, I don't know what else is.
Oh, Ackerman has just fallen, though, and it's a fast retreat for Gerd. They have to hightail it out of the position as quickly as possible. Their life will still be valid, and they're still around. So that means they can rotate back up the Astros stairs and potentially take gunfights from a myriad of positions. The reinforced wall on Astro into Master Badger because of the linear push. The offense is very predictable. Two door frames for them to walk into, and potentially with a Nitrocell or Impact Grenade meeting the members of Ottawa at the other side of the door, I mean, you're going to have to do something incredible. The flashbangs go out, the Nitrocell misses, so a step in the right direction for Ottawa, but Samwise good for the two final ones, and there we go. It's Ottawa taking the half, 4-2 on their defense, but what does it mean now for Ottawa as they move over to defense?
Samwise there. Spiders carrying ring bearers up volcanoes, trophy. He clutches it all. What can you say? He's an absolute clutch player when you need him to be. But it's probably the most impactful play Samwise has had in a while, all things to be said, but it was incredibly impactful. It sets up the 4-2 there coming out of the defense. Again, though, I just want to go back, and I don't want to toot my own horn a little bit, but I to be honest, Chief, I said that it was going to be really dependent on the sides here. And this is about what I would expect for your average defending team, right? On Villa, it's a very defender-oriented map. Going forward from this position, the real question is, do Ottawa have the energy, the mindset? Because I certainly know they have the skill, but do they have the energy and the mindset to maintain a similar kind of defensive half? I think it's very possible this one could actually go to overtime. I know that you said it was going to be a 7-5. You're probably right, but I do think the specter of overtime is looming over the NECC right now.
Woo, that's quite a statement there, my friend. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, these teams seem so equal. We've seen a complete change. I mean, Ackerman has started to go silent, and it isn't a detriment, though, to the Ottawa offense, or now their defense, because everybody from Ottawa is really holding their own and carrying their weight. We haven't really seen these lopsided performances like we saw back on Clubhouse, where Ottawa's even able to win that, but there is a few members of that team below 5 kills, and Ackerman just absolutely nuclear. And the same thing could be said for Waterloo. Uh-oh, that's the changing of the tides. That's not what was required. Ottawa's opening death there of Ackerman, critical. How many times in Chalet were they opening death? 4 times on defense, and the other 2 were from Xander.
Yep. And Ackerman is still the top frag for Ottawa. So that was rough. I mean, I will say the only upside of that is that he was a mute. So he doesn't take too much off the board. It's not like he's a smoke or he's Riven. They still have utility to use, but still, that's a kill that you didn't want to give up right there. And that maybe is going to put a little bit of wind in the sails here for Waterloo as well as they push forward. But again, these fights have turned on such a dime, Chief, that I feel really uncomfortable saying like, any one thing is going to suddenly be the decisive factor in the round, because I've said that a couple of times, and then all of a sudden Ottawa will just collect kills, and look, it's already started. Irv is dead. Xander securing that one. Suvin there picked up on a proximity alarm, is going to have to fall back, but he can't push the staircase when they know they're there.
It's just like a roller coaster, man. Like, I don't know if we're in the pit. I don't know if we're in a trough. I don't know if that top end. Like, it's just all over the place. Like, it is just a roller coaster of crazy deaths and trades, and it seems like silly deaths are being had. Again, the Ackerman death was silly. Gerv's death was frustratingly silly. I mean, again, it's so many mistakes that are being made that, honestly, this is a perfect opportunity to VOD review and kind of understand these mistakes and correct yourself for the latter portions of the NECC season. Now, with that being said, the bomb site is about to be compromised. Look at the positioning of Waterloo. You have the man advantage, and as soon as you acquire Study, Val is going to be forced to either stand their ground or hightailed out of there, and when Study falls, all of a sudden Waterloo has a perfect avenue to sight.
The defenders are still holding pretty strong right here, though, and they've got a good defensive side set up. They just can't sacrifice too much leading into bar, right? That's something that they're going to have to be very careful about. Suvin here trying to push up games, obviously could get taken. Slate gets hit by something. I don't even know what. Just caught in the crossfire there. Maybe another gunfight, but it's Val who drops. So the defender's now in a dangerous position. Slate saving the day, picks up the kill onto Riven. Only takes a little bit of damage there onto Samwise. The plant is going down. Slate now pushing in through Aviator. Got to be careful he doesn't take out his teammate right there at the same time. Ultra does get brought down. Xander doing their level best to try and claw this one back from the brink of doom, but it won't happen. And it's Slate who comes up big for the squad there. The AK-12 singing in their hands to push us on to round 8.
The Mountain of Doom just gets taller and taller with every single round that Waterloo's able to put underneath their belt. I mean, 5-2 right now is quite a hill to overcome for Ottawa. And again, my discount level, my 99-cent store analysis skills say just don't get spawn peeked forehead in the first 15 seconds of the round and you'll be a good position. But seriously, Ottawa is just putting themselves in an winnable position. There isn't an excuse that you can really give me for making those aggressive plays. Again, I know that players want to get aggressive. I know they want to spawn peak, but there's a time and place for that, and you really have to weigh the opportunity cost of taking those engagements. And on Chalet, and then now here on Villa, I just do not see the University of Ottawa and Ackerman making that analysis, weighing the opportunity cost of those aggressive kills, because again, they were a liability on Chalet with the opening deaths. And well, that storyline once again is being established here on map number 3, probably the most important of the maps today.
Come on, 99-cent store analysis. Come on, don't do yourself like that. You're big lots, at least. You're big lots. Like, come on.
Dollar
big
General.
lots level Dollar General level analysis right there. Yeah, come on. Not 99-cent store. No.
My prancing pony level.
Prancing pony level. You know, what's interesting. So I think one of the things that I think might be happening to Ottawa here, and this is something that I always like to talk about because I think people dramatically underestimate the level of impact it does have on games, is I do think this is a little bit mental now. I think it has to be getting into that territory. You had a very frustrating set of attacking rounds. And mark me if am I wrong, but haven't they been on attack on the start on every single one of these now, Ottawa? That grinds a little bit. I genuinely think that grinds. And coming into Villa, you have to start off on the attack again. It doesn't go very well. Your star player isn't being the star that you need him to be. That frustration has to eat at you a little bit. It's going to make these defensive rounds incredibly difficult. And now you're staring down the barrel of a team about to go up to match point. They look like they have your number, right? You're losing gunfights. It's all got to be building quite heavily on the psyche of Ottawa, and it takes a really strong team to kind of push back against that weight and really turn that into something positive.
Well, hopefully they have the mental fortitude to be able to do so, because this could be penultimate point. I mean, this is 5-2. You lose this round, you're going to be on match point. Subin below with the LMG, a free spot, and again, it's a punishment. It's the bane of Ottawa to be opening death. And now you're going to have to overcome something very difficult. Again, Samwise is now felled, though, so you do have that as a luxury. It's a 4-4 now. You've been able to trade, and honestly, I think I'd rather have the sledge out the board, that critical set of nades, because at this stage in the round, I mean, no, pardon me, I thought it was, let me correct it. Smoke was the one that's lost. I'd rather have the smoke. I thought it was, Womai. I hate that feature that Womai is bigger than smoke. Again, that's just my opinion on the overlay. Anyways, 3-3. Now halfway through this round, and again, perfect positioning for Waterloo, but they still want more kills.
I've never noticed that before.
Yeah, that the fact that the person who's alive is larger than the person that's dead, that blows my mind that the UI was decided that. Yeah.
Anyway, that's very strange. Slate here pushing forward. What? Oh no, he backed up into it. Oh.
That's an F.
My God, that is an F. That is an F indeed. Those frost mats, man, that's how you get them. You never expect the frost mat. You don't expect Ackerman on the stairs either. Secures a big kill right there. Now Ultra's looking a little scared. Ultra's just going to go for the plant, though, because nobody seems to be home. Nobody's manning the front desk. The nitro cell goes off here. Xander could potentially swing towards this, but won't do so. Ultra now backing up. Might even go for the res here, but you got to be very careful because you are leaving the diffuser undefended. They'll they'll get it up. Ackerman and Xander have to pull this off. This is absolutely essential to keep their team in this matchup. They have to win this coming gunfight, this 2v2. Ultra just waiting for somebody to give him the opportunity. The defuse comes in, Ultra brings him down, Slate gets the other one, and it's all roses here for Waterloo. They coast through onto match point.
What a gigabrain decision there in a 1v2 to res your fallen comrade that fell to a Frostmat, a high risk, high reward scenario. We started talking about that round as opportunity costs. That was a crucial one right there. A decision that I don't think a lot of players would have made, but it paid off perfectly for Waterloo. That's now match point, and Ottawa, they have to start to call up the Lord of Gifts to be able to start to overcome this deficit. A 4-round deficit is difficult to be achieved, and now, man, their defenses have not looked stellar. Again, it's just their ability to lose gunfights unanswered.
It really, a lot of it, I think, is really small little things. And I think that's contributing to my idea that maybe the mental is just struggling. I mean, you think about how Val died in that round. She's peeking a hole, right? She backs off of it. She looks at it again. She gets killed. That's not something that should really be happening, right? That's like we played so many rounds of Siege now. These have all been very intense rounds. It's very stressful. I'm getting tired, right? Like straight up. And I would expect that, you know, to be happening here for any of the players in this lobby. It's just that unfortunately Ottawa seems to be making a little bit more of a mistake here as we push into match point. And I mean, your back's against the wall now, right? You're going to Statuary. This is a site that they did pretty good attacking into, so they know how to break it, at least in their, you know, Ottawa way. Can they defend it, though, on the other side is the real question. But, man, after losing that 2v2 right there, Brian, I don't know. I don't know how you repair after that, because that had to have hurt bigly.
I will say, though, I think they can have some little bits of confidence because the Frostmat strategy that they've been bringing is somewhat working, right? We saw the Frostmat death on Chalet. We saw the Frostmat DB&O here on Villa, and I know they just suffered a really frustrating defeat, but nothing will bring us players' spirits up with getting those Frostmat kills or those downs, because it's just the worst BM to have. Like, if you're an attacker, you just feel silly that you didn't vault in and check, or the fact that you did not know at all. But a roaming established, Ackerman below, and you can see his Mozzie Pest doing a wonderful job, removing some of that drone utility and slowing the offensive push down of Waterloo. And with the drones being denied, Ackerman puts himself in a good position to go for nitrocell denial. Suvin seems like there's something fishy going on, and I think that they know that there could be a nitrocell below, but they're not ready to quite push that portion of that map without coverage or without information from fellow teammates.
They really need Ackerman to step up on the roam. Ackerman was so critical to their victories. They need something delivered here from Ackerman. Val has started them off on a good foot. They took Slate down. Slate has been a very decisive player, the top frag here for the Waterloo side. Ackerman needs to repeat the performance as well. He takes down Ultra. That's exactly what they needed. Between the two of them, they've done great work. Ackerman should have died right there. There's no excuse. Suvin dies when Ackerman swings back around. Now Gerv here waiting to finish the deed, but that's exactly what they needed from Ackerman, who was their star player on so many maps. They could not have asked for anything more from the Mozzie this round.
Oh, what has happened to Waterloo? I mean, they still have a couple of mulligans that they can burn. There's a few margins of error because of that match point that they have, that +4, but you don't want to be on this position at all. You don't want to allow Ottawa to start to heat up. And what would heat up the Jets even more than a flawless victory? Very few things would. Gerv is now just baiting for kills. He still is treating Ackerman as a threat because Ackerman most certainly is a threat. And there's the flawless round. We talked about bringing in the Lord of Gifts, and I think Ottawa has done a deal with the devil.
Congratulations. I mean, that was a good round. That's what they needed. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it certainly helps stabilize the bleed just a little bit. And credit is due to Val right there. She was the beginning and the end of that. Good early kill with the SMG-11 and a good close down before any more damage could be done. So now moving on, we'll be back at AVG. Now this is, you know, this is the challenging sight for the attackers. Waterloo didn't look particularly fussed by it previously, but at any point in time, this could be a very difficult one. I appreciate too, and you talked about this a little bit, Brian, that they are keeping Frost in this lineup. I think it's actually benefiting them to a certain extent to have her there. They're not going to really, I think, worry too much about hard breach denial. It looks like Ackerman is playing the mute, but I expect him to throw down those jammers and there's roam off again. Again, though, another round, they need Ackerman to perform. Ackerman has to be, if they're going to win this, right, if they're going to even push this into overtime, which I still not going to rule out, it's going to be, on the back of Ackerman's gun, right? That's how it's going to happen.
Man, I just have no idea where the series is going to go because, like, Waterloo, if they continue to play the way that they are, they should be able to close this out. But Ottawa looked great in that round, and that's something that they looked great multiple times. I mean, on Clubhouse, they were the dominant team. Parts of Chalet, they were the dominant team. And really, Waterloo's job is not to allow this clutch from Ottawa. You have to put down this resistance as soon as possible. And there's plenty of ways to do so, but playing together as a team, identifying the way that the defenders are playing, and addressing this roam, right? We see that Ottawa has elected to expand out all the way over to the north, and now Waterloo has to decide how they want to interpolate this data and how they want to break it down, and it seems like they're going to go for a linear push and an opening kill and a senseless demise of Ackerman, who sprinted out the bottom window of the bathroom. That's unacceptable on match point.
No way. Is that what actually happened?
Yes.
Yeah, his death mark was outside the window.
Oh, that's a critical mistake.
I'm not gonna dwell on it. I'm not gonna dwell on it. There's lesson to be learned from that. I'll just say that, and I'll leave it at that. But I was just gonna say while you were talking, when you were handing it back to me, I was like, if Ackerman dies in the first 30 seconds of the round, it probably means that Ottawa won't win. But I'd say it's 70-30 right now that Ottawa doesn't win this round. Good nade from below there by Gerv to take out the shield. You've got 2 minutes. Take your time, Waterloo. That's all you need to do. You just need to win one round. Slowly but surely build up your forces. Open up the angles you feel you need. Put all the pressure you can on Ottawa, and then just start picking them apart. That's all they have to do right here. Riven has no defense in this hallway anymore, so he's got to be very careful playing out of it. Even just sitting on this doorway, remember, he doesn't have good visibility down the hall either, so he's going to have no idea if somebody comes from that direction. Now looking up from below as well, you see those yellow pings everywhere. That's Val down, another big killer, right, that you've been relying on a little bit on these maps is out of this. Riven in a very bad spot here as well.
3 players left for Ottawa. Their hopes in week number 5, NECC, relies on this round. You have to play perfectly as a team together. And the side of the Waterloo starting to surround you, starting to constrict you like a boa constrictor, well, you have to play as a team. You have to start to get aggressive at a certain point. With Riven starting to fall and Frost identified, their Matt's able to get a kill, but the flank is still there. The push up the main stairs. It's all on Xander, who's nowhere near the bomb site, and they're going to have to retake up the red stairs, but the barbed wire is going to give away their position, and now the flank is being held by 2 members of Waterloo. Slate finds a final kill, and it's Waterloo who drop map number 1, but are able to do in the next 2 maps. An incredible comeback for them. They overcome the odds, and they shut down the giant that was Ottawa.
Well, it's a great victory for them. It is genuinely a great victory for them. I think if we looked at that first map, it was close, but I think both you and I kind of thought, right, that it was probably not going to go Waterloo's way. We both thought Ottawa was the superior looking team, but as time went by there, Brian, it really was Waterloo, or Ottawa was the superior looking team we thought, but it was really Waterloo who came back hard. They played very methodical siege on Chalet, especially on their attacking side. That was the critical turning point. And then over to Villa, they did the same thing, and I think Ottawa it just wasn't there. Like on the defense on Villa, there was just small mistakes. I mean, some big mistakes as well, and you can't be making those kind of critical errors in really, really close matches and expect to win. So a lot to learn from there, I think, from both teams, because those were some pretty intensive games and all around a genuinely entertaining match as well. I will say that. So I'm glad that we got to go through it at least.
And I said this on Chalet, I'm gonna stand by it. I think Waterloo is the better team when it comes to strategy, and it was Ottawa that was a better team when it came mechanically. And the strategies that Waterloo started to bring out were creating a hill that the gun skill of Ottawa simply couldn't overcome. And I think that's why we started to see Ackerman make those, I'm gonna be honest, blunt with this, dumb plays to try to rectify the beautiful strategy of Waterloo. Again, I Ackerman was a standout player. They earned the aces that they made. They earned the incredible gunfights. I mean, they almost single-handedly won Clubhouse, but I think they got tilted. I think they got frustrated, and through that frustration, they made very silly plays that put their teammates in a bad position, and it started to become a liability. But those are something that you can VOD review, come back to, and say, you know what, this spawn peak over in the basement, this run out and toilets was a terrible decision to be made, and you know what, I can now play better as a team, use my utility. Again, that was a smoke in that final round as a nitrocell denial. Again, there are so many things that could have been done other than those aggressive gunfights, and again, it's purely a learning opportunity because Ottawa has the gun skill to, I think, hang with some of the big boys.
I think they very much do. And like you said, it's a learning opportunity. That's a big aspect of culture here at NECC, right? Everybody's trying to be better players, better teams. That's an important thing to take away from this matchup. But that will do it here for us, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Thank you for sticking with us through all of that. It was a very intensive match, but at the end of the day, it will be Waterloo that walks away with the 2-1 map score. I've been Corbeck. This has been Chief alongside me. Thank you very much to our producer, Zaysho, our observer, Max, who had to stay up very late to make this game work. So I appreciate both of you. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you to all of you at home for watching. We here at the NECC wish you a very happy day. My apologies, Unnamed Gamer. I got my names mixed up. Thank you, Unnamed. My apologies. I'm transitioning out.
They're both British. They're both English.
They are both British. Oh my gosh. He's very unhappy right now. We'll go assuage his concerns.
It's almost 5 a.m. for him.
I would be very unhappy at 5 a.m. as well.
5.
Anyway, thank you so much for watching from all of us here at the NECC. We will catch you on the next one.